Hello, everyone, and welcome to Games Done Quick HotFix special event, Games Done Hitless. How are you all doing today, chat? Are you excited to see the runs that are waiting for us? Because I definitely am. I am Nightreign, and I will be your host today. I am an admin and event organizer at Team Hitless, and I am really passionate about challenge runs and this community in general, really. And I have done several Deathless and Hitless runs in the past, including in my favorite game, Dark Souls 3. But nowadays, I'm mostly helping out with the community and organizing events such as this one. GDQ is quite a broad audience, so some of you may not be familiar with Hitless runs, and you may be wondering, what is Team Hitless and what is a Hitless run? So a Hitless run is a type of challenge run similar to deathless runs and speedruns, which everyone here is familiar with. But in this case, how fast you go does not really matter. In this case, the common goal is to complete a game without getting hit. In general, a hit is defined by loss of health caused by an enemy or trap. This includes bosses, of course, but for example, fall damage is not considered a hit. On the other hand, you could also do a damageless run, for example, and this one is defined by not taking any damage at all. Coming back to Team Hitless, we are an international online community of gamers that share the passion for these runs. We have a Discord community where we help each other organize events, including fundraising and much, much more. I see a lot of familiar faces in chat. Hi. It's nice to see you all. I'm super excited about this event because it's very different to the Hitless runs that we usually do. So Hitless runs are very particular because they are usually a personal challenge runs. Most of the time is you against the game. But in this game, we wanted to showcase a type of Hitless runs that are somewhat not that usual. With the expansion of Hitless runs to games with inbuilt co-op systems, the creation of seamless co-op modes for some games, and also some really creative ideas with some people in our community, another opportunity arose to do Hitless runs together with your friends. This is why I am super excited to present you today's event, Games Done Hitless, Better Together, which focuses on this one thing, right? Having fun together while challenge running. Before we start with the event, I would like to let everybody know that Summer Games Done Quick 2026 will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th to July 11th. And if you want to learn more about the event or even register for it, please visit gdq.gg. Also, stay tuned for the schedule coming out on May 1st. Are you ready for the event? We have a lot of really excited runs to show to you today. The first run will be a 2-player, 1-controller run in Dark Souls 3. 2 players that are not even in the same continent will play together to control one character. Stay tuned to find out how they do it. The second run will be Elden Ring Nightreign. I actually have never watched the Nightreign Hitless run before, and to be honest, I am not even sure how that's even possible, so let's find out together. Third in line will be Binding of Isaac, in which 2 runners will be working together to go for the mother ending. After that, we have a run in Resident Evil 2 Remake. It will be a hardcore, no damage, true ending run, which will be beaten simultaneously by 2 super talented runners. And last but not least, we have a seamless co-op run in one of the favorite games, Elden Ring. I am super excited to see which cool strategies the runners came up with for these runs. Okay, let's get on with the first run of the day, which is, as I mentioned, in my favorite game, Dark Souls 3. And I have here with me 2 amazing commentators, Yo-Yo Shirino and Catslock. How are you doing today?
Hi, doing great. Very happy to be here.
Same, I'm fantastic.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
I'm happy to be here.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourselves?
Yeah, sure. Cats, do you want to go first?
Sure, Josh. My full name on Twitch is Catslock. I am a challenge runner myself. I usually challenge run games like Lies of P, but lately I've been branching out to things like Dark Souls 3. So I'm really excited to see this run, and I'm really excited for you guys to see it too. It is amazing.
Yeah, I'm also very excited to be watching and commentating with you. And yeah, if you don't know me, I'm Yo Josh Reno. Also do a lot of challenge runs, some speed runs here and there, and even a little bit of variety as well. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. It's amazing to have you. And we also have, of course, the runners, Shilky and Marshall, 2 incredibly talented runners from our community. So Shilky, Marshall, how are you doing?
Doing good.
Doing good. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to explain briefly how the setup for this run is working?
Yeah. Okay. I'll say it. So basically, what we decided is so we're using Parsec, and Shilky is connected to my computer basically. So that's how we're playing the same game. Shilky then made a DLL mod basically, which merges both our controllers into one controller, and it also mutes certain parts of the controller. So for me, since I'm controlling the right side of the controller, only the right side inputs will be taken. If I press the left side controller, like the D-pad button or left stick or L2, L1, any of that, none of the inputs will get taken. And it works the same for Shilky. He controls the left side, so his right side is completely muted. So yeah, it's, I guess, a simulation of a 2-player 1 controller run. The biggest problem is, like, since Shilky is, we're not in the same room, so there's like latency, so there's ping. So Shilky's playing with around 150 ping and things like Pontiff and stuff like that, padding. And since Shilky controls the parry button, padding bosses like Pontiff is a bit tricky. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Hope you guys will enjoy it. And yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks for enjoying. Thanks for explaining. Enjoying. I hope we will all enjoy it. All right. Are we ready to start the run?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We have a few minutes to meet each other, and then we will start.
Okay. When I tab onto my Discord, Shilky's cam will become my Discord. That's okay, right? Like, I'm just gonna mute everyone real quick, right? That's fine, right? Like, super quick.
Yeah.
Okay. I mute everyone, right? Just I keep Shilky unmuted.
Yeah, exactly.
Nope.
And don't mute Ray.
Okay, cool. Shilky, say something?
No?
Okay, perfect. Just checking if I have you.
Yeah.
Working all good. Okay, I'm tabbed in, right? Can you move controller?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just waiting a few seconds while everyone gets ready.
I'm reading GDQ chat on the phone.
Alright, dude. Put it away.
Okay, I'll close it. I'll close it. I'll read later. It's just
We'll
too
watch
funny.
after.
Yeah, we watch after. I'll close it. My left hand thumb is like remember when I was running Sekiro, like doing master run?
Yeah.
I had like thumb problems. I don't know why it's back again.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna give a countdown. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, and the run is starting. Let's go. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I guess they
runners.
probably can't hear us, huh?
Probably not.
I am very excited for this run, though.
I am too. The little details are always what make these runs so cool to see, like watching them, the little things that you do and then later find out, oh, that's why they did that. I didn't understand the strat behind that at first. I watched
I think,
Nightreign, do a lot of Hitless Dark Souls 3.
Yeah. I mean, this game, I think, has got to be my personal favorite no-hit run. So I'm very excited to be watching this done with, 2-player, 1 controller. I don't know if they'll, not get hit 100% of the time, but like, I will be amazed if they do. Like, that is, I mean, doing it on 2-player, 1 controller with all the latency and all the different technical sides of this, I'm very excited to see them pull this off.
Yeah, but if there is any people that can pull this off, it's probably them. So it's
Absolutely, yeah.
Super nice to see.
I mean, Shilky and Marshall are two. If you guys aren't familiar with Shilky or Marshall, they are two of some of the most accomplished challenge runner, no-hit runner, speed runners like in the community. I feel like Shilky has been known as one of the best no-hit runners, at least one of the best that I have seen. And also happens to play pretty quick, so great runner to be on GDQ as well. I mean, as well as Marshall, like two just genuinely incredible runners here today.
Yeah, this run is shockingly fast.
Yeah, what is our estimate here? An hour 50. I mean, an hour 50, that's faster than my no-hit runs.
So faster than mine.
But I can't say I'm surprised. They, you know, some amazing runners here. Very clean gun deer. I mean, that was amazing.
Very clean, yes.
This is one of those runs where you're gonna forget that the controls have been split in half. I feel like
The gameplay is so smooth, you'd swear it was one player.
yeah. So often it just looks like it's one person controlling.
And I think that just speaks to the countless hours of practice of both runners for it to look not easy, but like one person is doing it.
Yeah. I can't imagine having to adjust for that latency, because like so much of the Souls games, you have to have really quick snap reaction time to dodge an attack in time. Especially, you know, doing no hit. Sometimes things happen that you're not necessarily expecting, and you have to react very quickly. And so doing that on latency sounds like a really impossible task.
So they start with the assassin class because this class begins with a staff, and throughout the run you will see how important that staff is. I think we're pulling the staff out right now, actually. I think the spell currently is called Spook. It makes your fall damage not nearly as damaging, as well as your footsteps are quiet. So very, very important to start with this class because of that.
Yeah, and we'll see the spell in a few critical moments during the run. Okay, so they are taking high wall pretty carefully and killing off some of the enemies that can, you know, follow you around. I think that's a very, 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 very smart play here.
Yeah, especially if it's not a speed run for Hitless, it's always worth taking the extra time to clear the path.
Yeah, I think a really big thing here as well is that because if something unexpected happens, it's really hard for them to coordinate on the fly because they have to talk to do that. So eliminating as much of the sort of unexpected things that could happen as possible, I think is going to help them a lot in this run. So yeah, even waiting for this enemy here to de-aggro to make sure they get the backstab.
Throwables are every Hitless runner's best friend.
Oh yeah.
Love some long-range attacks.
Yeah, clearing out all the enemies here is nice. They walked forward just enough to have all of these enemies patrol forward to get hit by the fire. So yeah, actually making use of Spook for the alternative purpose, which is to stay quiet and not aggro enemies. Typically used just to eliminate that fall damage. Yeah, I get some black fire bombs here. Again, casting Spook. Just like, I mean, that's a survivable drop. They don't need the Spook to survive that drop. But A, when they land, they ensure that they're not going to aggro this guy. And then B, you know, they save some flasks in case they need them later, but they probably won't. I think another big thing for this run is coordinating the movement with the camera movement, because there's not really any way for you to move the character and the camera seamlessly at the same time. So the person moving the character, in this case Shilky, has to be you know, prepared for the camera movement in order to adapt the player movement to continue going in the right direction when the camera's moved. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's very complicated, even though it looks so seamless.
Even just turning your character around is going to be difficult. You're going to have to communicate which way you're shifting the camera. Are you going left, right? Which way are we turning? So there's so much coordination that to do a Souls game hitless is unreal.
Here we are approaching Vort. I wish I had spent a little more, you know, given a little more attention to the Gundyr fight, but it just happened so quickly and smoothly. You know, we were still kind of talking up the run itself. Here we are using the dagger on Vort.
One of the things that I think you should take notice throughout the run is, because it's 2 players, locking on is essentially mandatory. It's much harder for them to lock on and off, and I personally think that a boss like this would be easier maybe locked off, you know, when you're rolling certain things, but when it's 2 players, 1 controller, that's not an option.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because that camera movement would be way too unpredictable. It would mess up positioning.
So scary.
Which that challenge will make some bosses much harder on this run. You know, certainly Vort, but we'll see. Oh, Vort has stuck his head in the wall. They're not going to get the head stagger.
Yep, that's very unfortunate RNG there on the head.
And the frostbite proc. That like lingering cloud there, just barely. I mean, an instant procs too. There's no warning on that. Just standing a little too close to that left foot there.
It was unfortunate his head clipped into the wall there. Typically you would take a headshot, but his head disappeared, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a classic Vort meme, honestly. Like, you saw, they were not standing anywhere close to the front of him, and they still got procced there by the invisible frostbite cloud.
RNG,
yeah,
one of the
that's a classic.
bosses.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's gonna... Okay, head is just barely outside of the wall this time.
There we go.
All right, they do get the kill here on board.
He was being a bit cheeky there. Thought he might do it again.
I know. I thought his head was going right back in the wall.
GG's.
Yeah, very well played there. As far as hits go, I mean, that hit didn't even look like a hit, but they do count it as a hit because, you know, you're taking damage from an enemy. So anytime they take damage from either an enemy or even a stagger that doesn't do damage from an enemy, they're going to count that as a hit.
It also speaks just the fact that they stayed calm and could still get through it alive without dying. It is so easy to be thrown off by a single hit that it's, you know, you take the second hit almost immediately because it breaks your focus. So it's awesome that they're still carrying on.
Yeah, very good job just preserving the mental and like not, you know, chaining hits into other hits. It's good use of the skull there for the dogs. Those dogs are menaces.
What Souls dog isn't?
Honestly.
Well, actually, I can think of maybe one, but still a boss.
Okay.
Sif.
Even Sif has the little foot hitboxes that can get you.
The little jumps.
Yeah, the Sekiro dogs are all right. Yeah, and so as far as, you know, what they count as hits versus not counting as hits, they can, you know, they're allowed to take hits to fall damage. They can, or not take hits. They're allowed to take fall damage, I should say. And they're allowed to take environmental damage as well. So, you know, once we get to like a poison swamp, the poison swamp is considered environmental or, you know, self-inflicted. And so it's totally fine for them to take damage from that. If this were a damageless run.
There.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if they were doing it like a damageless run, then they would be counting those as hits as well. But, you know, they could even run into like an environmental fire and take damage from that, and it wouldn't count as a hit. Okay, I like the use of the skull just for making sure these enemies aren't going to creep up on you here.
It's rare that you have a friend in a Souls game.
Right?
Here you do have some help.
So here they're letting the friendly archer giant, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but they're going to let him take out all the other enemies here. That way they can safely move through.
And there are quite a few enemies in this little area. It's definitely a mob. While they are staggerable, a roll can't guarantee that you'll hit all of them, so it is just smartest to let them meet our friend up there.
You'll see them do a lot of strats here where it's like, rather than take on a threat head on, you can just wait a little bit and then the threat goes away. So I'm liking seeing these strats come up again and again on this run so far. Even, you know, as early as settlement.
So when you're embered here, there's an invader that shows up. We are going to have to do something very cool to cease that invader from invading us.
Oh yeah, and if you don't do it, it's actually really, really bad.
Could
Here we go.
be quite
Very
unfortunate, but
it's a very
not
technical.
not too far out of the way, thankfully.
All right,
There we
that
go.
was it. Yep. Pretty tough strat there. You simply walk up the stairs and then walk back down the stairs.
Only thing scarier than you to an invader is that boss.
Which, I mean, have you seen it? It's pretty scary. So yeah, now I'm gonna use some fire bombs to, I assume, clear out this lingering villager. Okay, free aiming fire bombs on 2-player 1 controller.
Incredible.
That's pretty amazing.
There's a couple instances
I cannot
of
even do it myself.
free-aiming, and it is so impressive.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
All right, good job avoiding the pots here. And they're gonna bait them up onto the platform and then keep on running towards the door. They're even coming up here. What is this?
Little hide and seek corner.
All right, taking a very cheeky line there to make sure those guys can't follow. And then dropping down here.
Yeah, so it's been a while, but if I remember correctly, then this strat is basically you get this NPC that you get sent out to Firelink Shrine, the main area where all the NPCs go, and then you can actually kill her and she will drop the key, so then you don't have to spend the money for it.
Right. Yes, for the tower key, which...
For the tower key, exactly.
I guess I'm trying to think of what they need the tower key for. Oh, for patches. Okay, yeah. So this going and talking to that NPC saves them 20,000 souls here. So that's very nice.
Exactly. It's a lot of souls saved. It doesn't take that much longer, really.
Yeah, I mean, just barely out of the way. They just have to climb an extra ladder. It's like the same as a Abyss Watcher's soul, pretty much. So it's pretty valuable.
Here comes one of my favorite parts. I always giggle when I see these strats. You'll see exactly what I mean here.
Are they gonna do it? They're doing it.
Time to sit back and scooch across the floor until we get to the door.
Oh, I love Young White Branch strats. It's so funny that these actually like developed into real no-hit strategies. This is an enemy here, by the way, and I think, you know, on some no-hit runs, you'll see some runners just run past this enemy, especially if you're watching like a speed run as well. You know, they'll just run right past, and the enemy that they're sneaking past here does have some really fast attacks, and I can't imagine dodging them on reaction time alone over, you know, 150 millisecond ping.
And
I can't imagine they would want to do that.
You gotta bait him to the door so you can run past him, as well as this Ember sells for quite a pretty penny.
Yeah, an extra 1,000 souls there as well. So yeah, they bait him to the door, because once he reaches the door, his aggro kind of resets, and they can safely run past.
And unlike a speed run, I imagine there's not as much time in a speed run to stop and grab money, but in hitless runs, you will see lots of picking up the souls here and there, and anything you can sell, just because you need so many throwables. We're going to be buying a lot of those alluring skulls later for bosses, as well as path enemies. And it never hurts to have extras in case something goes strange.
That would never happen, though. Everything will go exactly as expected 100% of the time.
I think
Vort definitely is not going to stick his face in the wall.
That's never happened before.
Yeah, true. But you know, everything that happens today, surely they'll have seen it before. Nothing unexpected will happen.
I would imagine if you can play on half of a controller, you might just have seen 99.99% of all of
maybe so, yeah.
ever happen.
Yeah, they're hiding behind the fire. Some sneaky strats here to make the demon go to Sigurd instead of aggroing to the player.
It's like shiny hunting for RNG. You can find the rarest things that no one knew could ever happen. But that is how you find a lot of this really cool tech at times as well.
That's such a perfect analogy, honestly.
You know, because it's no one's ever seen it. People have sent me things and said, "Have you ever seen this?" And I'm like, "Nope." And I appreciate you sending me that, because how strange, how bizarre.
Yeah. I don't know if I missed it. I feel like I didn't hear Sigurd give the "No, you should have waited." I don't think I heard it. Blind's Ring here, very important pickup, by the way. You will never see a speed run come over this way, but on no-hit runs, you know, it's maybe a couple minutes out of the way, and it gets you a very strong ring, which actually increases your damage based on your carry weight, like your current equip load. So as long as you stay light, you get an extra, like 12% damage or something like that. It's very good.
And typically, they only have rings and their twin blades on during an actual boss fight, so the damage increase it's a great use of Flynn's Ring.
Yeah, if you're never going to get hit, then you don't need the armor.
Rings. Yeah, exactly.
So I just looked it up. It's up to 15% apparently.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
didn't remember.
Yeah, that's very substantial. And that'll also stack with other rings as well, like multiplicatively.
This little pathway is quite comfortable because thankfully most of those enemies have an animation they lock themselves into, so you can just jog right past.
Yeah, thankfully they just stand still for 20 seconds. That's very nice of them.
Here's that use of spook and fall damage negation again. And we're about to pick up my personal favorite item is coming up soon, so happy to see it make a cameo and didn't get past in this run.
They are going out. They're taking special care of this dog right here because that dog is a menace and will teleport on top of your head, and it will count as a hit.
Everyone's favorite shield in Dark Souls, at least mine.
Grass Crest.
Grass Crest is just, you can't beat it. The stamina regeneration on it, it's very important later.
Yeah, that's very helpful. That roll they did there, there's so many like minor little things that look like nothing that are something on this run, where it's like that little roll they did there, they actually did because that bug that they ran past has an instant charge attack. So they roll there to potentially just pre-roll that hitbox coming out.
I've seen people say, oh, you can just run through this area about certain hitless runs. And I'm like, well, there was a reason they did all the little dodges here and there that probably looked like nothing, but it's amazing how crucial those tiny details are. Every animation is written in a hit.
Oh yeah, like yeah, maybe 99% of the time you can run through there, but 99 ain't gonna cut it for this.
Not consistent enough for hitless, unfortunately.
So here in Road to Sacrifices, the big thing is, okay, they're going to get some money, and then they're going to work their way to Fair and Keep. And eventually towards Abyss Watchers. That's probably the next boss we're doing here. I can't imagine they would do Sage first, but Abyss Watchers, definitely a potentially scary boss on Hitless. I'm very excited to see them get to that boss.
The Abyss Watchers was the first boss that I got to in Dark Souls 3 and instantly thought, how on earth do you do this hitless?
Yeah, and it's hard.
The creativity, not just the skill, but the know-how that goes into these runs is so impressive.
Yeah, and every single fight that you see them do, you know, cleanly without taking a hit represents dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of practice. But something I love, especially about the no-hit community, you know, Team Hitless in general, is that this looks so inaccessible for the average player. But if you look at all the people in Team Hitless and you look at the people that do no-hit runs, you know, everybody doing them, they were an average player before they started doing this.
Everyone starts
at least most
somewhere,
of them.
exactly.
And, you know, all of these runs, they have people, they want to see more no-hit runners join the community. They want to see more people join Team Hitless. And so all of these strats that you see, you know, the community is happy to explain stuff and to help, you know, new players get their feet on the ground for these runs. And so if you've ever like wanted to do a no-hit run, you know, don't let, just because it looks hard, don't let that stop you. Because there are a lot of people that want to see new players succeed.
There are. Team Hitless is so warm and welcoming. If anyone has any interest, even if you're just more interested in something like deathless runs or something, I can vouch. I know there would be plenty of people that were happy to help you with that. Because I had never played a Souls game until 2023. I was afraid to play them. I thought there's no way, and then I came on Twitch and I saw Hitless in someone's title and thought, well, that can't be possible, surely, right? And here we are.
Yeah, it's so funny.
It was actually very similar for me.
Yeah, like they have this reputation as like rage games, but now it's like for much of the community, these are like our comfort games now, you know?
Exactly. And the more you play them, the more you realize, the more comfort you get with them and the more confidence that you have in yourself as a gamer. So I definitely think that while Hitless might seem intimidating, definitely worth checking out if you're thinking about it. Again, lovely community.
I don't know if I would say that like 2-player 1 controller is the most accessible no-hit run to get into, but
maybe don't
there are
start
plenty
there.
of other ones. Yeah. Yeah, Marshall and Shilky are.
Have you ever attempted? Oh, sorry.
Attempted a 2-player 1 controller no-hit?
Yeah, no, just the regular run.
Yeah, so I've done a few no-hit runs. You know, I did basic any percent in DS3, and then I did staff bonk only, so like only the melee attack on stabs. And then I did shield only, no hit, and those were really, really fun. I love this game.
Yeah, but actually, the question was, have either of you ever tried to do a 2-player 1-controller run? Not necessarily Hitless,
I
but
haven't,
in general.
no.
Yeah.
I would love to, though. That would be so much fun.
Yeah, I did one with
I'm
CBD.
not sure I could do it like this, though.
Yeah, we took a lot of hits on that run.
Which game was it?
It was in DS3,
Cool.
but it was not nearly this clean. Let me tell you, Shilky and Marshall, they are on another level.
And let's say from your experience, what was the most difficult part?
Ooh, the most difficult part. You know, that's a great question actually, because that could maybe archives. I think archives is really scary.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's the boss. I mean, the boss fights become a lot more challenging with like, I mean, Pontiff is very challenging because you know, normally you're one person doing all the parries and stuff, like the parries and ripostes and, you know, intermediate attacks. But in this case, they have to be so like in sync. There's not enough time to talk either. They both just have to know exactly what to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's more about the coordination, right? That makes everything very difficult.
That's why I think, you know, for them to be able to do this, it really, really speaks to just how many hours of practice they've put into this for it to not only visually look like one person is doing it, but without being able to, on the fly, communicate, because the games are fast. If you've missed a roll, it's too late. You can't communicate that, you know. So you have to do quite a bit of chores before the Abyss Watchers. You had to light quite a few of those fires.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because it does. They just climbed a tower. You know, normally you wouldn't see this on some other like faster runs, but you know, this tower has not only access to infinite regular Titanite shards, it also gives them access to 2 large Titanite shards as well. So that'll allow them to get as strong as they can before the Abyss Watchers fight. They're going to level up their Twin Blades to +4, put a Sharp infusion on there, crank up their dexterity a bit, and that'll make that Abyss Watchers fight go by as fast as possible. You know, I think there's a stark contrast between a run like DS3 and a run like Elden Ring when it comes to no-hit, at least, because in Elden Ring, I think it's generally faster to set up early, whereas in DS3, we kind of are going a little out of our way here to grab those extra upgrade materials in order to make the fights less risky. So this way, you know, it's a little maybe suboptimal from like a time perspective, but it's very optimal from a safety perspective, and that's what you want to see on a no-hit run.
Especially a shared hitless run.
Yeah, especially.
One thing that I always love about hitless runs is there will always be at least one shopping trip. And I believe there's a couple. Here we're selling all of this money, and one of the things that I know stresses viewers out is how much money you run around with in challenge runs like this. But the amount of things that you need, oh, you would be surprised how fast that money goes.
Yeah,
It can be down to the single soul. You can be one away from what you need to.
So they bought a bunch of buffs, they bought some more fire bombs, they bought a alluring skull. Now they're just getting all nice and upgraded. And you'll notice also they actually took flasks out of the healing flask and put it into the Ash and Estus flask here, because whenever you don't get hit ever, you really don't need many flasks. The only time they'll ever need to heal up is if they need to heal some poison, or other environmental damage or fall damage.
All right, and with the those chores out of the way, they are on their way to the Abyss Watchers.
I think everybody's probably had at least one experience of losing a no-hit run by buying the wrong amount of something. Like, oh, I bought
too fast, and
yeah,
too late now.
I bought 500 resins, and now I can't level my dexterity anymore.
No, I didn't need those quartz. What's 99 Fable catalysts? I can bake around those, right?
This would never change any of my other strategies.
It's always frustrating to lose a hitless run, too. It sounds like I'm being silly right now, but hitless and speedruns, menuing is genuinely such... it can be so painful. You can... Your finger slips, and like Josh said, you buy 10 of the wrong thing, and now you can't afford what you actually need. And that could be a run killer.
Yeah, it feels absolutely ridiculous to sit in a run and practice menuing. Like... To practice the actual inputs to get through a menu, it feels so bizarre. Okay, here we go. Abyss Watchers time. Very curious what kind of strategy they're going to implement here. Because there are a few different options for how you fight this.
Patience has got to be key here.
They are using the firebombs to bait out some more aggression. We can hear the clones spawning.
The coordination with the camera here is absolutely unreal.
I know, it's kind of terrifying, I'm not gonna lie.
To hear them behind you and not be in control of the camera, or, you know, not in control of your movement, either one, just... It's amazing they're doing this.
Okay, they're taking the time to make sure the clones are out of the way here. So they get a nice 1v1 with the main Abyss Watcher.
And you'll notice they try and bait the charge attack quite often so they can go for a backstab.
That was incredibly unlucky timing on that attack. They'll probably...
Throwables are your best friend and also occasionally your enemy because of the animation that they can lock you into. And that was just a very unfortunate animation lock for them.
Absolutely.
But he kindly gave the charge there at the end, so phase 2.
Rebuffing here.
Now, thankfully, I imagine this one will be slightly less terrifying with the lack of the other two creeping up behind them.
Yeah, guys, believe it or not, phase 2 is actually the safe part of this fight. As long as you know how to dodge these fire trails, they're really no problem. For the most part, I shouldn't even say that, honestly.
The trickiest part is figuring out the hitbox on the explosions and the fire in this second phase, because sometimes you think you're far enough, sometimes you're still hit by it. So, like I said, though, they have to be intimately familiar. I'm sure they could probably draw you the hitbox of the fire.
Oh, yeah. But I think any boss that has more than one enemy in it gets like way more complicated, just because, you know, there's so many more like RNG factors to have to think about. And then not to mention, you can't really stay close to them. Very nice fight.
Nice.
You can't really stay close to them because they can like roll catch you. So there is a lot of just running away that has to happen on these like multi-boss fights. Yeah, that was a great Watchers fight.
That was fantastic. The animation lock was unfortunate, but Sometimes hitless runs, you just get bad luck. It's so satisfying to see them take those falls and not any of the damage that you would typically take along with them.
It is great. Spook is like one of the best. It's so underrated. I feel like it's a great utility spell because of that fall damage negation. So here they are lining up a firebomb throw for these rats on the left. Because rats are another enemy that have an instant charge attack. So if you run too close to the front of them, you could just get an attack that's completely unreactable. So it's much safer to just take them out with firebombs here.
Notice again the free aim, which is just so cool of them.
It's also like, I wonder if they're free aiming the player position with just the controller, because that's really hard to do. Or if I wonder if Shilky's also using the keyboard to sort of like line up a more accurate shot.
Yeah, there's definitely some things in Lies of P I have to use the mouse and keyboard for, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's multiple instances of the free aiming, so they're either just as good as we already know they are with the controls, or they're using the mouse, which either way, they're doing it fast is what's blowing me away. There is no hesitation. Once they've lined that up, the bomb has been thrown. That's what really, truly makes this look like it is one person and not two players.
Yeah, it just looks like one really like well thought out no-hit run, you know? Like it doesn't look like it's two players coordinating. But they're both just so, you know, intimately familiar that it's like it kind of seems like second nature.
And you'll see in the positioning in this fight with just how confidently they stand in the correct spot. It is so cool. I loved watching them do this fight. Standing in anticipation, knowing exactly where he's going to put his hand next is just so cool of them.
Yeah, like not even rolling the attack that he's throwing out here.
It lining up perfectly behind them like that it's amazing.
And there's the last bracelet down on Wolnir. Nice. It's a very clean catacombs and Abyss Watchers, and we're like, you know, pretty much out of the early game here. Just have to head over to Deacons and then be well on our way through Irithyll.
There is something funny that I notice is that very often when they are about to start running, they do this little backstep. That's because of the you know, that you cannot coordinate when to start pressing the run button, basically. So it does a backstep if you're not walking forward.
And I do that on accident as one person holding the controller. So the fact that they're not doing it every single time is even more impressive. Yeah, they thankfully this guy does not give them too much of a problem.
Yeah, that was nice.
So they just take care of that before it does give them a problem.
Yeah, the stagger there is really, really helpful. If they had missed the stagger, that fight gets problematic really fast. Something I'm noticing here is that Marshall, I believe, is using the right trigger as a sprint button.
Has remapped the B or the circle, I guess, to the R2, which is an interesting choice. I had been curious if it was to prevent claw grip or hand fatigue. It's a little easier to hold the trigger when you're doing things like running.
Yeah, totally.
I could see that definitely being a reason. But very cool to think.
Yeah, I think that's the reason. Yeah, I also learned that from Shilky in the past, and basically it allows you to move the camera and run at the same time without doing claw grip, which is really good. I recommend.
And good hands, yeah.
Claw grip, not exactly the most ergonomic position to hold your controller in, I'm not gonna lie.
I had a bad habit of it before I got a separate controller.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got a foot pedal and that saved my life, I would say.
Mine's on the back of my controller now, and it has
okay, nice.
My hands feel so much better. So much better.
That's so good.
I'm glad they had that solution though, because as you can see, the countless hours they have put into this, not only have they had to strategize the pathways and the bosses, they had to think about how they were going to hold the controller and not be uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I also respect how they are, you know, half of their controllers are just completely unbound. So they could use both their hands on the controller if it's more comfortable for them, and it wouldn't change the gameplay at all. But they are both being incredibly dedicated here to not having two hands on the controller. It's very impressive. I can't imagine that's the most comfortable way to hold it.
We'll have to 3D print them like a stand for the other side of the controller.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we are going to Sage. I wonder if they're going to go for the parry here. This does look like a parry setup.
I love their strategy in this fight. It is... I was so confused when they walked in and punched her.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't realize the strategy behind it until I blinked and the fight was over. It can feel so random where the boss appears, but as you see, they have it down to a science.
So what
Stamina management here is very important.
What is the deal with those punches? I don't think I've seen that before.
I am under the impression, this was my assumption as someone who's scripted some things before, it is to avoid over damaging, as to not proc phase 2 too quickly, because that fight can get a little, or maybe not the fire, but the fight can get a little spooky without the
Interesting.
The quick 2 cycle there at the end. I know it technically wasn't a 2 cycle, but they only had to attack with weapons twice.
Yeah. So I guess that's just one of the ways that they're avoiding that final phase, which gets a lot more complicated when all the clones can spawn.
Oftentimes with a speed run, you think, how can I do as much damage as humanly possible? But with a hitless run, sometimes you have to think, how can I make sure that I barely hurt you so that you behave in a certain way later? And that was I think that was a great example of that.
So yeah, they did kill Irina for the tower key there. And they also bought a very interesting and historically controversial spell. They've bought Hidden Body.
Hidden Body is
which is amazing.
We allotted all of those flasks earlier because we are about to we're about to be spamming magic with that staff soon.
Hidden Body's so good. I love it.
And I think so much of this run, I shouldn't say impossible without something like this, but oh my goodness, for Hitless, I can't imagine just how much harder it would be without something like Spook and Hidden Body and turning yourself into a branch.
That's my favorite one. But yeah, for a long time, for those not familiar with the history of no-hit runs. For a long time, the spell was really controversial because it was considered too good to use on a no-hit run. But, you know, since then, I think people have looked at Hitless a little differently, as less of like a, let's make this challenge as hardcore as we possibly can, and more as like a, let's see if doing no-hit runs is possible. And, you know, Hidden Body is something that makes this run a lot more possible, especially in the Cathedral, which we're going to see here. There's a lot of enemies.
Yeah, if I can quickly comment on that. As I mentioned before, like, hitless runs are a personal challenge, right? So at least the way I see it, if the game is offering you a tool, you are free to use it. And if you don't like the strategy, or, you know, you want to make it harder for yourself because this is what you want, then you're free to not use it.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think it's really cool that people come up with all sorts of different strategies, and this is certainly one that makes some running sections much nicer to run.
And that's the beauty of Hitless, is you can really, because it is a personal challenge, you can do your own personalized Hitless run. If you want to do a Hitless run where you only use X item or no this or that, then you are absolutely allowed to. That is why I love Hitless. I love seeing everyone's different approaches and everyone's personalized runs.
Yeah, it's great. There's not a Hitless, like, there's not a leaderboard for, you know, 2-player 1 controller no hit. So there's not like a normalized rule set beyond don't get hit, right? And so as long as they're not getting hit, then
There's no correct way to do a Hitless run other than not getting hit.
Also, I will say, Hidden Body by no means makes this run easy. It just makes it a little easier on these running sections.
We love a good iframe or two while we're opening a door.
And the main difference here is if they weren't using Hidden Body, they would have just thrown a skull or two for that section, and it would have worked out pretty much the same way. I do like them taking out the giant here. It's kind of a funny strat. Tries to squish you like your little annoying bug.
You're like on top of the refrigerator. He can't see. He's looking for the bill that he put up there 2 months ago.
And this is another one of those strats
You can only
where,
really
like,
see the top of his head.
yeah. Yeah, like, technically you could just run past him and, like, dodge his attacks or something like that, but this is just... It just takes another risk out of the run to do it this way.
And thankfully, this is a pretty large target, but there was yet another use of that free aiming a throwable to aggro this enemy. So
Oh, yeah.
the mastery of the camera in this run cannot be stressed enough.
Also, I think this strat is harder than it looks, because these, like, dust clouds can sometimes have some weirdly lingering hitboxes. One more hit.
Yeah, I
here.
got hit many times to this giant. I started running past it.
That's what I did too, yeah. So yeah, taking out the giant, no problem. Oh, it's so nice to not have to deal with the enemy aggro.
And it opens them up to grab this ring down here. This is a fantastic ring. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the one that enhances your attack when your HP is at maximum volume.
Yep, that's right, yeah. Lloyd's sword ring.
Beautifully with Flynn's ring.
Yeah, it's great. Because, yeah, the damage addition is multiplicative as well. So it's not just,
I know this sounds
15%
nerdy,
plus 10.
One of the best parts of the Hitless run is putting certain things on, taking them off, and looking at the damage and doing math and seeing just how much more or how much less a certain ring or a certain buff gives you. You'll never
That
have
is so
more fun
true,
doing
yeah.
math.
Yeah, it is really funny how much these runs end up like feeling like schoolwork sometimes, but like schoolwork that you kind of want to do, right?
Before you know it, you've got 30 pages of notes, you've got a Google Doc, and you're like,
That's so real. But yeah, there really is so much experimentation with like, oh, okay, I have Flynn's ring now. You know, maybe this boss takes 6 hits instead of 7, and it's like that much, you know, faster. It's that much less risky, or, you know, that much more optimal. And so there's a lot of, you know, you might wonder like, why do they stop at this much dexterity, or why do they, you know, pump their stamina here? And it's all labbed out.
every roll, every step, even if it looks like, they just stood there for no reason. There was a reason.
This is going to look really random, but
Yep.
there is a reason for this.
Speaking of those random things, I brought that up at a perfect time.
You absolutely did, yeah. Do you want to explain what just happened there?
No, you got it. You have to know more about the Dark
okay.
Souls 3 run than I do.
Sure, okay. So, yes, they opened a door. They went up an elevator. They climbed a ladder. They walked across a little like catwalk thing, and then they immediately boned back to Firelink Shrine. And the reason they did that is because doing that specific, you know, sequence of navigation and then boning away makes it so that Patches comes back to Firelink Shrine. It's literally just by entering a certain part of Cathedral that triggers this next event to happen. But yeah, they're going to do some other random looking stuff. They're going to come to this elevator. They're going to ride it up a little bit and then immediately bone back again.
Yeah, the one you just explained, I had to look that up earlier because I thought, did they forget something? And then they didn't buy anything, and I thought, okay, no, that was definitely intentional, and I just don't know what it was.
Yeah, all of it just to move Patches to this spot right here. And the reason they do this is because he sells infinite alluring skulls, which is very, very handy for a lot of different sections of this run, actually.
This next boss in particular, you should need 6, I believe, but 7 is always safe. You always want to have an extra 2 if you can of any kind of item in a hitless run. But those alluring skulls are, they really have their moment to shine in this next boss fight.
They really do, yeah. This fight, I will say, for me personally, again, you know, very, very, very personal run here. But for me personally, I think this fight is the most demoralizing to lose a no-hit run to.
Oh, I can completely understand that.
And of course, we're talking about the Deacons of the Deep, the Pope Squad, whatever else you want to call them. Bunch of nerds.
Once you guys see the strategy for this fight, you will see what me and Josh mean about you wouldn't be able to not be mad at yourself for losing here. It just simply would frustrate you. But as we said earlier, the slogan of all challenge running in general really is, well, that's never happened before. So
Yeah.
let's hope for the regular RNG and not any of that, anything strange. But this is a fun script.
So yeah, very first thing they do is just throw a skull, because thankfully this is one of the few bosses that is affected by alluring skulls. Oh my gosh. One of them immediately casting the shockwave there. The strat is so funny. I love this strat. Okay, they are just getting out of there because did not like what the Deacons were
Unfortunate,
doing.
he was quite close to the wall there, but thankfully those skulls, they'll move anywhere you're throwing those.
Oh wow, okay. Deacon spawning right under them, which does have a hitbox, by the way, if you're a little unlucky. So a lot of what they're doing here, the reason that they're throwing the skulls at the big coffin in the middle of the arena here is because it guarantees that all of the deacons are going to be facing away from you. And that none of the fireballs are going to be pointed at you. Okay, they did not like what they were seeing here, so they are just going to
that was
reset the fight.
I shouldn't have mentioned the bad RNG. I shouldn't have mentioned it because that was probably exactly the worst thing that could have happened. Other than thankfully though, they held it together and.
So I'm imagining that they did not want to get body blocked by 5 deacons as the archdeacon was spawning.
That was quite unfortunate. Especially when you see, hopefully, this next one, it goes exactly how it's supposed to. Once you see the vision, you'll see just how scary that first one was. They got stuck not only once, but I think twice on them, which is terrifying.
Thankfully, they do have this, supply of infinite alluring skulls.
Like I said, though, the real precious resource in a hitless run, eventually, you got to think about your money. You can sacrifice a level here and there sometimes, typically, but it's never ideal to waste your resources.
So yeah, they are gonna quick step through the muck here again, and you might think that they just have infinite tries at this because of the fact that they have bones, and even after bones they have the dark sign. But yeah, they would eventually run out of money for alluring skulls, for weapon buffs, and not to mention the fact that every time they're quick stepping through this mud, they're actually going past enemies, and so there's technically some risk there as well.
All right, this time they're going to behave, and
Yeah.
y'all will see it as swimmingly as it can go.
So they throw the first skull, and you'll notice they didn't just run in, but there were those 2 fireballs that were crossing paths, and if they had run in, they would have been hit. So okay, there's 2. Three deacons down. Once they get 5 down, then the archdeacon will spawn. There's 4.
All right, nice.
And so now the main deal is they want to keep all the small deacons away from the archdeacon. And then there are a ton of different things going on in this part of the fight. They just barely outspaced an attack from the archdeacon there, who doesn't get affected by skulls. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening there, and they executed it extremely well.
Yeah, that was actually another scary one. The last one spawning a bit to the side there meant that they didn't have their time to get to the phase 2 to start attacking. Typically, they don't have to wait at all. As soon as the main one spawns on the floor, you can kill them. But they had to be a little patient there. So that was very well played. I'm glad that they not only decided to bone out of there, but to take their time.
Yeah, and that's definitely another great example of how, a typically not scary enemy or boss becomes a lot more scary as there are many different enemies in a room, because there's just so many different things that can happen with the RNG. So it's just so much less predictable overall.
You would be shocked how many times a hitless run depends completely on if a guy shuffled too far to the left or too far to the right. It's the tiniest positional things can just totally kill a run.
Okay, here we are at one of the scarier running sections in the run, which, admittedly is a lot less scary when you do have hidden body, but still, if you get too close to one of these enemies and they happen to detect you, this section can go wrong really quickly, especially with these fire witches. So it looks very mellow as they just kind of like scoot by everybody running through here. They're none the wiser, but it definitely can be scary. But yeah, they handled that very well.
And one of the things about something like Hidden Body is you still have to execute it and be perfectly familiar with just how long it's going to last. Because as you see, they may be casting it before it's running out again, but they have to, or they know the next enemy that they happen upon will see them. Things like it'll run out before they get there. So really managing your stamina and knowing how long you have, how many times you're going to have to hide your body is very important.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the fact that there are a few enemies, like just seemingly random enemies. There are a few of them that behave totally differently with Hidden Body compared to, like, they don't just flat out ignore you. They may just see right through it, or they'll just attack in a random direction. Hidden Body can cause some weirdness for sure, and you have to be familiar with all those niche situations.
When you see two runners that are as talented as this, like I was saying, it easy isn't the right word, but you think, oh, I didn't know you could, run right past that enemy. And then you try and do it yourself and realize, no, you can't. And you're not sure why. And it turns out you didn't press R1 on something that felt very random, hit a corner of some building to bait somebody to the left, all kinds of these little tiny details that are just invisible to someone that didn't sit here and think, well, how can I make sure that I don't get hit here?
Yeah, exactly. Like this line here is like pretty specific as well. Something really important to note here is they do have their Steam in offline mode, so they don't have to deal with these NPC invaders, which Dark Souls 3 is the only game in the series that has this specific interaction as far as I know. But yeah, you don't really want to be dealing with NPC invaders on a run like this if you have the option not to. Earthel Dungeon is another, like, deceptively precise section here.
And I think just then was a perfect example. Their hidden body was still active, but an enemy did go for them. So like you were saying, it's not a guarantee. It doesn't trivialize the pathways.
Next up,
they still
probably
the right here quite tight because of how this enemy. Yep.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if you have the hidden body. Exactly.
Yep, exactly. That is a scripted attack. He will attack whether he sees you or not there. Okay, here probably the most important use of Spook in the entire run, I would say.
Spook outdoes itself right here.
Incredible. Just like that. One simple backstep with Spook, and they skip pretty much all of the Earthel Dungeon. Wow, they handled that really well. That's okay, so that gargoyle, okay, I will say that gargoyle extremely scary on 2-player 1 controller because they chose to strafe, but Marshall's on camera control here, yeah. So Marshall turned the camera to the right. If Shilky, well, I guess Marshall was on roll as well. Never mind. But if he had rolled as he turned the camera, obviously he would have gone right off the ledge. But since he has access, he has both of those controls on his side of the controller. It doesn't actually matter that much. But pretend it was really scary. They actually used an alluring skull for the first fireball there.
I love that use of the alluring skull. I found it so interesting that they aimed their projectile at it. I wouldn't have expected it to work in that way. So it's so cool that it does.
That's so funny.
And a great example of one of those things you wouldn't know unless you just tried. So sometimes people say, how do speedrunners or challenge runners, how do they find this kind of stuff? Accident. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's an accident.
a lot. Surprising amount of the time, it is truly just accidental.
Now this fight feels extra scary to in my hitless brain. I don't want to do menuing in the middle of any fight, especially to put on a weapon in my empty hand.
Yeah, there is a lot of scary stuff going on in this fight. It feels like kind of a novelty fight or a meme fight, but on Hitless, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. So you'll notice their positioning is extremely deliberate here. They make sure to be close. You know, whenever he's queuing up an attack, they make sure they're really close to him. And then on top of that, they have to make sure they have stamina to be able to roll whatever attack he throws out. Particularly that stomp comes out very quickly. And then the other thing with their positioning that you'll notice is they want to make sure that they're like out in the open in the center of the room here. And they want to make sure that Yorm and the player are always on equal elevation. Because if Yorm is standing on like a treasure pile, or if you're standing on a treasure pile and you use the Storm Ruler, you know, weapon art here, there is a chance that it just completely misses for no reason.
Elevation
Thankfully,
in Souls games can always be an issue, and here I could absolutely see how you would just whiff with that attack.
But thankfully, no memes on this fight. They handled it super well.
Yeah, that was extremely clean. That was, as has the rest of it been, very impressive.
Yeah, this run, it looks very like systematic. Almost like, I mean, they have every aspect of this run very well planned out. It's very cool to see. See, whoa, oh my gosh, did you see the bowls? Okay, I love that. I don't think there's any reason
That's
for them to be doing this,
fantastic.
by the way. I think it's just they're showing the bowls stacking up as they hit the the table. Oh, that's funny. Okay, here is another very scary running section, potentially. I'm not sure exactly how hidden body affects this running section, but these dogs here. These dogs are very, very scary if they aggro. There is essentially no consistent way to do that running section with the dogs aggroed onto you.
I'm glad that it wasn't just me, and they also kind of looked over their shoulder. I believe part of the stairs it lingered strangely in their camera, and I thought, oh no, what is that enemy behind them? It was just part of the statue. I'm glad they also kind of peeped behind them. I thought, oh dear, oh. Somehow the hidden body didn't work, but this
New enemy
is
just dropped.
probably the most difficult fight in this run because of the parrying.
Yeah, this was one that they booted up before they got started here. They did boot up a save file for Pontiff because the parry timing with the latency that they're dealing with can be very rough. They're gonna roll the opener here. Nice parry.
Fantastic.
And then buffing before the riposte as well.
They only engage with the one attack. There it is. The they only engage with, you know, anything that's like a charge, stuff like that, they get away from, that went very well. It was a very clean first part of that fight. Jeez.
Nice. Very well done. Got the parries, even on
Not
150
a missed
ping.
parry in sight.
Yeah, that was amazing. They are not doing, like, there is another route that they could be doing where they actually get even more upgrades for their weapon. They are not as powerful as they could be here. They're choosing to take a faster route by not upgrading their weapons more.
The efficiency of this route is astounding.
It really is. Which, you know, I can't even say I'm surprised with runners like Shilky and Marshall. They are, you know, very efficient runners, even on their own. So I'm not surprised to see that come into their 2-player 1 controller run as well. But man, that is really impressive. Because they could go down into Smoldering Lake and get a bunch of large shards and get some chunks as well. Or they could fight a couple extra bosses here. Some hard bosses, mind you. And wait to upgrade until they get these Easterner's Ashes, which they're about to pick up here. But yes, they absolutely could have done, you know, Crystal Sage, Deacons of the Deep, and Pontiff. They could have done that all at +9 and opted not to. Very nice pathing there to get past all the knights. Next up, we got Aldrich. What do y'all think about Aldrich on no hit?
After seeing many no hits of Aldrich, just practice both in runs, out of runs, doesn't look like it would be my favorite of the run.
Yeah,
looks
fair.
like it might stress me out just a little bit. But like casually, I enjoyed that fight. I thought it was a lot of fun. For Hitless, I think there's just 2 or 3 things that would scare me so much.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, one of the few bosses in this run that has a truly undodgeable attack. Though you can avoid it with like really precise positioning. Basically, long story short, this fight is really precise, which you know, when we were talking earlier about what would be uniquely difficult on a 2-player 1 controller run, I think this is going to be one of those difficult fights, I'm not going to lie, because maintaining that precise positioning for this fight is going to be tough. Unless they just you know, burst down Aldrich before Aldrich can do anything too scary. That's also a possibility here.
I'm curious to see how this goes because I watched their run that they submitted, and I'm not 100% sure that's the exact strat that they were going for. But, I mean, it did work out. I just wasn't sure if they were meant to finish the fight with a fire pot, but we'll see. And that goes to show how I was saying earlier. Sometimes you get in positions where you need an extra throwable like that, and that is a great example of a time you'll wish you had at least one extra fire pod or some kind of throwable when an enemy is just so close and you're trying to play cautiously. Throwables are your best friend.
Absolutely, yeah. It definitely, I mean, it speaks to how valuable it is to have a backup plan in these runs, you know? Like, if they had no backup plan for that first Deacons, that would have been another hit and just would have been, you know, another hit on the run, which, you know, when you're going for 0, like, that's not what you're looking for.
I could be wrong. I'd be interested to look back at their leveling. I think they may have sacrificed 1 point into I'm saying dexterity.
Lies
probably to yeah, I couldn't think of the other word for a second. But I'm pretty sure that that's usually quite safe. Thankfully, FromSoft games have like set damage. So if you do your R1 or your R2 attack, it's going to do the same amount of damage. They probably know exactly how much 1 or 2 levels would enhance or like I said, the best part of it, you always get back to doing math.
Yeah, for sure. It does look like they're not doing Aldrich just yet, which I think makes a lot of sense. You know, if they do Dancer now, then they get a ton more money. In addition to Lothric Castle access, which has a lot more upgrade materials in it. So the strat here that we're going to see them doing is sticking to Dancer's right foot. And as long as they stay on that right foot, Dancer's moveset is going to be incredibly limited in both Phase 1 and Phase 2 here. Outspace the spins, very nice.
Fantastic. I've also seen, alternatively, she can get stuck on one of the pillars. I imagine outspacing it, though, and knowing you are far enough away, that's got to feel more comforting.
Definitely. For me personally, I get really scared when she goes near the pillars.
I don't trust any Dark Souls boss near a pillar.
Exactly. But they handled that really nicely.
They did. GG's.
GG's.
Yeah, this fight is very beautiful. Someone also commented in chat, I think the design of this fight and the music and everything, the atmosphere is amazing.
Absolutely, yeah.
I adored that fight. Yeah, the sound design, her footsteps and everything, it's so well done.
Oh, Hidden Body's so much nicer than having to roll past these guys. They picked this up, for those of you that don't know where to get this, and you're like, whoa, this is the coolest spell I've ever seen. It's which is the appropriate reaction, by the way. It was off of the Golden Scroll, which they picked up in Fair and Keep before Abyss Watchers. So yeah, they're going to be picking up these Titanite chunks here in Lothric Castle as they make their way through. Lothric Castle is uniquely scary, by the way. One of the scarier sections of this run, so they are actually killing some enemies here.
They do some very cool things to clear this pathway ahead here. There's two big guys that aren't too happy to see us coming up. That I love how they take care of that. And it's funny how some running sections can feel so comfortable, and some of them are, you know, worse than a boss.
Yeah, this is, it looks fairly comfy, but honestly, I'm sweating. This is scary.
Yeah, this little area right here is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, particularly these archers. For anybody that doesn't know, all of these archers, their projectiles have no collision, and they can just go straight through walls, and they will hit you. So taking out those archers is huge. I think that's a very, very, very good idea. This archer up here is the same way. There have been times where I've run past this archer, walked into this room and picked up this soul item on the right here, and been hit during the pickup animation from one stray ballista bolt just going straight through the wall.
That's heartbreaking.
But I mean, they have a plan for that. You know, they have a workaround for that specific thing, which is just don't get aggro in the first place. I love them throwing a skull for this knight here. He has a couple of very scary attacks.
He is quick. I love this part that's coming up. It's these dragons are a lot of fun.
Okay.
Because I thought, how are they going to deal with this? And I saw and was like, no way, no way. But I mean, I feel that way about so many strats. You see, oh, how could someone possibly? And then they make it look so easy. This is a really, really cool use of the way an enemy animation works. So when hit with a fire pot, this enemy kind of freaks out there for a little bit, which gives you just enough time to go in for the kill.
That's very nice, yeah.
And then we're back to having the greatest aim ever.
No way. Are they gonna? They're gonna make it from here? They can't. No, there's no way. It's impossible. I don't believe
aiming it. And what's awesome about this is it's every other one, I believe, that can hit. It's not every single time, or if it's just so teeny tiny off, it is so easy to miss these. I watched this with my jaw on the floor.
And they hit every single one.
Yep.
Amazing.
They absolutely nailed that.
And then they have really efficient pathing here, and they save this for last. That's nice. I noticed they did not pick up Red Tearstone Ring, though.
Oh, they didn't, did they?
Which, for those unfamiliar, Red Tearstone Ring gives you plus 20% damage when you are at low HP. And a lot of no-hit runs do make use of it because it makes the fights shorter. However, it does add some overall time to the run because you have to take the time to, like, deal fall damage to yourself. But they may just be skipping that entirely. I love that firebomb strat for that other dragon. I'm stealing that.
Wasn't it amazing? I couldn't stop thinking about it after I saw it. I was like, I need to immediately get back there and try this.
I actually had never seen that before. Still learning. Pretty cool to see.
So that got them extra money. Did it also get them another upgrade drop as well? I didn't catch that. It might have.
Either.
But they are at +9 now.
Nice.
So with a +9, my guess is they are wanting to skip Phase 2 Aldrich entirely, which I think is absolutely the right move on a run like this.
Yeah, Aldrich has several moves that, not even just Phase 2, but just several moves in general that are... You'd probably live the hit in a speed run or something like that, but when you're just trying not to get hit, they can feel so frustrating to get hit by a stray, whatever, arrow, magic,
1,000 little purple projectiles.
Exactly. This is very a death by 1,000 paper cuts type of fight with the arrows and the magic.
Absolutely,
all kinds of things just stack up very, very quickly.
Yeah, that Deacon is attacking. He saw something. See, he attacked, but he's not actually aggroed. And that's where things get a little scary. Okay, they're tinkering with their ring setup here a little bit. I wonder if... Okay, they've got it all set up nicely. This is another boss, kind of like Crystal Sage, where it is possible to do too much damage. So they're most likely going to be paying very close attention to the amount of damage they've done. And you'll notice they are not like staying aggressive. They're taking their 1 or 2 hits where they can, and then they're backing up again. Because the whole thing here with phase 1 is they do not want to see, they don't want to force the boss to teleport. This is the attack they're looking for because it has the longest recovery animation out of all of Aldrich's attacks. And so during that recovery animation, they should get a bunch of hits here. And they see 0 phase 2, so GG's.
That went perfectly.
That's, I mean, there are other times also where you wait for that attack for a long time. And so they got it pretty quickly. That's exactly what you want to see on Aldrich.
Late game bosses love to, they know exactly the RNG that you're anticipating. And they're like, oh, but wouldn't it be a shame if the run was already over? Aren't you having fun? And you're like, can I please get to the last boss?
Yeah, they love to stall. Coming up on Dragon Slayer armor here. Dragon Slayer armor is another one that loves to stall as well. Hopefully we don't see any of that, but it could happen. You never know. He's got the big shield. Ooh, okay, so very like minor thing.
Interesting.
They turned up the sound effects for this fight, which if you haven't done no hit before, that's actually not random. That is a real important part of this fight and the strat that goes into it. It's specifically for phase 2, which with a +9, you know, ideally they won't see hardly any of phase 2, if any. But you gotta be prepared just in case. This is another very highly positional fight. In addition to being a positional fight, it is a fight where camera control can matter a lot as well.
I was just about to say, this is the first time they've locked on. They've been playing this one locked off because I imagine with the proximity, like you're saying, you're staying close enough to this that you can, you know, turn around pretty quickly and get a hit in. However, remember, not one person is controlling both the camera and the movement. So to be able to coordinate that and turn around at the right time is amazing.
So this is the part where the sound effects matter, because in this arena there are 2 butterflies on either side of the bridge here, and they have 3 different attacks that they can do. And each attack has a different response that you have to do to not get hit, and each attack has a different sound effect associated with it. So they're listening for these, like, we call them tiny meatballs, because you have to just run to the other end of the arena when the tiny meatballs come out. There's something different you have to do for the giant meatball, which is you have to hide behind the fountain. And then there's the laser, which you kind of just have to stand out of the way of. But you have to keep all of these things in mind while you're simultaneously keeping your camera pointed at Dragon Slayer armor and interacting with his moveset too.
And if I may add something that I also find really cool, the sound effects, you can tell if you're wearing headphones, if they come from the left or from the right, so you know from which side the attacks come, and you may have to do different things depending on which side they're coming from.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, the amount of information that you need to keep in your mind at the same time while fighting this boss is a lot.
Oh, they're doing such a good job not being greedy at all here.
Yeah, they have had to be very patient here. That was amazing.
Nice.
GG's.
They really had to listen out. Like, like y'all were saying, the volume there is not random at all. In the submitted run, I think they got lucky and only had to avoid, I believe, the laser. So to see them avoid not only, as you called them, the meatballs, but the laser too, is they definitely had to take a deep breath and just wait it out.
Yeah, I mean, they showed amazing self-control there. Probably the most... I would say this is probably the scariest running section in the game.
They do a few interesting
the Grand Archives
that I would have right here to make sure that I believe a projectile does not hit them afterwards. They kind of bait up the steps. I would have anticipated the opposite way would have been better, since this is the way they're going. But
yeah, this is a really like super old school strat, and it's very weird. Because if you bait this sage up the steps, you have to be a little careful because he can hit through the bookshelf there. But if you bait him up the steps, then he will not show up in the other positions that he can show up in Grand Archives. I think that's how that works. If my memory serves correctly, he shouldn't show up in the next 2 spots now.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, a lot of like waiting in opportune places. Because all of these like sorcerers, by the way, they also shoot little projectiles that are really difficult to avoid. But normally the sage will show up here. But because they baited it up the stairs, the sage is like, oh, I forgot where my positions are. So it just, you know, kind of just stays at the bottom of the stairs. And that's like the first really scary part done.
almost time for another white branch, everyone's favorite. Honestly, really a fan favorite.
Are we going to see the gargoyle cosplay?
You are indeed going to see the gargoyle cosplay. It is.
I'm so excited.
Silly to me. Just blends right in with these guys.
Sorry, can we talk about how, you know, they just casually mentioned that Shilky just made a 2-player 1-controller mod for this to work?
Right?
It's kind of amazing.
That is so incredible. Not only are they doing this, but they also are responsible for it being possible. Like, I don't understand how you can do these things. Much less the hitless aspect.
I know, right?
Yeah, I can also say they are both really active members of the community. And Shilky also, when he learned to program, he also programmed a lot of practice tools for the Dark Souls games that are also really good. So, you know, besides being very talented runners, they are always willing to help out the community, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Like we were saying, hitless runners, the community is just lovely. They are so ready to help each other achieve their goals.
And this is the final running section of the run here. And it's another scary one. It's another very scary one with all these hollows. Bunch of arrows flying around. Thankfully, hidden body helping out a ton here.
Yeah, those last couple nights are very scary, especially the one with the spear, I believe, has a very quick attack that can just be quite unfortunate. So That staff is working overtime today. It is such a crucial part of this run.
All right, there are several strats that they could use here for Twin Princes, and all of them are kind of scary for their own reasons. Let's see what we get here.
I love this strat.
We might be... Are we seeing some fog wall cheesing action here?
We are looping, and I am here for it because, again, this may look like it trivializes it, but it does not at all, especially wait for phase 2. It does not make this free in any way.
I actually had to stop doing this strat because I kept spacing out and just messing up the rhythm and dying.
You were like, oh, it's just this boss. How hard?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't paying attention. It happens. Especially with the more you practice, you almost lock out because you're like, oh, I've done it a million times. Now this part. Oh.
No way. Not even rolling the projectiles. This is actual no-hit strats, by the way, guys. Simply lay on the ground. My God, the aura.
I cracked up and was like, hello, Bloodborne? Did you accidentally gesture? But nope, that's I love when gestures or, that being useful in not only just the game in general, but a boss fight like this late game. For that to be such a valid strat, it's so awesome.
It's cinema. And yeah, I mean, same deal here in phase 2. If you just roll against the fog wall, they'll just do the same attack again and again. Yeah, between this strat and the strat where you just kind of stand behind them in phase 2 and they just don't aggro, this fight, it really is one of the more broken ones in this game, huh?
And I would say luckily, because they have one attack that is extremely fast. For me, I think one of the hardest attacks to dodge in this run.
Yeah, I mean, they are one of the harder fights.
And they have a lot of buggy things when you're fighting them as well. It's quite fun, quite a funny one.
Yeah, that's one I don't think I would ever feel bad cheesing that fight.
One of the harder fights, and they took a nap in the middle of it.
Yeah. Aura farming on the second to last fight in the run.
Which honestly, you have to at this point, as though playing on one half of the controller with two people is not enough aura farming. If that wasn't enough for you, the laying down, the use of gesture, oh, it's such a flex, and I love it.
So I think the reason, one of the many reasons DS3 is probably my favorite no-hit game, is because of what's coming up here, which is the final boss, Soul of Cinder. He is probably my favorite game probably my favorite boss that From Software has made, at least in a Souls game. Probably the hardest one on this run, too.
I think my favorite thing about him was I didn't expect him to be such a talented gymnast. When he pulled out that back handspring, I was floored.
He's jacked. He's just been waiting around in his arena for like 100 years.
I guess I would learn how to do a back handspring in that time as well. Yeah, exactly. He's been doing back handspring after back handspring in preparation for this.
He hasn't mastered the full back flip yet, though. He's kind of still working on that one.
The most important part of the entire boss fight, destroying the arena here. These little things, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
unironically, so important.
Yes, unironically, incredibly important to break those stumps. There's a lot of like outspacing and positioning on this fight, and if the stumps get in the way, then it's just like, oh, rip run.
You can be running in a direction and be hard stopped by one, and to react by them.
And imagine saying you lost your no-hit run to a tree stump.
What got you? Well, technically it was Soul of Cinder, but mostly it was me running directly into a wall. And it feels so frustrating when things like that happen. So
It does,
as
yeah.
silly as it can kind of look, to be like, oh, do you have to go in there and do those couple rolls? Yes. You do not want to lose your run, especially here, the very last fight. To lose to something like that I would be so mad at myself. So it makes so much sense that they prioritize those the way they do.
And you can see, like, there are some attacks that they roll for and others that they choose to outspace as well. Like, this is there's a lot going on in this fight. Like, that roll there, very precise.
I believe
get
that's only
past the,
possible at light load as well. I don't even think that that's possible at medium load. I could be wrong, but I believe that the range of that weapon, unless they perfectly outspaced, them being at light load, other than outside of Flynn's ring, is just, it's so important for so many reasons.
It is, yeah. And I mean, a lot of people will even get, like, Karthus Blood Ring so that they have a little bit more leniency on that roll. But yeah, here's phase 2. They rebuff. A lot of scary hitboxes on this phase 2, by the way. But their spacing is really good here.
Yeah, there's a perfect balance of aggression and patience that they are currently striking. That was...
They were not greedy. That's good. They could have greeted for the final hit.
They could have.
Wow. And GG's.
Incredible.
Dark Souls 3, 2-player, 1 controller in 2 hits. That's amazing.
Oh, okay. Yes.
In such an
GG's
incredible
indeed.
time, too.
Hello.
The efficiency of that run
wait, I know.
is amazing.
Yeah, that was an incredible run.
Yeah, nice job, guys.
Some mess ups at the start, but
Oh,
Let me.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe you say mess ups,
okay,
but there was some luck involved there too, with
Yeah.
Dort sticking his head in the wall.
yeah. Doesn't usually happen.
Okay. Hello.
but the hardest part of the run was clean.
Yeah.
yeah.
Very impressive. But yeah, I just wanted to say that we are really on schedule. So maybe we can all do some quick shout outs before we go to a break. So maybe, Yosh, do you want to start?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, for me, like, I've known the no hit community and, sort of like been a part of it for years at this point. And it's something that I've been really proud to be a part of. And so huge shout out to the no hit community and Team Hitless for, making Souls games so inclusive and, providing this sort of like huge range of content that we can do even years later. So that's my big shout out is to Team Hitless and the Souls community, of course.
Thank you. And yeah, Katz, do you want to say something?
I'll have to agree with Josh there. I was going to say, I don't want to shout them out by name or we'll be here all day, but everybody on Team Hitless that was a part of this, that was, set it up and reached out to everybody to commentate and do the runs. And it's just, I'm so thrilled to see the next couple runs, because the way that this team has come together to put this on and not only do this, but to work with each other, especially to do something like a hitless run on a shared controller, is so amazing. And it really speaks to how special the Souls games are.
Yeah, thanks for that. Shilky, what about you?
Yes, same as Josh, really. The shout out to the community as well as the admin team, Team Hitless admin team, and GDQ for organizing this. And thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, and thank you for participating and also for making the tool to do this amazing run, because this wouldn't have been possible, right? So super cool. And yeah, and Marshall.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out everyone, all the commentators as well, Good job, guys. Everyone in the voice.
Well, definitely go back and listen to you guys.
Yeah, go follow everyone, every runner, Shilky, Josh, Katz, everybody. And yeah, shout out the whole No Hit community as well, and GDQ as well. Thank you for letting us be a part of this.
Yeah, so all these people stream, as Marshall just said. So go follow them. They are all amazing people, amazing runners. And yeah, so after seeing this incredible run, then we have a quick break coming up. So yeah, stretch your legs, grab a snack, refill your water, do whatever you need to do, but do come back because next up we have Nightreign. See you in a few minutes, chat. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Games Done Hitless, Better Together, a one-shot special featuring Team Hitless members showcasing some of their favorite co-op Hitless games. We got a lot more amazing content in store for you, so make sure you're comfy and ready for our next run. We just saw an amazing Dark Souls 3 run, and I just also want to say, because we said that the last boss is the most amazing boss, it's also this side, my favorite boss, so you can see the arena there. But yeah, now we have coming up Elden Ring Nightreign, and I have here with me two amazing commentators, X03 and Miss Miyazaki. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
Do you want to briefly introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'll go first. Hi, everybody. My name is X03. I do hitless challenge runs in games like Nightreign. I recently completed the Soulless trilogy, which is Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Sekiro back to back to back. And I'm just so happy and excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Exy. And yeah, Miyazaki.
Hello, guys. I am Miss Miyazaki, and I have never done a hitless run in my life, but I'm here to learn the strategies, to admire the skills of the runners, and I'm just excited to be here. Thank you for having me. Good luck, runners.
Yeah, we're gonna learn a lot together, I think. So we have the runners are Eric and Jovan. So welcome in. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello. It's good.
Having us.
Thank you for having us.
We're ready for this challenge. My name is Jovan. I'm a hitless runner. I have done multiple, like around 15 runs across the Souls games. I've also done the world's first Draglord Expedition no-hit run. And yeah, I'm just really happy that I got the opportunity to bring Nightreign some love to no-hitting Nightreign, because I think this game has a lot of potential and it can be really fun to no-hit. So yeah, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Yeah, my name's Eric. I'm fairly new, really new to no-hitting, any game basically. I got inspired by my buddy Jovan here to get my first ever no-hit. It was for Elden Ring, basically my favorite Souls game. Got it like a while back, any percent. And yeah, I share this same sentiment about, no hitting this game for this event. Thank you for having us. We wanted to bring this game, I guess, to the forefront of it. We wanted to show you can no hit this game just like any other Souls game, or well, I guess this one's not so much as Souls as the rest. But yeah, putting in a lot of practice. Hopefully we don't mess this up, and yeah, let's get this run.
Yeah, sounds good. Super excited to see Nightreign here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And are we all then ready to start the run? We can proceed to
Let's go.
mute each other on Discord.
Yeah. Good luck, everybody. Ready up, Eric?
Good luck.
Let's give the countdown when you're ready up.
We mute everyone, I think, aside from Ray, right?
Yeah. Just give the countdown before you're ready up, Eric.
I'm ready. I'll give the countdown. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, it looks like they're off. I'm so excited. Let's see. It looks like Jovan is selecting Duchess, and Eric is going to be playing Iron Eye. If you're not familiar with Nightreign, you get to choose between is it 6 different characters? Oh my god.
I was trying to count as well.
I play this game.
Same. Have you done a hitless run in this game, by the way, Xi?
I have done, yeah. I did the Gaping Jaw.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
I have a really low PB on Tricep, but I was not able to get that W, so these guys will have to do it for me.
I mean, it seems like it's very stressful, and like to go against 3 dogs at the same time, just 2 players and 3 dogs, and try not to get hit. Whoa.
I know, it's really fast paced, and the thing that sets Nightreign apart from other Soulsborne games is obviously this has roguelike elements to it. Everything is random. So the starting camp that they've just finished clearing, the item drops, the enemies, everything.
Oh my god.
Random.
Did you see that Jovan just got a really good talisman?
Really good talisman right from the start.
Wow.
That's really nice to see. So one thing that they've done to sort of mitigate the randomness of this run is they've chosen the Rotted Woods Shifting Earth event, and that drastically limits the RNG of the map, the world itself. So there's only, I think, 5 different versions of the Rotted Woods map, and none of them, crucially, none of them have trolls at the center castle. So they were telling us before we started today that was a huge strategy for this run.
Yeah, it's gonna be
avoid that.
Crucibles, yeah, Crucibles, no trolls. All my homies hate trolls.
I actually don't mind trolls as an Iron Eye main. I really, I don't hate them.
Oh, okay. See, I mean, I don't know, I can't stand them.
They're really bad. Other than with Iron Eye.
The crossfire that they do, oof, that's just rough. Sometimes it can turn your run into a nightmare.
Yeah. Now they've come completely into this fort, which is not something that I ever did on my hitless attempts, because this fort is full of archers that can see you and snipe you before you even have a second to react.
Yeah, it's actually a crazy strat if you think about it. Oof.
Yeah, it looks like they're making use of Duchess's invisibility ability, which does give them some stealth benefits. And I think they came in here to get Stone Sword keys, because I do believe they are running Everjails.
Yeah, they have
Everjail
relics.
But still, this is scary to me. This this strategy.
Yeah, especially like when you can see like a lot of projectiles like kind of like trying to hit you, whether it's arrows or something mages do. Here, a lot of arrows. Okay, they're almost done with it.
Yeah, they cleaned it up really nice. Good
wow,
guys.
Nice.
All right, so these boss rewards are random. They're going to be choosing not just for the weapon, but for the passive perks as well. They're just checking all of these consumable items for anything that might be useful along the way. And then, of course, they're going to want Holy for Tricephalos themselves.
Yeah, hopefully the RNG will be on their side and will give them a lot of options for holy weapons.
Yeah, you can definitely find relics that enable you to start out with Holy.
Oh yeah.
But another strategy is just to hunt for it.
Yeah. I mean, I just had like quite a few cursed runs where you're really like trying to get a weapon like that the Night Lord would be weak to, and you never get what you want. You never get even like one weapon, but it's like a really, really cursed run. I mean, maybe like it has happened to some people too, I'm pretty sure, but when it happens, I really hate it. I really hope that that's not gonna be the case for the runners. I mean, interesting, wait, there was like a weapon with the lightning here. that Eric has.
Alright, let's see what the first average ale offers. It is Godskin Apostle. Not too bad.
Yeah,
Gonna be
it's
sort of
good.
splitting the aggro between the two of them, just keeping their distance.
What was that?
Bad.
Did you see it? Like the way he just threw fireball to the side, not directly at Eric. That was kind of funny.
He seems a little confused.
He's like, I don't know who I should hit. Did you see it? It just happened again. Wow. Maybe that's the strat?
Yeah, I think by dividing his attention like this, they're keeping him from really aggroing to either player.
Yeah.
It's really smart. Playing co-op can sometimes be more difficult than playing alone because the boss aggro can be really unpredictable. Like 1 minute the boss is locked onto you, and then the next minute they just completely turn around and aggro to your partner.
It's just funny that he was like trying to shoot something like in between the players.
All right, I wonder if we will see them go into a mine to get the smithing stone upgrade. That was always my priority on day one.
Looks like they're going into the castle at the moment. Not sure.
Hitting this bush for extra runes. I call that the greed bush. Alright, it does look like they're going into the castle, and they have banished knights.
Oh, that's not crucibles. Whoa. Okay, means less runes.
I'm not gonna lie, banished knights were my favorite as Iron Eye.
Well, I mean, they're not as dangerous as crucibles, I would imagine.
Yeah, they're kind of easier to manage when you're alone.
On the other hand, it's less runes, so,
Yeah, maybe that greed bush is gonna be important. Oh, that's a little scary.
wow. Amazing.
Rushing up on those crossbow guys, a little.
Oh yeah, that was
bold.
scary. Oof. Okay, still no hits, let's go.
Nicely done, guys. Anything's better than trolls.
It's so
They
true.
eliminated trolls by choosing the rot woods as their shifting earth.
Okay, what is Johan doing? Is he running, staves like, sorceries.
Yeah, I think that's a smart choice because range is really strong and Duchess
A lot of
upgraded,
damage.
Intelligence for
Scaling, yeah.
spell. And this was my strategy for Banished Knights as well, to just cheese them from across this opening. Glad to see the professionals utilizing the very same strategy I discovered.
Nice.
Alright, just picking off this last knight.
That's so funny that he's not even like trying to protect himself with the shield. He's like, okay, shoot
There's
me.
no defense. He's just gonna mighty shot him in the face.
Wow.
Oh no, and is that Stars of Ruin?
Oh, this spell is very powerful. Actually, it's really nice for rezzing your teammates as well. Not that the runners are gonna go down. I'm just saying
today.
No, I'm just saying it's from my experience being rezzed by this spell specifically. Yeah, but we will not see that for sure.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me how hitless routing changes what you look for and where you go on these expeditions, because like you don't hit any churches on a hitless run, you don't pick up any defensive items. It's
I mean, what's the point if the point is not to get hit?
It's kind of nice that it simplifies routing through the map a little bit.
For sure. For sure. Okay. Trying to figure out where to go.
What did we mark?
Okay. Another Everjail or... It's closing now. The circle is closing. The night side is
having
coming.
a moment of indecision. Where do we go next? Do we clear the rest of the castle, or do we move on? This is a really fast-paced game. You have to make those decisions really quick.
I mean, they're doing pretty well so far. Level 9 for night 1.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
is good.
level 9 is amazing for day 1. So they've split up to get a talisman and a sorcery rise.
The talisman was not so good, however. Just lightning buff. So what's in the rise? The rise sometimes drops a tally as well. Oh, there we go. Spell FP cost, alright. Improved sorceries. Another tally for the Duchess, for Jovan. Let's go.
Does anyone do hitless on depths? Is a great question. I have not seen it.
That sounds insane to me.
That
to do it on depths.
Nightreign is kind of new to Team Hitless. We are talking about adding it as an official Team Hitless game. But not a lot of people have done hitless runs in this game. We would love to see more. These two runners are,
actually,
are pioneers.
Yeah, if I may ask a quick question, like how difficult is to deal with all the randomness in Nightreign? Because I think that's what sounds really scary to me.
Well, you can limit it significantly with the Shifting Earth event. That's the strategy these runners are using today. That's the strategy I used for my hitless expedition. I actually reduced the RNG even further by just resetting until I got the exact seed I wanted out of the 5 options for the Shifting Earth. They can't do that for the event, so they had to prepare all 5. But there are things you can do. That said, I think a full any percent in this game where you actually roll the credits would be very difficult and daunting, because you'd be dealing with just compounding RNG after RNG on every expedition. Someone will do it, though. I have no doubt. In this community, somebody's going to do it.
So
yeah,
true.
Definitely. Thanks, Lexi.
Yeah, it's
Waiting
definitely
on
like
one boss.
Yeah, but it's definitely like the point with reducing RNG and choosing the Shifting Earth. It's only available in regular runs. Like if you do deep runs or like deep of night runs, that's going to be a problem. Like you probably need to learn like every single map and every single seed, right? Like in order to perform there well. Because you can't choose a map there. You can't choose a Shifting Earth.
Oh, that's right.
In the deep of night.
Completely random. Yeah. They've got Bell-Bearing Hunter.
Oof. Actually, that's my favorite.
Yeah, like, for this boss, this is actually my preferred boss, Night 1 boss as well, because he's pretty manageable from range. And it looks like
Oh
this
my God.
invisibility is just making it so that he does not see Duchess at all.
That's amazing. He was just aura farming,
That's his favorite.
walking towards the Iron Eye. And again, he really hates Iron Eye. He kind of doesn't care about Duchess that much, but that's awesome.
All right, nicely done, guys. I never want to say anything until the boss is dead.
GG. No, that was good.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that was good. Okay, so that was level 9. Now we're level 10.
So on day 2 here, they will have to go into the rotted woods.
Mm-hmm.
But let's.
Are they going to take the power?
I think they're going to have to take the power. Otherwise, they're just going to be rotting the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wouldn't be convenient. Okay.
Just waiting for the night to clear. Just to preserve that damageless as well as hitless.
Right, but so their status bar is going to be building up, right? Like the rod buildup. So they need to make sure to hit the power or like get the power before they get minus HP from the rot, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can stay damageless in the rot woods. I would think that would be very difficult.
Actually, now I have a lot of questions for them, for the runners, why they chose that. Like, I don't know, that sounds kind of stressful.
I was surprised by it too.
Yeah, I think they know what they're doing, but wow, for me, it's crazy, honestly.
All right, another sort of manageable Everjail boss.
Mm-hmm.
The ones you don't want to see, in my opinion, on a hitless run are the Beastly Brigade or the Farah Missoula gang.
Oh yeah,
because it's just
too many.
A lot of guys to manage, and some of them have projectiles.
Mm-hmm. Too many for sure.
But just one guy like this. No.
Easy runes. Let's go.
Right. Wisely looking before they leap.
Is this Makar there? Yeah.
Looks like Makar.
They're like, nah,
they're not gonna
we're good. Yeah, probably not today.
No, going straight to the other jail.
Iron Eye still doesn't have any tallies. Oh my god. What?
Oh, look at that.
Okay. They shared it. Yeah, they shared the tallies. Oh,
that's
so
what
cute.
friendship is all about.
Let's go. Okay, this should be okay as well, I think. Staggered. Okay, let's go. Ult.
Oh my goodness, they just shredding this boss.
That's insane damage.
Really good damage.
Oof, wow. Impressive.
Nicely done, runners.
Are they going to the Great Church now, or?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure where they are headed.
It does look like there is a Great Church in the way. Okay, no, not. Cave?
One more jail?
Jail? Yeah, actually, yeah, they're heading there. It looks like.
It looks like they've prioritized that over weapon upgrades. Because they're both running blue weapons still.
Interesting. Okay. no, 3 people.
Banished Knights.
Oh, it shouldn't be too bad, right? It's just Banished Knights. But 3.
It can go either way with these guys. Sometimes I like to run away and let them completely de-aggro and then go straight back in and pull them one by one.
Yeah, like forgettable, you can clear.
Kind of hanging back.
Okay, yeah, at least they don't do any like range attacks, right?
Yeah, no, they have a distance closing attack, but I don't think they have any projectiles. So as long as you are far away. Ooh, the little guys, though, trying to sneak in, that's always a little bit scary. You have
oh god, yeah.
Of all of the extra enemies everywhere.
Oof. I don't know, like, how one can even, like, do a hitless run on Nightreign, because there is, like, so much going on all the time and so fast-paced. I probably would never, so shout out to you, Exy.
No, you can do it. Anybody can do hitless runs. It's really just practice, because although it seems random, if you practice the different maps, they are the same every time. It's like you can reduce the unpredictability a surprising amount. A surprising amount, even in a game like this. It's not truly random.
I mean,
and that makes it a lot less scary, I would say.
I mean, kind of does, but it's still scary.
I mean, hitless runs are always scary, but
yeah,
you
that
can
never
do
really
it.
goes away.
If you want to, you can do it. Yeah. I like to encourage everyone to try.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe one day. Okay.
Everybody try hitless, okay? That's your homework.
Whoa. Not like that.
Try a hitless run.
I mean, I'm still working on a challenge run there, but not hitless yet. But maybe like after I complete rune level 1 and no shadow in Elden Ring, then maybe like I'll try to do no hit. Not sure about Nightreign though, because like seriously, it's so fast paced. Maybe like starting with Elden Ring is a better idea, and then trying Nightreign. What would you say?
Oh my goodness, they're so different. These are like completely opposite hitless runs. Because Nightreign is very fast-paced and sort of random, but it's very short. Whereas Elden Ring is very predictable. You can make it really cozy, but it's very long.
Very long.
Your typical end% can be 2.5 hours or more, versus a nice 40-minute Nightreign expedition. So
yeah,
basically the opposite. Basically the polar opposites. All right, they are finally getting their weapon upgrades. I was worried.
Yay, let's go. Okay, so we do have Holy Bow. We still have sorceries. Sorceries should still be doing good damage like to doggos, right?
I think so. I think that Stars of Ruin looks good.
Okay, going into the rotted wood. Or, yeah. Okay, so let's see how it's gonna go about like rot status right now. I'm nervous. Oh wow, not a good tally again.
Yeah, in my experience, they never give you 2 good talismans. If you get 1 good one, that's a good run. Getting 2 is just...
getting 2 is definitely like a god roll, but that has happened to me too. So it can happen, but yeah, you might be right, it doesn't happen very often.
Alright, they're eating up these rot branches on the way to the, what do we call this? The power. And they knew exactly where it was going to be.
Yay, let's go. Okay, so they didn't get rotted.
Yeah,
Still no
damageless.
hit.
Very nice.
Still damageless. Tier 3 avatar. Easy money.
Ooh, that was a little scary.
Oh yeah. They got this.
Yeah, these guys are pretty chill, except for the one ranged attack that they can do is really nasty.
Like the golden projectiles that you were talking about?
Yep. Here it comes.
Yeah, there we go. But it's also like not that bad. It's easy to dodge. Just sprint.
Yeah, just sprint, but hope you don't run into any terrain or,
Oh yeah.
you know, run out of stamina. It's probably the scariest thing this guy can do, though.
Oh, why does it make me so nervous? I feel like the slam might be scarier. GG.
So both of these Nightfarers that they've chosen have really good iframes. Duchess has her double dodge, and Iron Eye has Mark, which has a large number of iframes. So I think these are the two best Nightfarers for Hitless Run.
Yeah, really nice choices, for sure. Okay, trying to decide where to go now.
Yeah, they don't want to take any unnecessary risks, but they probably want as many more levels as they can get. The max in this game is 15, so they're looking pretty good.
Well, the bugs can be scary too, because they can shoot, I believe. Okay.
Yeah, all it takes is one enemy with a projectile that you didn't see to ruin your Hitless run.
Do you remember those bugs that look like shrimps? I am scared of those because those projectiles are gonna track you.
Yeah, those guys are really scary, and they are all over this Rot Woods.
Ooh. Nasty. Well, hopefully they're going to avoid those spots where those guys are at. I mean, at least that's what I'm expecting, because I don't think they would want to deal with them.
Yeah, there's one. Maybe just avoid that camp. The Kindred of Rot, yeah. That's what they're called. But I like little shrimp guys.
Are they done? Are they done for the night?
They might just be waiting for the end of the day. I think this is the safe move, to not greed and try to kill any more.
So they would be just level 13. I feel like they might get level 14 by the end of the night too.
Yeah, I don't see if they have any foul feed or any rune boosting items. But I think 14 would be fine. They have strong weapons.
Should be enough. Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the day to be over. Okay, nice. Actually, while we're still waiting, I would like to ask you, what was your first no-hit run? Like, in what game?
It was Elden Ring.
Oh, okay.
It was Elden Ring. That was my very first hitless run.
Nice. How did you decide to even try that?
Oh my goodness. I was watching a lot of Twitch streamer Dinos Sindguile doing like a very accomplished hitless runner. and he put out a guide for how to do Hitless run in Elden Ring. And I had done like no leveling challenges before, but I never thought I could do a Hitless run. But this guide really made it seem manageable, you know, learnable. Mm-hmm. Oh, these pages are so dangerous. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, with the crossbows. Oof. And they're so
scary.
fast.
Oh my god.
Nah, they got this. It's fine. It's okay. It should be good. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay. Very scary, but nicely handled.
The other guys, they're just slow, so it should be fine. There is still a perfumer.
Yeah, the perfumer can be dangerous too.
True.
But they seem to have gotten
nice.
covered.
The frostbite was really nice there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
so shout out all the Hitless runners that make guides, because I would not be here without that.
Wow. What?
That was some good
Holy damage. Wow. Insane.
And now they should be able to just split the other two between them.
Okay, nice crit.
Yeah, really nice. Slicer, another really strong weapon.
I'm not sure what that spell is called because I never run sorceries, but it's kind of like they call it like a shotgun. What is that spell?
What is that one called? Like Crystal Barrage?
Probably not sure, but I'm surprised that Jovan is not running that one.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like that spell got a nerf kind of recently, but I could be wrong.
Maybe.
It's always a tragedy for Hitless runs when they nerf your favorite like strong spell or weapon.
True.
It happens when you're running like a fairly recent game. You can always end up losing your favorite.
That's true. I just remembered, like, at one period of time, there were so many duchesses.
Shattering Crystal.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, yeah.
Thank
I just
you.
remember there were so many people running, like, duchesses with Shattering Crystal. Had to read that, too. Yeah.
Oh, very nicely done.
GG. Okay, so we're almost at Night Lord now.
All right, we got affinity power and we got ice sprinting. These are some good-looking builds they made. I feel good about this. You don't always get good drops in Nightreign, so you have to work with what you got. They're level 14. But I think they picked up some good passives and things.
Okay, they shared some Exalted Flesh for extra damage buff.
All right. Soon we'll be fighting the Night Lord, and it'll be 2-on-3, which is almost fair.
Almost. They got this.
Yeah, I believe in them.
Well, it's still 1. It's good. It's good. When 3, it will be a little bit scary, I think. But while it's still 1, it's all good. It's okay.
Yeah, this is as the first Night Lord, you would think that this would be the easiest. But this boss really does have some nasty things it can hit you with.
True, I feel like this one, for example, when he's throwing the blade, that's a little scary.
Yeah, that can be hard to dodge. This move where he splits into 3, that can just hit you. Even if you think you're far away from it, the fireballs can zoom past you.
Okay. Duchess ult is so good right now for this situation
it's
while they're
great.
split. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, such a good
Clutch
move.
ult, because now they can't see.
Okay, now they can. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, here they come.
Okay, so he does the Eric is doing the surge sprint. Oh, the frost sprint, and it's also like dealing damage to the doggo as he runs away.
Yeah, that's a nice perk, definitely.
Oh. Okay. Nice. Okay.
Okay, 3 dogs.
Back to 1.
1.
Oof. Oh. Wow, nice dodge there with the mark. Oh no. Oh no, that's scary.
That's so scary.
Wait, what happened? Why did he do it to the side?
Probably because it has trouble deciding who to with 2 players.
That's so funny. Again,
That
the
just
same
means
thing.
both players have to be prepared to dodge because it could be
Yeah.
shift aggro to you instantly.
Yeah, but that's something that we saw at the very beginning of the expedition, where the Godskin Apostle was doing the same thing, throwing the fireball to the side. But yeah, it definitely can be scary.
Okay, not quite enough damage to kill before the second split, so they're gonna be
Okay.
running away again.
Oh my god, all aggro on Iron Eye. Okay, oh my god, wow, that was so close.
Really close. He's got the double mark relic,
Which is really nice, yeah.
is really clutch because it gives you more escapability. That's a word, right?
Escapability. I think it's the word, yeah. Even if it's not, let's pretend that it is. Yes, let's go. Back to 1.
Together.
It feels a little safer.
Definitely better dealing.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Wow. Beautiful dodges there with the wall, the arena wall.
GG, let's go! Hitless,
Wow.
done!
Very well
Yay!
done, guys. That was a
Insane.
beautiful.
Holy, I was so nervous when I saw the fog wall there. I was like,
Me
no
too.
way.
Oh my
I
God, I
would
thought
be
it was over.
panicking like crazy. I am telling you.
Absolutely. These are
GG's
professionals.
runners.
Well done. Well done.
Let's go. Wow.
I can't wait to hear what they thought of that expedition.
Whew. Oh
Is it time
yeah.
to unmute?
Yeah.
Unmute.
Yeah, GG's everybody, GG's.
GG's, guys, that was fantastic.
Welcome, runners.
Let's
GG.
freaking go.
Nice, GG's. Impressive.
Thank you. This it was a lot of work to put all of this together.
Really well done. The hard work really paid off.
Yeah. It got
This was
scary.
really, really good to see. So
It got funny with
we have
me
a
like
few minutes
couple of
for
times. Yeah.
Yeah, that last few hits on Gladius with the arena wall there.
Dude, oh my
Really
god. I
scary.
was it got scary. Like I'm so glad he aimed the other way entirely. I was ready to like dodge. I was ready to like hit my skill along the wall towards him to like hopefully dodge it, but thankfully I didn't have to deal with that.
That was
Nicely
so
handled.
scary. Wow. Yeah, no, that was so cool. I was like, oh my god.
Thank you.
I was nervous. GG's, guys.
GG's, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for commenting. I know I have one thing to say. I think this is proof that Nightreign should definitely be added to Team Hitless. We've been pushing this, and hopefully this.
We've got a couple of runs to be grandfathered, hopefully. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We're kind of hoping,
including this one.
I agree.
My boy Oven has been wanting his first ever, world's first to be, like Here's a little tag under his name, you know? So, yeah.
But yeah, you played really well, Eric. I was more of a cheerleader in that Gladius fight, but you know.
Dude, the fact that you're just there to take some aggro is all I need of you. So, like, you did great. You did great. You basically, you carry, like, the map, and then I have to take care of the boss. So it's a fairly joint effort.
That's teamwork, you guys.
Yeah. You guys both did well. It was so great to watch. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
I mean, you know, better together, hitless, you know.
Yeah.
Yay!
Event, you know?
Exactly.
Beautiful example.
And this is actually a game
teamwork.
built to play with other people, right? So this is super cool.
Yep.
You don't need like no seamless, no shenanigans to like to make this happen. It's like by the game's design, here's a no-hit run. Like technically it's a no-hit and a no damage run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that you avoided the damage too.
Yeah. It was a
Well
thing because we thought about like what would constitute as the no-hit rules for this game, and we thought if we can avoid the rot from the forest, we may as well do that. So like it's a clean, no hit, no damage run.
Yeah. Also the storm,
Also the storm, yeah.
Yeah, some of that stuff is considered environmental, so it doesn't count as a hit, but if you want to do a no damage run, obviously you have to avoid all sources of damage.
Yeah.
So well done.
Thank you.
We didn't hear
well done. So
I'm finally free from this. I've been wanting to like get through this thing for some time now.
Oh.
It's like it's all on
so we
my
have
mind
a few minutes for
Yeah.
Sorry. We have a few minutes for shoutouts, so maybe we can do that before going into the break. So we can start with the commentators. Exi, do you want to say something?
Oh my god, I'm not prepared. Well, I just want to say thank you to Team Hitless and Games Done Quick, and thank you to all the runners. This was just incredible to be a part of. I really appreciate being included. Please, everybody, follow everybody. It's a great community, and I hope that everybody here, if you've ever been curious about doing a Hitless run, I hope you will do one. Join the Team Hitless Discord and pick your favorite game and join us.
Yay. Okay, Miss Miyazaki, what about you?
Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this event. This is my first time. I really enjoyed it here. Shout out to my co-commentator, XZ. Shout out to our host. Also to the runners, Eric and Johan. Thank you guys for providing us with this amazing show. Like, your gameplay was really entertaining to watch. Thank you so much. As you guys already heard before from XZ, your homework is to become a hitless runner. No, that's it. Including me and the host and everyone here. Okay, thank you.
You can go first, Jovan.
Okay, Eric, what about you?
I want to let Jovan go first.
Okay. First, thank you, Eric. First, I would of course like to thank Team Hitless and GDQ for giving me this opportunity. I've, started doing no hits maybe like 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, and here I am doing like a bigger scale event. So thank you. Would also like to shout out the commentators. They were amazing. Exi and Miss Miyazaki. We didn't hear the commentary, but it was amazing. Would also like to shout out my boy Eric. And one more shout out before I give it over to Eric. I would like to shout out my YouTube channel, Souls280, trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. Hopefully this gameplay helps a little bit with that. And Eric. And once again, thank you so much for everybody.
Go follow.
And Eric.
Thanks, man. First off, shout out to GDQ. Always been a fan of the whole event and speedrunning. I've done some speedrunning before myself. Shout out to Team Hitless. It's kind of it's honestly like a moral honor of sorts to be part of Team Hitless, and like doing this in a joint collaboration event like this, it's really awesome. I couldn't imagine being this lucky. Shout out to the commentators, Eggsy and Miss Miyazaki. Thank you for being here. Shout out to all the people that helped make this thing possible. And of course, shout out to my boy Jovan, for whom I wouldn't have been here, because like he was the one to sign up and he asked me, and I'm just lucky. And I guess last but not least, shout out to, if you've ever heard of them, Only Waifu on YouTube, thanks to whom I was blessed with the opportunity to even meet Jovan on his Discord while looking for people to play with this game, like in the first, what was it, month?
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. This was great. This was awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and we are also blessed with your gameplay, so thank you so much, and with, of course, the amazing commentary. It was really, really, really nice to have all of you. So we are taking now a short break before our next run. And while we are on the break, I actually would love Chad to answer a question, because we've been talking about it. So for those who have never done a Hitless run before, do you think you would like to attempt one? Let's talk about it during the break and prepare for our next run, which will be The Binding of Isaac. See you soon, Chad. Welcome back, everybody. You are watching Games Done Hitless, Better Together. This event is a collaboration between Games Done Quick and Team Hitless to showcase co-op runs. I am your host, Faladrin, and I am part of Team Hitless. If you are not familiar with us, we are an international community of gamers who share a common goal: to complete a game without taking a single hit or taking any damage. And we were just talking about randomness and unpredictability during our last run, which was in Nightreign. And very fittingly, now we have The Binding of Isaac coming up next, which is a roguelike game where RNG is a very important element. So let's see how this is handled. I have here with me Ryan from Canada as a commentator. Welcome in, Ryan. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, fella. Thank you. How are you?
Do you want to say something about yourself?
Yeah, so I am I'm a fellow Team Hitless admin. I am also a Binding of Isaac runner and verifier. I have over 20 Binding of Isaac Hitless runs under my belt, and yeah, I just love this game. It's an all-time favorite of mine, so I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And as runners, we have Gon and Mikey. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello there.
I am Gon, or Gon_UT, and I am a verifier of The Binding of Isaac, and also a runner on Team Hitless. I have done I have played with every character no hit runs, and I verify a lot of runs and watch a lot of the community of Isaac. That I think it's a pretty cool no hit game because there is so much replayability, and it's one of my favorite games. And I'm here with Mikey, who is a really great co-op partner.
Yeah, and also a moderator from the Spanish community of No Hit. And sometimes I help making other hitless events. Like
yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Eurocup No Hit.
Cool. So, do you want to start the game? Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Yes.
Sounds good. So let's take a few minutes then to meet each other.
Okay.
And when everyone is ready, then we can start the game.
All good here. Abby?
Okay. Yeah, we are starting in a countdown of 10. Well, so, or, yeah, 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we go.
1. Go.
Alrighty. So, Binding of Isaac. This is, as Fala said, this is a roguelike. Obviously, one of the key defining parts of roguelikes is the randomness, the RNG, and this game is particularly heavy with it. So, run to run is the runs you'll see on this game are very different. Gone just enabled infinite HP. This is because the characters that they're both using, they don't really have health. They each have a shield that they can use, but just in case things go wrong, we don't want to completely lose the run. So that's why he just enabled the infinite health there. Let's speak a little bit about the characters that they're using. So Gone is playing the Tainted Lost, the little one, the red one with the spider web on his head. This character is probably like the quote-unquote meta character for the Binding of Isaac because he starts off with a damage multiplier, so he starts off a lot stronger than the rest of the characters, and he also has a really cool passive where basically all health items are taken out of the pool. So it basically condenses all the item pools. Ooh, that's a really rough, it's an interesting pickup, we'll say. And then the other character, the blue one that Mikey's playing, is the Normal Lost. So this character is very similar, except he has the ability to reroll items. So that item that he just picked up out of that secret room there is called Vanishing Twin. And what that does is every time they go into a boss fight, it's going to double the boss. So they're going to have to fight 2 bosses each time, which is not standard, but they're also going to get double the reward. So it's a very snowbally item, but it can be a little bit scary.
Yeah, that sounds very scary, especially for a Hitless run, right?
Especially in Hitless run. Normally, they would have rolled that, but under the map there, you can see a little question mark icon, which is one of the elements of this game. Every time you start a floor, you have the chance to basically get a curse, and they receive Curse of the Blind, so they can't actually see the items that they're picking up off the pedestals, and so they got that particular item, which, you know, like I said, it's a little bit snowbally. It can be good, but it's definitely not a good first item. Not what they wanted to see.
Yeah, hopefully they will get good rewards to compensate for that.
Well, that's what they're hoping for, yeah. Lots of damage, lots of DPS of some kind. So that room that they just cleared out, like, those spiders are so deceptively difficult to deal with, like, especially when you're starting off, but like, if you don't know their range of their, like, aggro range, they can feel very random. Especially, the Haunt is a really, really rough draw to start with. So if they can get out of this without getting hit, like, that's going to be very impressive. This is notoriously one of the hardest, like, first floor bosses at the best of times. Yeah, so there's a hit there. Unfortunate. I'm not super surprised. Those little ghosts are very, very difficult to deal with. There's another hit. Yeah, that's a hard one. They send out those little ghosts that kind of chase you around. Yeah, like I said, and this is the Vanishing Twin. It's hard enough fighting just one of them with, like, base damage, but trying to fight 2 of them is pretty rough. So, they at least get them synced up so they can. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. So the items are random, but also the bosses that show up are also random.
The bosses are random. The map layouts are random. Basically, every part of the game is random, except for, like, a couple bosses. There's another hit. Oh, wow. So yeah, that's kind of a rough draw for sure. But we'll go ahead. We'll keep it going and kind of see what they can do. They both got a nice little damage upgrade, a fire rate upgrade from that boss. So it's not too bad. They definitely want to see some really high damage. They want to be able to basically go into these rooms and kind of erase them before they really have a chance to take damage. Similar to what you'd see in, like, a Souls game where they want to kind of, like, quote unquote script the rooms by basically not giving the enemies a chance to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
I guess the most difficult part is the beginning, right? Then once you become strong enough, then
Exactly.
You have
Yeah,
higher
it can be.
chances of scripting fights.
It can be really hard to get out of the first couple of floors of these hitless runs because of just that. Because when you're just playing like normal, like Tainted Lost, like he's not too bad. He has pretty good like base damage that he can carry himself with. But yeah, when you have the co-op runs going and you got different like the enemies aggroing differently, and yeah, the Vanishing Twin is just such a bad first item. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just reset the run, to be honest. They were very early, but you know, they'll keep it going and it's going to make for an interesting run.
I guess for an event, usually we don't do that, but this is the kind of scenario that you would have restarted then, right?
100%, yeah. If I saw that and I was just like grinding a run offline, like I'm restarting every time. So that's a nice little find. They ooh, that's kind of a scary one. That's a damage upgrade, this guillotine. They rolled it into homing tiers, which is incredible. The guillotine's a damage up, but it also changes the way your head, it like kind of floats around your body. So it can throw off, like your hitbox doesn't technically change, but it feels like it changes. It can be really hard to get used to.
I see, that's interesting.
Yeah, so there's about like 800 different items in this game, and they all kind of work together, which is something that's really cool about the Binding of Isaac. This is a pretty easy boss. At the worst of times, it's a pretty easy boss. So they get a nice little damage upgrade there. So they're gonna go into this devil room and see what they get. This is not the greatest. They'll probably re-roll this, if I had to guess. Yeah. So that dice that he has up in the top corner, it will re-roll the items on the floor, but it also has a chance to just make the item disappear. So if they don't care about the item anyway, they're gonna try and re-roll it for something better. That's
yeah, that makes sense. Actually, we had a question in chat that is also interesting. Like, is there a strat in co-op run who picks up the item? Like, do you spread them? Do you stack them? How do you deal with them?
Yeah, they're likely going to try and stack them, just because they still need both people to survive. And some items can work really well with others and not work really well with like different items. So it just kind of depends on like what they find. Like some items can kind of ruin synergies a little bit, and sometimes it'll enhance it. So it really just depends. There's no way, unfortunately. So I want to talk about this specific floor that they're on down for. This is a floor that's specific to the newest version of the game, Repentance. And this is kind of like the alternate harder path. That's an amazing item that's in the shop there, that 15-cent item. They're going to definitely try and get that. Well, maybe they're not. It's really good on non-hitless runs, but it's not. Like, yeah, it doesn't actually do too much from here. Sorry, got 17 different thoughts in my head right now. But yeah, so they're gonna have to go through this downpour, and they're gonna have to do like kind of some different tasks in order to progress on this run. So on this one, they're gonna have to go in. You saw a mirror room that they were in earlier in the top left corner of this floor. They're gonna have to go in there and basically do this. Oh, there's a hit, unfortunately. They're gonna have to do this floor twice, and it's gonna be a mirror copy. So they're gonna go through. They're gonna get double the rewards for everything, and they're gonna find half of a knife, and that's gonna be something that's required to progress through the rest of this path to get to the ending that they are trying to achieve. So yeah, they're gonna try and roll this, and hopefully they're gonna be looking for death certificate or sacred orb, or there's a few really good items in the secret room pool. Magic mushroom, or not magic mushroom, mega mushroom. That's a pretty good draw on downpour. This guy can be a little bit scary, but especially doubled up. Yeah, there's another hit. Yeah, that Vanishing Twin, that makes it hard for sure. Sorry, were you gonna ask something, fella?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask about the ending actually. So what's the difference so for chat, like I guess you already realized, but I've never seen this game before, especially not a hitless run. So what is the difference between the ending that they are trying to achieve and let's say the regular one? Or if there is a regular one, I don't even know.
Yeah, so there's like an any percent, which is kind of just like the quickest way to end the run, as most runs. This one in particular, they're going through an alternate harder floor. So this downpour that they're on right now, there's just much harder enemies. They're going to be going through a section called the mines, which is, and then a couple other like kind of alternate floors, and they're all just way harder than your kind of standard path that you would take. And that's going to lead to quite a difficult boss at the end, which is going to be really impressive. By the time they get to the boss, they should be pretty strong. To make it not too much of a problem, but it is very bullet heavy, I guess. Is the best way to put that.
Yeah, I see.
So it'll be interesting. Yeah. So, like I said, they're fighting this boss. Ooh, I wonder if that was a little bit of lag because Mikey didn't move too much there, but yeah, another hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I must say, when I see these kind of games, it's really amazing to me that people do hitless runs in these games. I mean, of course, now they have to also live with the RNG that they are getting, which is not the greatest. But in general, even with good RNG, I find this amazing.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it's tough. You're at the whim of the RNG, I guess. The mercy of the RNG, whether you get something good or not. You can make the kind of quote unquote bad runs work still, but yeah, it's tough. And one thing, like I said, that's really hard is just like at the enemy aggro, like where they're going to be sending out like bullets. Are they gonna, if they're close together, then it can be really hard to see who's gonna take the aggro there. Yeah. So you see there's a door there, looks like it's kind of boarded up. That is continuing on that alternate path that they want to go. They can skip one floor of that and then get back onto the alt path at the end of this floor. So this is just a little bit of an easier path right now, it makes sense. Their builds are okay. Definitely not kind of where they want to be at this point, but it serves. So on each floor, there's an item room, there's a shop, and there's 2 secret rooms. Those are like kind of the guaranteed, and there's usually some sort of special. So they're always going to want to try and hit those item rooms to get as strong as they can. Wow, there's some really good dodging from God. He weaved about 7 bullets. Very impressive. Like Goat Hoof is nice. It gives them a little bit of extra passive speed. Yeah, something that's really cool about this, and I'll just kind of, as they're just clearing out this this floor, it won't be too much to talk about here, probably. So the Binding of Isaac Repentance is the newest kind of version of this game. And something that's really cool about it is that it's based on a fan-made mod of the game that was released in 2016. And the developer of this game loved it so much. He thought it was so well done. And it kind of kept true to his style, and like he figured it was kind of something he could have made, right? He actually hired the people that made the mod to go work for him and implement it into the game itself. So they basically, they trimmed out a few things here. Yeah, it's really, really neat. So they trimmed out some stuff here and there. For the most part, added it. Like the final boss is the same. Collecting like the knife pieces is the same. All that stuff is like directly from that super popular fan.
That is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I think this should happen more often, actually, because some people, like you can tell, some people invest a lot of time into making mods, and I wish that it would be rewarded like this somehow, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it really just like depends on the company too, like whether or not they're kind of invested in their own like community modding scene. Like there's some companies out there who are vehemently against the modding communities, and then you got people like this who are like, yeah, this is great. Like I wanna add this to my game. I'm upset that I didn't think of this first, kind of thing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how many hours do you got in the Binding of Isaac? They are asking you. That's a good question, right?
A lot. I have probably between like different consoles and Steam, probably over 2,000 at this point. a lot of hours in this game. I've been playing this since the release in like 2014. So there's another hit, unfortunately, there. Their runs are getting like, they're pretty strong, but that room right there shows how it can still be really difficult in this game. Like, they can walk in and just evaporate a room, but there's so many enemies that will explode or like send out tears when they die. It can be really difficult still and really, really easy to take hits. So I have lost runs in the late game that would kill the end game bosses in half a second, but I died at the most menial room because the enemy exploded as soon as I walk in. Those ones always feel particularly bad.
Yeah, I think that also make these kind of games like very different to the games we were seeing before, right? There are so many things flying around. You have to take so many things into account at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Is like Souls games, like doing a Hitless run in a Souls game is incredibly difficult. You have to like memorize so many different things, but with a game like this, it's more about like, can you adapt? Can you do these quick little bursts of like intensity over and over and over again? Whereas like a Souls game, like Elden Ring, for example, like, and please don't get me wrong when I'm saying this, like I have the most utmost respect for people who can do that, but like you can ride around on torrent for 10 minutes kind of thing. Pretty risk-free.
Yeah,
there's not too much of that
for most bosses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. For most bosses, if you practice enough, you kind of know what they will do. But here, I guess you kind of need to develop that, way of understanding how the projectiles travel and how to dodge them, and when things pop up on the screen, how to react quickly to them.
Yeah, and it is the same for this too. I mean, there's only like when you have an unholy amount of hours like I do, like you have seen pretty much every room. You've seen all the enemies inside and out. All the bosses. So even though it is random, like you still know exactly how to react to every single one. But
yeah, and do you play with positioning of the enemies?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like especially like on the first one, like I was saying with the spiders, like you really want to like kind of bait those out properly, like bait out their aggro, and yeah, just kind of you have to know what you're doing with those, or they will kill every single run. And the spiders are probably the enemy that people, when they start off playing this game, I know also like for me, those are the hardest things to deal with. Impossible. Like no one knows how to deal with these things, is what it feels like, right? But as you learn, as you die to them over and over, you start to learn like their aggro range, when they're gonna like kind of run at you. Yeah. And it gets very manageable, like it. So Humbling Bundle, it's nice. It's a nice little item. It's gonna basically just solve all of their resources issues. It's gonna double up any keys and bombs that they find on the ground, so they won't really have to worry about not having keys, not having bombs. Joker's really nice. That's a free teleport to the Devil Room. They've gone to a few of those just to get some nice powerful items. Which, playing as a Lost, they get to have those for free, which is really nice. Normally on other characters, you have to give away some of your maximum health. But with a Lost, you just get to choose one, and you get it for free. This is a challenge room, so he just took... there we go. So that was cool. So he collected 3 trinkets. That's Mikey, I believe, or 3 trinkets, 3 syringes. And he just got a transformation. It said Roid Rage, and then it said Spun. So there's these transformations in the game, and you collect a certain number of like item types. So 3 syringes, 3 different like mushroom items will give you some sort of like additional bonus. So the Spun in particular is a good one. It gives you a little bit of extra damage and I believe speed. So that was a nice find there. And then they use their teleport card to get out of that challenge room. So just to avoid, they basically got to steal that item for free. It was nice. These ghosts are not too bad. I find this particular floor is quite difficult, especially on hitless runs. I just find there's a lot of exploding enemies, a lot of enemies that will break into tears here. It can just be a little bit tough. And you can see that their map is like covered up. That's another one of those curses that I was talking about. It's Curse of the Lost. They have to kind of like mentally map out the floor a little bit as they're going. It's just kind of an inconvenience more than anything. But they're going to get their second knife piece here. We'll see that coming up probably pretty soon. So this looks like right here. So there's a dark room. These just randomly happen. The lights go out. Yeah, see, and that right there. So those enemies are just throwing spikes from across the room. They're a little bit RNG, the path that those spikes take. So they can be like a little bit tricky to dodge at the best of times, let alone when you can't see them coming from off screen. So a little bit frustrating for sure, but yeah, there's another hit, unfortunately. So they're gonna go get the second knife piece. As you can see on the left side of the screen, all their stats just plummeted. And what this area here does is it reduces you to your base stats. So they're gonna go into this little maze. It doesn't really seem like anything's going on. The first time you come here, you don't really know what's happening. And then you get presented with a knife piece too. And then this is the chase sequence. So in this particular case, it's not too bad because they both have flying. But they're gonna like bait that thing. That thing's gonna charge and chase them for the entire duration of this scene, of this sequence. Like I said, they have flying, so they don't really have to do the little like kind of puzzles that are built into this area. So this will be pretty quick.
That
Normally,
thing flies really fast, so if they wouldn't be flying, I don't know how they would do this.
yeah. So, and another thing, like it looks really big on the screen, but it only actually has about a 1-tile hitbox, so it's a little bit deceptive and not nearly as intimidating as it originally looks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But when they're doing it like with multiplayer, if they had to actually try and like dodge that, it'd be a little bit tricky because it'd be kind of hard to tell which one it's actually aggroing onto. Yeah, there's another boss fight here. We'll see who this is. There's some scary bosses on this floor. This guy can be a little bit tough because he just like sends out explosions. He can send those spiky rocks flying at you. Yeah, he can land on top of you like that. There's a couple hits in there, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure where we're at for the hit count, if we want to kind of keep going.
Yeah, I think we can stop counting, right?
Yeah. So there, they went through that door. This continued. This locks them into the alternate path to get to the mother that they were looking for. This is probably the hardest 2 floors of this run. The enemies here are very quick. They send out fire. Sometimes they move based on whether or not you're firing your tiers. It can be a really tricky floor to deal with. So we'll see how they get going. And to be clear, there's been a couple hits for sure, but like their builds are pretty average for what you'd want to see at this point in the game for actually knocking out a hitless run. So they're actually they're doing quite well. And there's input lag. There's a lot of things that make it hard. I mean, you can see what's happening on screen. Like, there's a lot to deal with there. Yeah, so I definitely want to run to that red button that just kills everything in the room instead of dealing with it. These guys will actually deflect your tiers back at you if you hit them from the front. So here, this room, you can see this is like a messy room. You can see the bed's kind of like tattered looking. The rug on the floor is a little beat up on the sides. If everything looks really neat and tidy and like fresh and clean, they can actually bomb the middle of that and go into like a cool crawl space for a little bonus area, which is cool.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, if they were to bomb that one, it would just take them to the next floor, which they don't really want to do because they want to fight the boss. They want to get some extra items, get as strong as they can for that final fight. It's a tricky one for sure. So they're always searching for these secret rooms. The secret rooms have some, like I said before, some of the really, really strong items in the pool. Each like different room type has its own item pool, so they really want to. They're really trying to like kind of optimize where they spend those rerolls. Oh yeah, see those eyes that are floating around. They only move when you're firing your tears. So you're trying to dodge those other enemies. You're trying to kill them while also reacting to the enemies that are moving based on you attacking. It's very hard. There's a lot happening in those rooms.
I swear I don't understand anything that's going on. There is so much on the screen all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
There's nice little
so many
damage.
projectiles coming and going,
Yes.
explosions.
You're gonna love the final boss.
I'm scared now.
Yeah, not a lot of room for error on that final fight. We'll see how they manage with that.
So what's your favorite run in this game? Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. This is a really cool run that I've only done one hitless run in because it's really hard. I really like the Mega Satan run. I find the Mega Satan fight at the end very, very fun. It's not the hardest one out there, but it's probably my favorite.
Cool.
And basically that just kind of takes you to not a little bit further past like where the 80% would normally. It takes you kind of one floor further and it lets you fight an extra boss. The boss of this floor is a basically amped up version of a boss that you would find on the normal kind of any percent route, but like just way harder. Way more bullets, everything's faster, more explosions, just everything turned up to 10. So that's a great example of one of those rooms that is just like, you know, your run can be as amazing as possible, but if you don't react in time, that thing's coming straight at you within half a second of you entering the room, right? So like you have to be able to like react and like recognize basically all these different room things. You have to, damage means nothing when it's just a spiky block flying at your forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's clean this up. This should be almost to the boss now. Another couple rooms. Oh, and locked in the corner.
So this is also a relatively fast run as well.
It's going pretty quick.
So intense all the time.
Yeah, for sure. And some of the challenges are like quite quick as well. But again, everything's just it's every room is intense in this game for the most part. Like it's just these quick bursts of intensity over and over and over and over again. So it's definitely an interesting
it feels
game.
Like you need to be like at 100% kind of all the time, right?
For the most part, yeah. Now you can take a break. If they weren't trying to kind of do this like somewhat quick, obviously this isn't a speed run, but like if they're trying to do this a little bit quick, they could go back and they could like farm out more rerolls on certain items. They could really kind of try and optimize a little bit more. So even like a really fast run could go longer just based on that stuff. That was pretty nicely handled.
Yeah,
that's a tough fight. So those two knife pieces they put together, cut open this door, which locks them into the final room, or they'll be going on to the last two floors, which is the corpse. All right, they have the heart right here. This one looks harder than it is. Someone has shielded tears. Yeah, they have shielded tears. So every time, yeah, so that actually negates that fight quite well.
What happened there?
Yeah, so normally that heart's going to be shooting bullets all over the screen, but they have shield tears, which whenever his tears collide with those bullets, they basically negate each other. So that's a pretty good a pretty good pick for some of these late game bosses. Yeah, this floor is like, I would say, easier than the last two that they just did, which is nice. I think that this one, like, there's obviously some tough parts of it, but in general, I found if I got to this floor, then I'd be pretty comfortable finishing out the run. But that mausoleum, the last couple floors are just really, really, really difficult. You're not killing everything in half a second. So they're always blowing up those keepers, those dead guys that are in the secret room. Sometimes they can drop like an item, so they want to get an item pedestal in that room so they can start re-rolling it and trying to get through the item pool and find those really strong, powerful items. But yeah, there's a great example of those exploding enemies. You can walk into a room and just take a hit immediately if you kill them too fast. So. The host hats.
Yeah, so being too strong sometimes, then it's not so good then. If you have too much damage, then...
Yeah, it can definitely be detrimental. I think anyone who's run the game has definitely lost runs to that, to killing things too quickly. So that guy, that's a great example there, that enemy. It can be really hard to tell who he's aggroed onto because he just jumps off screen and then lands on one of you guys. There's a small shadow, but you really have to pay attention, and it happens really quick, so it can be really, really easy to get hit by him, especially in co-op. It's consistent in single player, but yeah. So this boss...
Yeah, I think a lot of bosses become super difficult when you're two people.
100%. Yeah. This guy's hard at the best of times. I always have trouble with this fight, especially when there's two of them.
Oh man!
And they killed him pretty quick. Their builds are pretty okay at this point in the run, and the shielded tears really negated a lot of the danger because it broke up a lot of the tears that he was sending out. But it can be pretty tricky for sure. This is the last floor. They're gonna just kind of run through here, and then they're gonna get to Mother. If you're wondering why the boss is Mother, well, I'm not gonna go through the lore because it's really dark. But I would recommend you just kind of look up the lore of the Binding of Isaac kind of afterwards, because the game is interesting in that it touches on a lot of very heavy themes that, like, most video games, like, that kind of look like this. You know, it's interesting. Anyway, that's all I'll say about that. The themes are heavy. So.
That is actually very interesting. Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Maybe I will go look it up.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. The Binding of Isaac lore is a mess. Yeah, for sure. Not too much danger here. I'm gonna try and find one more secret room. Hopefully try and pull something out for the last tail end of the run, but not looking like it. Yeah, this would have been a very different run had they not got that Vanishing Twin as their very first item.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate, actually.
Very unfortunate first item, but... So that was a trinket that they just left on the ground. It gives you extra shot speed. It's not really super beneficial, so they have like an active item slot and then a trinket slot. They can only hold one trinket unless they get something that would allow them to hold more, but what they have is that. So, yeah. All right, they're going into this final fight. Just watch. This is a spectacle of a fight. So, okay, so he threw a Chaos card, which basically immediately kills the first phase. But you see, there's a lot going on. A lot of stuff to dodge here. And those wiggly shots are actually quite a bit easier than they first appear to be. You can kind of just wiggle back and forth left and right, and you'll perfectly dodge in and out of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like I just think that I would need to focus on them, and then I wouldn't hit the boss.
Yeah. So this is super clean mother fight. Definitely not the damage that they wanted at this point, but they definitely wanted to kill it a little bit quicker. But they're dodging it beautifully.
Yeah, they're doing a great job.
Now this one, it just kind of rotates, and it's over. So GG's.
GG's.
That's a tough run. That is a tough
fight.
run. Yeah, super clean mother fight. So big GG's to them. Yeah, it is. It's a tough one.
Okay, so I think we can unmute everyone now. Bring the runners back in here.
Unmuted. Welcome back.
I'm unmuted. Hello. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm scared.
Yeah, so that was a very tough run. Ryan was explaining to us that one of the first items you got made the run extremely difficult.
Yes, the first item was really tough to watch. I just took it because it was a secret item and it could be fun, but it ended up being making things very complicated.
It's just about as bad of a first item as you could ask for. So.
But we did a good mother fight at least.
Yeah, super clean mother fight.
Yeah, the mother fight was amazing.
Well done on that, GG's.
GG's on that. Yeah, it was super cool to see.
Thanks.
So I have a question for you guys. Like, how is it running this game co-op make the game different from solo? What is the let's say the easiest, or how does it make it easier, and how does it make it harder?
Okay, so in co-op you can have 2 active items, 2 trinkets, and 2 consumables. So you have double the resources as in single player. So you can have like a lot of good resource items, and you can have both a resource active item and an active item for combat. And also the items on the boss, you get both. You get two items instead of 1. So you have to be very mindful of who takes which items, because normally in co-op, what we usually do is one is the DPS and the other is the support. Sometimes both can be like DPS, but normally one of us gets all the damage, because damage is multiplicative most of the time because of all the multiplicative damage.
Like it is mostly the damage and the other apports utility.
Yeah, because you have 2 items you can support with the dice or a card spawner or something like that.
And
that is
being
really
a
cool.
bullet hell means double the chances of getting hit.
Yeah, that is true.
That is also true. Yeah, we were also talking about boss aggro during the run, like how that also makes it difficult when you cannot predict who the boss is aggro to.
Yeah, that is the hardest part of co-op, because you don't know which boss, like where the boss targets. You only know it's either you or your partner. You cannot know who it is until it's over.
Yeah, that sounds difficult. Okay, so before we get ready to go on a break, we have some time also to do some shout-outs. So, Ryan, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. So I just wanted to give a couple shout-outs. So big shout-out to you, Faladrin and Pigeon, for leading the organization of this event on the Hitless side. I wanted to give a big shout-out, obviously, to GDQ for giving us this opportunity to collaborate. It was amazing. I love GDQ. So really happy to be a part of it. And then, of course, a huge shout out to the Hitless community for just being an amazing, welcoming, and kind community. Just full of amazing people, super, super wholesome. Definitely join the Discord if you're interested at all in the runs.
Yeah, thank you. Gon, what about you?
I'm very happy to be in an event like this, and I also think the No Hit community is really cool to be around because we help each other a lot, especially in Isaac with all the items. We have to know how all the other players play, so it's a really good cooperative experience. And in co-op, Isaac has one of the most fun cooperative modes.
Yeah, that looked a lot of fun, actually. Thank you for joining us. And Mikey, do you want to say some things?
He's happy to be part of being a runner instead of organize an event for once.
True. But yeah, then go follow all these amazing people. They all stream as well. And yeah, I also actually wanted to do some shout outs myself because this is the last segment that I'm hosting. So from next time on, Kelp will be the host. She's also an amazing person, an amazing part of the organizer team and of the admin teams in Team Hitless, so she will take over. So yeah, before going to a break, I wanted to thank Pigeon for helping me organize this event, X03, who made all the posters and arts that we've been posting in all the announcements, so thank you so much for that. All the people that helped organize the event, Ryan is here, Mike is here. We have a lot of people also working behind the scenes, helping moderate chat, counting hits, and doing a lot of other things before, the organization, so thank you so much. I wanted to thank the commentators and of course the runners. Like without you guys, this would not be possible. And yeah, I also wanted to thank my partner that always helps me out when I have events and cooks for me. So thank you so much for making sure that I can eat when an event is running. And yeah, and a special thank you, of course, to Games Done Quake. So not only for this amazing opportunity, but also for all the support that you've provided us in this event and also in past events. And it's always a pleasure to work together. So I'm really, really happy to be here. I'm happy that we were able to do this and, happy to share all these cool runs with you. So thank you all for everyone joining as well on stream. And with that, we will be taking a wellness break before the next run. So go stretch your legs, get some water, also get some food maybe. And once you've done everything you want to do, we'll see you back in a few minutes for our next run, which is Resident Evil 2. See you, chat.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Games Done Hitless, a Team Hitless collaboration with Games Done Quick. My name is Kelp, and I am an admin and an event organizer for Team Hitless, and I'm going to be taking over for the second half of our event. Before we get back to our schedule, I wanted to remind you that Summer Games Done Quick 2026 will be live in Minneapolis from July 5th to 11th. Visit gdq.gg to learn more or register for the event. Stay tuned for the schedule coming out on May 1st. Our Better Together event continues with Resident Evil 2 Remake. Our two runners are going to be running simultaneously to get the true ending. I want to go ahead and introduce you to our wonderful talent. We've got two commentators commentating with us today, Joseph Sticks Davis, who works with me on our event organizer team, and Lucy Lover. Welcome in, you guys.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you take a minute to introduce yourselves? Let the stream know kind of what you're all about and where to find you and what challenges you've done. And
well, Lucy, how would you like to start us off?
It should just be a mic and OBS.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
It'll take him 5 seconds to tell you. It'll take him a sec because he'll listen on stream.
No.
There we go. We're good.
Sorry, I didn't change anything at all there. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys heard me there at all. Did you? No, sorry. Yeah, my name is Lucy Lover, and I am just I stream on Twitch, and I have too much time in RE2 Remake. I have nearly 5,000 hours in it, speedrunning the game. So,
oh wow,
yeah. So, I'm not too. I'd be pretty knowledgeable in the speedrun kind of side of it, but I'd be somewhat knowledgeable, kind of giving commentary on what the guys are going to do today. So, I'm just looking to. I'm just really excited to see what these guys can do. So I know they're very talented at the game. So yeah.
Wow, that is a healthy chunk of change in speedrunning. What's your favorite category?
Whenever someone asks me that, I always just kind of cynically say I hate all the categories equally. So, but generally, I'm a Leon guy. That's not to say I don't like the Claire run. I think there's a lot of nuance with the mechanics in Claire, but Leon is very kind of streamlined, and the prison is very, very exciting. I find doing it without a flashbang. So, but yeah.
Nice.
And we have two extremely accomplished runners running these games for us today. Do you guys want to take a minute to introduce yourselves before we get started?
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in just because I can say that I got into no damage running Resident Evil from watching way too many of Carsey's videos. I used to put Carsey's channel on to go to sleep every night, so I've watched hundreds and hundreds of hours to the point where if Carsey starts talking to me, I start to feel a little bit sleepy just because I've fallen asleep to his videos so many times. But I've done no damage multiple times in events, and I'm glad to be back doing it again.
Well, apparently I have that effect on people sometimes, but hey, that's okay. That's okay. If that is the value that people get out of watching my videos, I'm a-okay with that. You know, but it's even better. You know, it's even better if you're awake and paying attention. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Apache. I guess I'll just segue into a little bit about me. So, hi everyone. My name is Carsey. I have been speedrunning and doing challenge runs for the last, as of this month, it's probably been about 20 years now. And lately, mostly, I just do like no damage runs, just mostly like no damage walkthroughs. This is like one of the few games that I actually bothered to do like no save, no damage pretty regularly. I was last on GDQ main channel 4 years ago, did a run of Claire first hardcore on the main stage at GDQ, got the run, and just gonna do a little Claire second. Apache's gonna do Leon first, you know, so that's the true ending thing going on here.
Amazing. Well, let's get to it. If you all are ready, we can count you down.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right. Let's say 3, 2, 1, and off to the races.
All right, very good. Wait, is that start?
Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah,
Start,
go ahead. Start.
Go.
Yeah,
Oh, geez. What a countdown.
Run, start. Timer's going.
Joseph and Lucy, you guys are the experts, so I'm gonna ask a simple question, and I'm gonna let you take it from here. So you said that we are running Leon first, Claire second. For the Resident Evil novices like myself, can you explain what that means and what it means that contributes to the true ending?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Lucy, would you like to take this one?
Sure, yeah. So basically when you start off Resident Evil 2 Remake, and this goes for the original as well, you get a choice of playing as either Leon or Claire in the beginning. So the first time you play the game, it's going to be the A scenario, depending, you know, even if you pick Leon or Claire, it'll always be the A scenario. And when you finish the game, then you will unlock the B scenario, which is basically saying, it shows you basically what the other character experienced simultaneously while you played it the first time. Kind of confusing, but it's a really, really cool kind of... It just adds variety to game modes, and for example, I'm watching Carsey right now. He's playing Claire B, so she's going to be in slightly different. She's going to be in different areas to Apache's run. It's going to be different situations, different ammo, different puzzles. So you know, the first time you play the game, it's kind of easier, but because the B scenario is aware that you've played the game before, so it's going to try and add a bit more RNG. I know on the standard difficulty, now this challenge is going to be hardcore, but on standard, the DA actually starts off slightly higher than on the B scenario to the A scenario, and DA is difficulty adjustment. So what that is the game knows if you're playing good and if you're playing bad, so it'll try and control that experience for you. So yeah, basically Leon A and Claire B are pretty much totally different modes.
And to clear up any, potential confusion, because they tend to be used interchangeably. When somebody says Leon First or Leon A, those are the same things in Resident Evil 2 Remake. They were referred to as A and B scenarios in the original. They're technically referred to as first and second runs in the remake, but they've been used interchangeably enough that if we say, hey, Claire B, that means second. If we say A, that means first. And you'll notice that they started off in different positions, like Lucy said, very different modes. Leon starts at the gas station, Claire second starts at the back of the RPD, and that intro as Claire, or in second run specifically, really, really tough because we have all those enemies, very little ammo, and a hand grenade, and their placement is pretty RNG, so you have to get a little, not completely lucky, but you got to get a little lucky with their placement because you're kind of at the mercy of that hand grenade clearing you a path. Otherwise, you've got to do some manipulation or you got to get some leg stuns and run because there's a group of zombies in that courtyard and they're ready and waiting for you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking at Apache here. He's getting through the what the speedrunners call the shutter area, and it's fairly standard. I mean, the run doesn't really get going for the Leon First scenario pretty much until now. So we call this area RPD1. So there's RPD1, RPD2, sewers, and labs. Basically 4 sections of the game. And fun fact for you here, but Claire actually runs faster than Leon if she's in caution. Now, this is a no damage run, obviously, so that's not going to pertain to this particular run. But there are some really quirky, kind of mechanical facts to this game, and it looks like things are going pretty smooth at the moment. And not to say that Carsey has a much harder job, but I would say the B scenario is generally has more RNG than the A scenario. I keep saying A and B scenario. Sorry, it's first and second. I'm thinking of the original, but it's kind of the same thing.
Yep, like I said, use interchangeably.
Yeah.
And I do find the second run, well, just in general, regardless of which character it is, you've got a much more difficult start. But comparing the two characters in the two scenarios, Leon First, I think, has the easier start, but the more difficult ending, especially the final 2 bosses. Claire, on the other hand, has the most difficult beginning, but once you get past that certain point, it's pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the thing about Claire's weapon, she has a gun here. It's a revolver. I think it's a revolver that shoots from the hip. And the thing about hardcore is that you're probably going to notice now already that you're seeing Apache and Carcinogen. They're shooting the legs of the zombies, and for some reason on hardcore, there's a higher chance of stunning a zombie if you shoot them in the legs. If it's standard, you shoot them in the head, and it's just one little pot shot, and it's easy. But it's a bit easier with that gun, I find, with Claire's gun, because it's like a fully automatic machine gun. It just fires 6 bullets. Really, yeah. It just fires so many quick bullets.
Mm-hmm. And the nice thing about her revolver there is that Oh, yeah, just like that little fan fire right there. The nice thing about her revolver there is when she goes in for that focus shot, which gives a damage boost, it refocuses in much faster than any of the other handguns.
Yeah.
So, yes, it does have a horrendously slow reload. I mean, compared to all the other handguns, it is very, very slow. But the damage output from that fast focus and that like rapid fire, like you said, almost like a machine gun, you can output a lot of damage in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. And even the bullets, another little fact about her is that the bullets that she uses is actually different to the bullets that Leon uses for his pistol as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you can test this as well with the trainer or the SRT. I think, so her bullets do, I think it's, I don't know the percentages, but you can clearly see that her gun does slightly more damage. It's not a whole, it's not a crazy amount, but it definitely adds up.
So I've actually deep dived into this game with the SRT and the damage values and the charts and all that stuff. So Leon's, his Matilda, his VP70, his starting handgun, does a base damage of 65 without any focusing. Zombies have between 500 and 1100. That's kind of their HP range. So his does 65. Claire's revolver, her second run exclusive, does 117. So it's almost double its damage.
Oh wow, really?
Mm-hmm. It's a beefy one. Leon's second run exclusive weapon, his M19, does about 91, so it's stronger than his Matilda, but it's not as strong as Claire's revolver.
Yeah, I was thinking of that weapon, yeah. That was the one I was thinking. It's a little bit closer to that one.
Speaking of Claire's weaponry, we've got probably the gun, the weapon that makes Claire's run, or how should I put this? Probably the most the one that has the most utility, the grenade launcher. We have acid rounds and we have grenade rounds. Flame rounds. Flame rounds can one-shot zombies. Flame rounds are very useful against some bosses. Oh, we're seeing a head...
Something happened there with Carsey.
We're seeing a head smack.
Forgot something maybe, did he?
Yeah, might have forgotten to pick up. I was de-rusting my Claire second run this morning. I was, getting some prep in for this. I'm like, all right, let me just refresh here. It's been a hot minute since I've run these in great detail, but let me check my notes. And I'm like, oh man, I am so mixed up here. This is, if anybody watched this, I'd be embarrassed. Acid rounds, I don't see a whole lot of no damage runners use on really anything except liquors. Which we did see one, we probably didn't even see it. I don't even think Carsey panned the camera towards it. We'll see more of those later. And a couple of the bosses. Acid rounds, they do have a use. Do you use acid rounds much in speedrunning?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Literally not at all, yeah.
Zero,
it's just,
okay.
Yeah, it's too slow. It takes too long to pick up, really, and the damage that it does is not, like, the funniest. You probably know about the knife situation with this game. It's the knife is king for boss fights.
Yes. And I'm sure we'll see both players do the knife strat. Just to mention it now, and we'll touch on it again at when somebody reaches the boss fight. In Resident Evil 2 Remake, the knife's damage, and also its durability in turn, is directly tied to your frame rate. The higher your frame rate, to a limit, till the engine's limit, the higher damage the knife outputs.
Yeah. Even on 60 FPS, like the game is pretty popular. The speedrun is pretty popular on 120 FPS, and it takes around, let's say with Leon, the best case scenario, about 15 knife slashes. It's actually possible to do it in 14, but it's like a kind of unicorn. It doesn't really happen, but 15 knife slashes on the boss on 120 FPS is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And even still on 60 FPS, it's still optimal using the knife. So that's just how good the knife is.
Yeah, the knife is a lot of fun. And, speaking of lickers, Apache just saw one. And one of the best strats that you can do against lickers in this game, if you don't want to or need to fight them, is walk. Use your nice, quiet walking feet. Lickers are blind. They're sensitive to sound. If you don't need to fight them, and then you could just walk right on by them.
They're both in the library right now, and I would say with extreme confidence as a speedrunner that the library is probably the most dangerous room in the entire game, at least in the entire RPD. Because you have 3 different zombies, and then you go through the library multiple times, and then Mr. X can be a problem too later in the game.
And I have not tried speedrunning this at all. I've watched a few speedruns of it. I've watched a little bit of it, so I'm a little familiar with it. So I'm almost, while you are the speedrunning expert here, I am pretty much a pure no damage runner for this game. Is it also like every time you run by, you move one bookshelf at a time? You have to like coordinate like which bookshelf you're going to move on this pass and which one you're going to move on the next pass?
Yeah, so basically, when you go through the library the first time in RPD1, you have to move the shelf closest to the ladder once. And that's not really a problem. But then in RPD2, you have to insert the jack handle to unlock the ability to move the rest of them. And then you have to move 2 of them at the same time. And it's just pray to the heavens, because it's RNG hell, basically. You don't know what's going to happen. There's 3 zombies that are walking around. There's a zombie we actually call Eleanor, the female zombie in the library. And trust me, like if a zombie in this game has a name in the community, it's usually for a reason,
right?
And
because they've cost a lot of runs.
Yeah.
And Joseph, there's a question in chat that I think that you would be pretty qualified to answer. We had somebody ask if this hitless category uses capped frames, and I don't know how to answer that. And you are a hitless runner for Resident Evil, so maybe you can help answer that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. There is an FPS cap for the Team Hitless rule set for Resident Evil 2 Remake. It must be capped at or below 120 FPS. Most people that I do see running this tend to run at 120 FPS, so they would be on PC, and the main reason for that is the knife strat against the bosses and the lickers that, we might see some of the licker strats, I doubt it, but we'll definitely be seeing some knife strats against bosses here. 60 FPS is going to be for your console players, which is absolutely 100% doable. We do have a lot of console players as well, so it's going to be basically 60 or 120. Haven't seen any 30 FPSs.
It looks like Apache is getting to the first boss fight of the game. G1, William Birkin.
Very nice.
Now G1 is if you're not going to use the knife, G1 is quite an interesting fight if you're going to use weapon, guns and grenades. But if he's going to be using the knife, it's going to be kind of, for anybody who hasn't seen this game or seen this particular part, it's going to be kind of funny. But I don't know if he is, because he has his grenade equipped on his hip.
Yeah, he might start by throwing a grenade before switching to the knife.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what it'll do. Both of these runners are doing, I think about what I would do, or have done, I should say, and it's like, oh, I haven't thought about doing that before. Like, the nice thing about no damage running is you have your category, you have your goal, like, hey, this difficulty, this rank, you have your parameter set. Your ultimate goal is, hey, I want to get to the end of the game not taking any damage. And it's like, great, that's our goal. Let's make it happen. So you have a lot more creativity, a lot more flexibility. When it comes to speedrunning, it's like, hey, you got to get it done as fast as you can. There is a truly optimal way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like he did take a reset, having some technical issues because these strategies are very frame dependent. Frame rate drops. Obviously, strats don't work correctly. We get some tech issues, and those are never, ever fun. If I lose a run due to a skill issue on my part, I'll take it. Like, okay, that's on me. If I lose an issue to a tech issue, that's just, I don't like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure what happened there. It looked pretty good to me. Looked like he got off to a good start and then you reset it. I'm not sure.
Hopefully we'll see that see it to completion on this turn. But the general idea is when a character has their knife out, it's in their right hand, and they swing outward. They swing from left to right. The idea is to position yourself in a way where most of the arc of the knife's swing is making contact with the enemy. Since we're running at 120 FPS, like we mentioned earlier, that the higher your frame rate, the more damage your knife is doing because it is counting a hit with every single frame rate. I mean, it's going to chew through your durability like crazy, but you are doing more damage. So if you're not careful, you're going to break your knife before you intend to. Oh, yeah. Apache's back at the... Okay, so he does like to start off with a grenade, maybe just to soften him up.
Yeah, he's shaking his head again. He seems to be having some problem. Not too sure what it is, but it looks good to me. Hey, he's knifing the legs now. Oh.
So that is a... while that is technically a hit in the terms in terms of like, hey, this would be a hitless run. The by and large more popular category for Resident Evil is just strict no damage running. So, did he take a hit? Yes, but we're not counting that because we're counting damage. He did not take any damage from that. He used a defensive item, and then he just got to work with the second knife. That is the strat for G1. Okay, he pulled out a flash grenade to finish him off. Typically, all you need are 2 knives and nothing else. But if you have some timing issues or you have some frame drops, then you might need to toss a grenade or a flash or something to help finish him off.
Yeah, exactly.
But even despite playing on a laptop, which that's. I don't know if I would have. I don't know if I'd have the patience for that. So kudos to Apache for.
Yeah.
I mean, and he cleared G1, no damage. So GG's.
Yeah. And I actually forgot to mention as well about the B scenarios that Carsey has to deal with Mr. X earlier in the game. That's a big factor. So he was kind of playing a bit of hide and seek there a little bit with Mr. X. So. Apache hasn't encountered Mr. X yet, so he will in RPD2 shortly.
Yes.
Mr. X is a real... I'm sure a lot of people know Mr. X. He's been really a kind of a famous figure in Resident Evil. So Mr. X is a stalker enemy who can't be killed. He can be stunned and manipulated here and there, but the cool thing about this game is that when you play it the first time, you go through RPD1 and there's no Mr. X. You're getting used to all of the enemies. And then when you get through, when you return to RPD, what we call RPD2, you're kind of going, I'm familiar with this area now. I have keys, I have more weaponry, I've improved, I've beaten a boss. And then out of nowhere, Mr. X shows up and it becomes difficult. And all the zombies and the lickers and the dogs, they kind of become choke points, like they're traps.
Yep.
You can kind of get sandwiched in between them. So anything can happen when Mr. X is there, and he's a really formidable challenge in RPD2.
Absolutely. And yeah, you mentioned the lickers and dogs. Let's not forget about the lickers that surprise spawn in RPD. Not just the basement, but also just the RPD itself.
Oh yeah.
This was clear before. It's fine now, right? Nope, licker.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the same strat, knife strat. And Carsey making clean short work of G1 there. Notice how Carsey does not have a weapon equipped. If you have a weapon equipped, your handgun, grenade launcher, shotgun, whatever, this is for both characters. If you have a weapon equipped, you have to holster it before you pull out your knife. If you unequip your weapon, you can pull out your knife right away. So it is faster. Is it fast enough to make a difference? If you're really tight for time, you're really trying to maximize your damage. Yes, absolutely. You want as much of an advantage as possible.
Yeah.
And I just saw a grenade strat from Apache that I haven't seen before. He just tossed a grenade in to take out the 3 dogs in the kennel, as opposed to just using the handgun or the shotgun.
I would have thought it would be better to use the handgun because the grenade deals a lot of damage. But I guess it's efficient doing that. Just throwing a grenade, it gets it all done.
Mm-hmm. Hand grenades are dogs don't have a whole lot of health to begin with. With the Matilda, it's 5 shots if none of them crit. But with the hand grenade, it's an insta. Just doesn't matter. There's boom, done.
Yeah.
Important thing.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Important thing to note about RPD1, real quick, because now we're in the basement, is if you're having some struggles with Mr. X, like you get the medallions, but you really want to go back and get the Magnum or the Mac 11, the SMG from the Stars room, but you don't want to deal with Mr. X. If you hit the elevator button after opening up the secret room, that actually despawns Mr. X. You don't have to deal with him until he moves the helicopter for you in RPD2.
And just for people probably wondering why they keep tapping aim on the stairs, that's actually a speedrun technique called stair skating. And it's not exclusive to RE2 Remake, it was actually in RE1 Remake as well. Every time you're running on the stairs, there's a slower animation for every character. So every time you just tap aim, it'll cancel that animation, and if you do it, like, depending on how long the stairs are, there's a certain timing to it. You can go up the stairs considerably faster by just tapping aim over and over again.
Mm-hmm. In Resident Evil 1 Remake, it was a wildly different mechanic. It was only worked on tank controls, could not use alternate controls, and you just, pressed forward on your D-pad and then basically mashed the run button as fast as you could.
Yeah.
And if you got your timing right, your character just froze and you just just looked like you were floating up and down stairs.
Yeah, I mean, the stair skating was wild in RE1 Remake, because you, like you said, like, it literally looked like you were gliding up and down the stairs. Like, I think there was a version of it where on the controller you could just wiggle the right thumbstick. And it was like, you probably know more than me about that. But.
I don't know if it was any controller in particular, but I know with the Steam version you can remap your right thumbstick to run, so you can just rotate your right thumbstick, 360, and that.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Much easier on the thumb and the finger.
Yeah.
We did see a cool trick from Carsey. The diamond key. I did not see Apache pick up the diamond key. That is optional for Leon in both of his scenarios. It is a required item for Claire. So she has to go into the morgue. She has to get the diamond key. If you pull out that morgue slab and you grab the diamond key, in first run, that zombie will reanimate and hop off as soon as you grab the key. In second run, he will reanimate and hop off as soon as the slab is pulled all the way out. So what you do, and this works for any character in both scenarios, is you just carefully pull it out and you line up the position of their toes of their left foot to be just over the grating. That allows you to grab the key without actually activating that zombie. Then you can just run right out. You don't have to deal with them. It's a little slow, it's a little tedious, but it sure beats having to deal with him, because there's another zombie that wakes up next to the door of the morgue. And then he walked very, very, very carefully out of the kennel, because there are 2 lickers in there. There was a 3rd licker in the hallway of the basement. A lot of stuff going on there.
And just to touch on Apache's smash there, he encountered Mr. X for the first time. He got through him there smoothly. So now Mr. X has spawned for Apache, so he has to deal with Mr. X now, which is a challenge.
And he did the speedrun strat for it, where he baits out that punch and then just runs right on by.
That's right, yeah. Very reliable.
I tried it a few times. I really need to put, some actual, more practice into it. It's on my to-do list. I'm still working. I've done all the scenarios. I've got my strats, but what I'm doing now is revisiting it to really deep dive and optimize my strats. So because I'm gonna start doing trilogy runs, and I really need to smooth the runs out so they go by faster.
Yeah. Yeah, there are other ways of getting through Mr. X, believe it or not, that are kind of a bit more advanced, but to be honest, that is just the most reliable one.
Mm-hmm.
Aiming at him just at the right distance there, and he just runs forward. That's how I do it too. Hairy situation there by Apache.
Yeah, looks like he was going to try to bait out a punch, but...
Yeah, and he didn't get baited there. So he's just doing a loop.
Yeah, the safer strat for the helicopter is just to run out to the rooftop and take a nice big circle. But that is a slower one, so obviously if you're pressed for time or a speed run, you can't take that time.
Yeah.
There was a lictor in there, and Apache did a pretty handy trick to actually not despawn the lictor. It just moves it to a different room, and it moves it into the hallway where the safety deposit room is. You walk in the room, or you walk in that western hallway, and then you run out. You wait for the music to die down, and that means the lictor has changed positions, and you are free to run to the records room. Once you're in the records room, you pick up that jack handle. That is a trigger for Mr. X. He's like, "Oh, absolutely not! I'm gonna make a beeline straight for that records room. He's coming for you."
And is that, you can actually, interesting you mentioned, just to add to what you said there, you can actually shoot the licker as well and run forward into the room where you pick up the jack handle, and he despawns on the way out too. Slightly more risky though, but it's fairly reliable too.
Yeah, there's it's like the entire concept of running this, whether you're speedrunning or no damage, it's risk, reward, balance it out.
Yeah.
What do I want to do? And Carsey took the safe strat, lured Mr. X out to the rooftop area, took him for a nice little walk in the rain, and now he's back in. And Apache's in the clock tower. Mr. X can go in almost any room. He cannot go in the STARS office, and he cannot go in any of the safe rooms, but he also cannot go in the clock tower. If he did, it would be basically game over. This room is way too tight, way too small.
It's funny how stalker enemies in the Resident Evil games don't go in certain rooms. Like, I think the most bizarre one was probably Jack Baker in RE7. Like you're telling me he can't go in the save room of his own house? Right? Like, why? Oh, sticky situation. Oh, he got grabbed by Mr. X. Oh, Apache got grabbed by Mr. X. Incredibly unlucky situation there. So he did take damage. Unfortunately, when Mr. X grabs you like that, he does do damage. Extremely unlucky.
Okay, I see. He was going for something that we have seen in that I've seen in a lot of speedruns. Well, I'm not. I think it's more applicable. I've seen a lot in Resident Evil 4 Remake speedruns is when they're trying to aim something like the rifle and they keep pause buffering to aim. That's what Apache was doing as he was coming out the door. Unfortunately, Mr. X was in the right place at the right time for Mr. X, but the wrong place at the wrong time for Apache. And he decided, he grabbed Leon and he shoved him to the ground.
Yeah. Just unlucky there. That pause strat is that kind of pause buffer strategy is a bit contentious, to say the least. It kind of became a big point of contention when RE4 Remake came out, because all the speedrunners, basically every shot, they would be pause buffering to line up every headshot with the sniper's rifle.
Yeah, I could imagine that just kills the pace.
Yeah. And Carsey is doing well though. He just seems to be breezing by here now.
I have noticed that Carsey is taking a very fiery approach. I have seen him roast so many zombies. We mentioned the library earlier, and I did see Apache do the leg stun shotgun strat, where you shoot a zombie in the leg with a handgun, stun them, and then you can just run right up to them and take them out with the shotgun, decap. And then, the nice thing about Claire's flamethrower, I wish, flame rounds is it is a one-shot against zombies. So you could just pop, fire, and forget. Just toast them, run on by. Let them be on your way.
Yeah. Yeah, the grenade launcher does a lot for the player. Once you land that shot, it does its job.
And it's also probably the best way, and one of the best ways to take out lickers. If a licker is on the ground and you can get a clean shot right to the back. You can actually one-shot a liquor with the flame round. If they're on the ceiling, if they're on the wall, or if you can't get that like nice clean shot, you can hit them with an acid round, stun them, and then hit them with a flame round, and they're done. Liquors become trivial when it comes to Claire's weaponry. You can also take them out with the spark shot. Spark shot, I don't really use much, but if I wanted to, liquor's the liquor would be a great receiver for the spark shot.
Yeah. The spark shot is surprisingly a decent weapon for the ivies in the lab. Those ivy creatures. Mm-hmm. You spark one of them to the full kind of where you charge it and then it reaches a climax and then a big explosion.
Yeah.
Then they drop to the ground and they pretty much die. I think they die because again I'm a speedrunner, so I only pick up the upgrade. So when you do it like that with the upgrade, then they die. I don't know if you do it. I don't know if that happens if you don't pick up the upgrade. It's a bit weaker. I don't know if it's a bit weaker, but it takes longer to charge it up to the max. But that can be a bit of a headache of a weapon, to be honest. But now I'm actually quite surprised that Apache here. He's playing the game quite quick. I know he got hit once technically by Mr. X, but he could really qualify as a really competent speedrunner here, and he's really doing the game fast. And he got through the prison there with no problems.
Yeah, I did that.
Carsey
prison escape.
Oh yeah, the prison is such a stressful moment, to be honest, because it's like the most zombies on screen, accompanied with Mr. X in a tight spot. And now we have Carsey doing the Sherry box puzzle, which is a fascinating one because it's RNG. But fun fact for you here, speedrunners kind of relatively recently have only realized that you can see the starting position of this puzzle in the cutscene. So each respective cutscene of every run, it'll be different. So you can actually look at the solution. Oh, speaking of, Carsey seems to be kind of confused about the puzzle box solution himself.
He might have put the block in the wrong spot. Yes, the puzzle is RNG, but you always put the puzzle from the block from the doll into the third slot, and then you just rotate them from there. And real quick, I didn't want to forget about it. The condenser reduces time in between shots, and it does more damage.
Ah, nice. See, that would be something that I'm not even that familiar with, because it's something. That's the thing about being a speedrunner. You're exploring things the least sometimes because it's just not even viable. Carsey's really struggling here. I don't know what's going on. Of all the places to be stuck on.
I want to take a second to acknowledge something that Zero the Fin said in chat, that Joseph is very knowledgeable about the Resident Evil games. What a legend. I want to say that I have ended up doing co-commentary with Joseph. I don't know how many times now. We always end up being paired together. And it's true with every game that you've commentated for. You're extremely knowledgeable about, it was Silent Hill, I think we did together, and we did another Resident Evil together, and you are a wealth of knowledge for this game. So I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that because I think it's important.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the kind words, Zero the Fin. Much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. You know a lot of the literal numbers, like even to do with damage. I don't really know all that. I know basic stuff, but I don't really know all the under the hood like that, like the actual math of everything. But yeah,
I play way too much Sudoku. I love numbers. Okay, remember the scene in The Matrix where you, the viewer, just see like all the green characters just, kind of like scrolling on the screen. And then, it's like, look over blonde, brunette, redhead. It's like, that's like me with numbers. Like I see these games, I do make them look as pretty as possible, with the mods and the color corrections and like, I want it to look pretty as possible. But in my head, it's like numbers. The graphics are for other people to look at, but me, numbers.
Yeah.
Especially when one thing that I like to do when with my no damage runs is, as I get more and more, as I do them more and more often, like I won't run every category multiple times. Sometimes it'll be like, okay, I'm done, one and done, good enough. Submit it to the team. It's on my roster. Okay, we're done. Other times it's like, no, I want to do this, but I want a faster time. No, I want to do this, but I want to have, some kind of, not necessarily a restriction, but I want it to be more optimal. I don't want to end the game with an item box with like hundreds of rounds of ammo if I don't need it. So I'll start mathing it out, calculating it. What don't I need to pick up? How much do I really need for each boss? Like, let's crunch the numbers.
It's all over now.
Yeah.
Doors locked.
I mean, you have to be that meticulous if you're a no damage guy for sure. Like all of the, you just have to ensure all of the strategies work.
And
have contingency plans for everything.
Yep, and consistent too, because I have noticed, especially since I've been playing with the SRT to, really dive into those numbers, there are enemies that do have, the same HP every single time. There are some enemies that don't, and it's like, okay, well, what if they have a lot of HP? What if they don't have a lot of HP? How is that going to affect the routing?
Yeah. I'm just watching it's interesting here how similarly they both are. I mean, the whole reason why well, I'm not going to put words in people's mouth, but like, I would imagine that the whole reason why this sort of, this dynamic of two runners running Leon A and Claire B is even a thing is because it's kind of a cool simulation of what the two characters are going through simultaneously. And it's just interesting to see the fact that we're seeing right now Sherry's section and Ada's section, so it's almost like it seems perfectly synced up in the plot.
It is funny how that lined up, because in second run you technically skip like a whole lap of RPD1 as you're going around, because you get the bolt cutters right away, so you get to G1 faster. But Carsey did some, you mentioned earlier, he's like, yeah, I had to do some hide and seek. We're playing hide and seek with Mr. X, so but in the end it lined up perfectly. It's like, hey, now we're both playing as their side characters. And while I like playing as Leon better, like I find him to be more challenging of the two. Sherry in this case. Sherry's section, snooze fest. Ada's section, short and sweet and fun, because she has the little EMF visualizer, little spy gadget, and most importantly, a handgun and a flash grenade.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Like, the Sherry section is, I think, 4 minutes of mostly just sitting in a corner waiting for an awful person to not find you.
Yeah,
and that's really it. And the kind of frustrating thing about it is that there actually is a skill ceiling with even Sherry, because there's mechanical quirks to the movement. Like you probably saw Carsey moving down the stairs, wiggling his left and right. That actually gets you down the stairs faster. I mean, again, I'm thinking in speedrun terms, but then there's RNG on the puzzle as well, so it's not like we could skip that section. It's an important section to do. It's as important as the Ada section.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed was kind of cool is the amount of speedrunning strats that have been adopted into no damage runs, because sometimes we just want to get things done a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of go hand in hand, really. We're kind of like speedrunners and no damage runners are kind of cousins in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And Apache is done as Ada. She has a fun little puzzle in the incinerator where you've got to, break the 3 locks to open the door. Sherry just runs out and, eventually gets out. And actually, I kind of forgot how her section ends, but... Oh, yeah, she goes back to the director's room, and then it's cutscene. I had gotten used to Requiem with the orphanage skip mod, so I don't even play that section anymore.
Yeah, it's like, I think the orphanage section in RE8 RE Requiem is like 8 minutes.
Yes,
it's like double the length of Sherry and way less of a kind of skill gap.
Hey, the most boring part in this game? Let's double it.
Yeah, it's really quite shocking that they had to add a section like that. I feel like every Resident Evil game has a part where every player just kind of goes, yeah, I'm rolling my eyes here, it's this part again.
And it's unanimously accepted by the community. Yeah, we can mod it to just be removed, and we accept it.
Yeah.
All right. Now, speaking of orphanage, Carsey is now going to the orphanage as Claire. Apache is in the sewers, and he got an upgrade for the shotgun. The shotgun is actually my favorite weapon in the entire game, like between all the characters. I do get a lot of use out of it. And Carsey went with a nice little speedy strat to get through that gate crasher, where he just gets grabbed on purpose, shoves a flash grenade in its mouth, and just runs on by. Now he's got a handful of dogs to deal with in the courtyard. Dogs, I tend to play very safe because they can be a little bit erratic. The parking garages Leon used to, at first, that was one of my biggest hang-ups, was those 3 dogs in the parking garage. Throwing a flash grenade didn't always work because sometimes it would only be 2 of them getting flashed. I would try the strat where you just run through a zigzag, and nope, I would get nipped in the leg right at the end by the door. Oh, jeez.
Are you seeing what's happening here with the zombie on the ground?
He's just flipping out.
And Carsey doing a brilliant impression as well of this. I like the way he can just stop and smell the roses here.
Wow. Physics. We love physics.
Yeah. Well, one thing, just to add to what you were saying as well, like Carsey is dealing with the dogs. I will say, well, all the time I have with this game, I would confidently say with supreme conviction that the dogs are actually the most unpredictable enemies in the game. Because you don't know, they don't telegraph anything. They're suddenly walking, and then they're suddenly jumping at you, and then if they're barking, that kind of means that they're a little bit more on the aggressive side. And then sometimes they'll just kind of walk away. Like there's really not that many tells that will give the player, a clear sign that the enemy is going to attack. So they're really, really obnoxious enemies in this game. Even if they're not very formidable HP wise, they're very, very erratic, like you're saying.
Yeah, especially at the section where Carsey just passed, this one that runs around the bus. Some people I've seen them just throw a flash grenade just to stun them and then just, run out and deal with it. I myself did what Carsey did. I like to just hang in there and, wait for the dog to come into view. But with how erratic it is, I have no idea what it's going to do. Why is a licker easier to manipulate than a dog?
Yeah. And the funny thing about a licker is that you can manipulate the lickers a lot by the usage of your camera.
Yes.
So I think we forgot to mention that. It's kind of a key point. Maybe we could even mention it again when we're going to be in the labs. I don't know. But you're going to be looking. You're probably going to be seeing the players looking directly at the lickers at all times when they're in the room, because lickers in this game tend to be a bit camera shy. When they're off camera, they tend to almost pretty much teleport. They get so quick, they kind of aggro when you don't look at them. But when you look at them, they tend to use a slower animation to catch up to you. Or even if you look up, sometimes they can kind of they'll be somewhat passive and they won't attack you. It's really bizarre, and that's something that kind of carries over to multiple Resident Evil games in the RE engine with the camera, as in.
Well, there's 2 instances of licker dodges that actually involve not looking at the licker, and that's in the first scenario. When you get the 3rd medallion, you actually look up at the ceiling and run to the right, because that actually manipulates the licker's AI, where it just flips out, just starts swiping randomly, but nowhere near you. I've never gotten hit doing that. If you do it correctly, you don't get hit. You can do the same exact strat in the labs. In the lowest, one of the lower levels, when they break through into the lounge area.
Yeah, in the labs, there's a licker that actually the first licker that you see in the labs. If you just take it to the right and look slightly up, he won't even hit you. You can run right by him. Bizarre. Okay, so it looks like Apache is in. Oh,
he's going for a very Oh, he's got a counter. Oh, he does. Okay, I thought he had a counter. Just wanted to make sure. The G adults are. Well,
yeah, they're also problematic.
for a time, it was the dogs, and then when I got the dogs down, then it's like, okay, now the G adults are my least favorite enemies in the game.
Yeah.
The G adults are big, lumbering G offspring mutants. They have a lot of health, more than lickers, more than any other. More than any other base enemy, actually. And they can take quite a bit. If you don't have a Magnum, which Apache did not get, and well, I mean, you can still get it at this point, but I don't think he's going to get it. I'm pretty sure he's going more on the speedrun strat of things than the safe strat of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of obviously, it seems like to me Apache is quite well versed with the speedrun strats, and when it comes to the G mutants, there's a lot of when people ask me, how do you learn the kind of patterns of the G mutants, and people always laugh when I say this, but I'm always like, look, just jump in the pool with them and play around with them for a bit, and you actually will get to learn their patterns and their kind of bait points. It can be really daunting trying to bait a G mutant because sometimes they just don't really do what you want them to do.
Nope.
And then there's actually a really good pattern. There's a good, what would you say? There's an animation where they spit these babies at you, like these baby mutants.
Yep.
In the water.
The embryos or the parasites, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. They when they do that, you can literally just run by them on the right hand side, but sometimes they just don't do that, and it's again unpredictable.
And I've actually did a dodge that I've done before, where he hops up on the ledge, he waits for the G adult to finish his football tackle. His swing is over halfway done, so you get iframes when you are changing elevation like that, so you're hopping off the ledge and you can just run by. You can also back up because his football tackle has a limited range, because he will swipe and then he'll pause and then he'll pop back up. If you're hanging on a ledge, you can also wait for them to start their submerge animation, which is where they kind of rear their head up and they start wiggling, almost like one of those snakes that come out of the basket kind of trope. That's when they start their submerge animation. Once they start that, you are free to hop down and start running because they're going to have enough of a delay that you won't get caught by them if they pop back up.
Yeah. And it looks like Apache is now approaching the second boss fight of the game, G2. The same enemy, but just a different type as the last boss fight. And this is a much more, I would say, a much more challenging boss fight because of the fact that it's a smaller platform and you have to rely on something external to kill the enemy, as in you have to use a crane to kill them.
Yep, the environment.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to give Carsey mentioned his run that he did a few years ago. I don't know if Apache mentioned this specifically. He did run this at MagFest 2024, and he did clear this in 1 hour and 6 minutes and 17 seconds. So he was cooking, doing this no damage.
Yeah, that's a great time. Just slightly over 1 hour. That's really good.
So I'm curious to see what strat. Okay, he's doing the grenade. So throwing the grenade just gets him to... It does do some damage, of course, but it gets G2 to go to the shutter right away.
Yeah, I think it gets him down to 97% health. On hardcore, I'm used to standard. I think on standard he goes to 95. And he used the flamethrower there a little bit to soften him up. Although, this is subjective, but for me, I would... I did do a no damage run a long time ago, pistol only, and I didn't use any ammo at all. I just used the crane 3 times.
Yep.
But difficult to kind of get him in a spot like that. So it looks like what Apache's doing now is that, he's stunned him there with the flashbang, and he's softening him up with the the flamethrower. The flamethrower is actually a very, very effective weapon when it comes to G2. It drops him quite quickly, does decent damage, and he pressed the button there, and Crane's going to come in to drop him. So he's looking to get him in one. If you get G2 under 50% health, you only have to hit him once with the Crane. Yeah, he did it. There
Got it. Nice. It's about 300 and... Actually, I think I did count it exact. I had to replay this a bunch of times. 368 fuel, I think, was the exact count. If you didn't do any grenades or anything. Because typically what I do is you throw a flash, and then you flame until he goes down, and then he gets up, you lure him over to the other corner, throw a flash, hit him with the flame until you get him down to the sufficient, how much ever health you need to get him down to, and then he's done. I routed out the fuel pickup in RPD3, so I just mixed in some shotgun ammo instead of flamethrower fuel to save some. So I opted for that route, and that's been working out pretty well for me because, yes, the flamethrower is a very, very fun... it's great against G2, G3, and IVs. I mean, we've got a lot of those that we're going to have to deal with in the labs. And, of course, I think it does, out of everything that I use against G3, the flamethrower does by far the most damage.
Yeah, it's... The weird thing is about the weird thing about the the flamethrower is that it can kind of be a little bit all over the place when it comes to the exact numbers. I find, at least in my experience, because I think there's some, I don't know if I want to call it RNG, but I think there's some somewhat location damage going on with some enemies, because sometimes I noticed in my practice I used to run a lot of 60 FPS, and in 60 FPS run, you would have to use the flamethrower on G2 and G3, and funny enough, depending on where you are in the DA or how close you are to the next DA ranking, it will be different. But maybe on hardcore, the fact that the DA is fixed on hardcore, maybe it is a little bit more consistently reliable if you have 365 in your flamethrower. So.
Yep, and there is
an interesting nuance.
There is afterburn. That's what it's called when you set an enemy on fire long enough for them to start taking some damage over time. And
which is why you'll see them kind of tapping the button sometimes.
Yep.
To kind of maintain. Puff. That's a good word. Yeah.
That's what I always say. When I'm really trying to ration my flamethrower ammo, it's 34 fuel after you get the regulator to take out an Ivy. It's puff, 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 puff. Yeah. Let that damage over time set in before I hit him with the next flame. We'll talk about Ivies here shortly if Apache hits them with the flamethrower, because they have an interesting mechanic with their bulbs and the way their HP works, because you actually bypass their HP. Actually, I should say they do have an HP value, yes, but they don't really have it doesn't really matter because you bypass it anyway.
Yeah.
It's I've got a health bar, but it doesn't matter. And Carsey did go backtrack to RPD3. He took the film from the sewers, and he went back to the dark room to develop it, which gives you the hidden areas. Those show you an upgrade for one of your weapons, either the SMG for Claire or the Magnum for Leon, as well as spark shot ammo for Claire and flamethrower fuel for Leon. Carsey didn't go for the spark shot ammo. He just went for the upgrade, and that's an extended magazine for the SMG, which more than doubles your magazine capacity, which is very nice. And he has taken the safe strats of gunning down the G adults.
Yeah, Carsey seems to be playing a very prudent game. He's making some smart moves. Not that Apache isn't, but he's definitely being on the more careful side, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so he's having a bit of a battle here with the two G mutants.
Yep.
Yeah.
I usually take out. I try to take out two and then dodge one, because I don't want to try to dodge two. That's just not fun.
Yeah.
And
stressful.
And you'll notice that Carsey has a couple of extra enemies to deal with. There are a couple of zombies in second run that are not in first.
Yeah. there's a zombie here with a high vis jacket on him. High vis cut. There he is, right there.
Safety first.
Yeah.
And there's an extra one in the storage room with the plugs too. So just keep in mind where you like you mentioned earlier, it's like, I did the first run, everything's good to go, I'm ready for second run. Then it's like, wait a minute, things are all like different here.
Yeah, that's the thing, because the game knows you played it once before, so it's trying to pull the rug up from underneath you,
Puzzle solutions are different. Some key item locations are different. The statue with the red book, there is no liquor that drops down from the ceiling in first run, so you let your guard down and you put it in, then all of a sudden, boom, liquor drops in second run.
Yeah.
You panic and then you run and then you get hit.
Which is a cool kind of subversion of the original as well, because when you play the first one, you're kind of like, oh, the liquor didn't really show up this time, and then the second time it's like, no, we know there was an iconic jump scare in the original, so here you go, it's in there.
We know.
Okay, so it looks like Apache got the that liquid solution there, so he has to go deeper into the labs now. So he's really getting into the meat of the labs. He's dealing with an Ivy. The Ivies are extraordinarily dangerous enemies if you don't have any sub weapons on you, because if they grab you and you don't have any self-defense items, it's an instant kill.
Yep.
So it's like it may as well be Dr. Salvador.
Yep. One shot, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So it looks like Apache's popping off all the heads of the zombies, the dormant zombies on the floor, which is smart.
Yep, they will all, well, not all of them, those 3 that he decapped will get up when the power comes on.
Yeah, it would be interesting because it would also be interesting seeing this on standard difficulty, because if you do this to all the enemies on standard, that means your DA is going to skyrocket. So it could be somewhat, tactful to not do this on standard, but it makes perfect sense doing this on hard mode because it doesn't make any difference to the DA. So he's picking up the modulator now. Now he has to go back down. This is where things might get dangerous because there's liquors to deal with. There's actually 2. I think, is this the only part of the game where there's 2 liquors in the same room? Probably. Can't think of any other area.
Well, I noticed he did not reset their positions, and that's because he decided to grenade them. Interesting. Okay, wow, that was cool. Yeah. So typically, after you get the signal modulator, if you unlock that door and you go back into the room with the typewriter and the save room at the top of the stairs, that moves the liquor's positions in the lower labs, and he didn't do that. So I'm thinking like, okay, is he not going to walk by them, or what's he going to do there? And it turns out he did that intentionally because he wanted them to stay grouped up together so he could toss a couple hand grenades and just take them out. That was cool.
Yeah, kind of. I would give him points there for being kind of cool and risky there. He didn't have to do that, but he did. And Carsey's just getting ready for G2. It'll be interesting to see how Carsey does G2 because, of course, like we all know, like Claire has completely different weaponry, just a totally different arsenal to Leon. So we'll see how he gets on. And just at this point in the run as well, I mean, these guys, especially Apache Smash being closer to the end, I mean, the heart rate must be going. Like I've been in these kind of tournament settings as well, and it's not the nicest feeling sometimes when you're trying to really play well in front of an audience. So, props to them.
I can't speak specifically to Resident Evil, but I can speak to having to perform live on a Hitless showcase, and I will say that there's almost no better feeling than when you take your first hit. Because then it's almost like just you ripped the Band-Aid off. The anticipation is gone. You've already done it. You're like, okay, it's fine. I knew I was going to, and from there it does feel a little better. But it gets scary towards the end when you're only at 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so Carsey is gonna go opt for. Oh, he's going straight for SMP. Okay. Meant to switch to the flame round. So. If he's going for the strat I think he's going for, it's flash grenade, flame round, 100 SMG, flash grenade, flame round, 50 SMG. That's the loop.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's what he's doing. So let's see if I am correct.
The flashbangs are just vitally important to control the enemy here.
Okay, as soon as G goes down. Okay, got all the... Okay, yep, that's what he's doing. So Carsey has done enough damage, and he just started downing G2, so he'll have enough time. Even if G2 does get back up, he won't be able to clear it, but he did have the flash grenade handy just in case something weird happens, which is, hey, never a bad thing. Never a bad thing to have that backup. It's like, all right, I'm posted up. I've got my flash grenade or my whatever weapon of choice. Like, I'm ready.
Yeah, GG by Carsey there. Made it look easy, really.
Yes. And to answer your question, Lucy, the kennels in Claire have 2 liquors, and the
yeah, of course. Yeah, forgot.
The west hallway, the southwest hallway in Leon Second has 2 liquors in RPD2. So there's a few. It's most of the time it's 1, but there are a few rooms where there's 2.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, because in the speed run you don't see those 2 in RPD2. But yeah, you definitely see them in Claire. I mean, there you go. This shows my lack of experience in the Claire run. It's not really at the forefront of my mind the way Leon is. He's my boy.
Yeah, and Claire does have
Cable car.
several more liquors than Leon does. But
yeah,
she also has the better tools for the liquors, so that balances out nicely.
There's no turning back.
Yeah. Apache Smash is he must be feeling. I mean, I would probably wager like G3 might be the scariest boss for some reason. I don't know. I don't even know if I'd say he's the hardest. Maybe in a no damage setting he is, but there's just something about the kind of run up to G3. I think everybody just gets nervous.
Just hold on.
Yeah, G3 used to be a hang up for me. Like that was another hang up spot, and then it was Super Tyrant. I don't know anybody who's like, oh man, I love Super Tyrant so much. G3 is actually a really fun one to do as well, Claire, but also Leon. So I'm curious to see how Apache is definitely going for the for some knife and grenade strats. So that's cool. I'm excited to see this.
He currently has his knife equipped as well. If you look at his hip, so he's ready to go. Let's see how he gets on.
Class
so
A.
He's going for the
detected.
So basically, with this enemy, you have to pop all of the eyes, and then once you pop all the eyes visible, usually there's 3 eyes. Then you'll get G3 will. Oh no!
He reloaded.
No. Yeah, he just kind of got body blocked a bit. God, he's on danger now. That is not good. He can still recover. Right, he dropped G3. Now he's got to use the knife. He's kind of in a better position now that he has G3 under control and he's knifing him now. So usually you knife him at the back here. See, so he's swapping knives. Sorry, I'm all over the place here in my commentary, but he's swapping knives to just preserve the. Okay, so he's going to the second phase now.
There is a first aid spray in here, so.
Oh.
Okay, he's cleared. Yes,
has one more eye to pop there.
On phase 1, the leg eye takes 2 shotgun shells, the back eye takes 1, and the shoulder eye takes 2 to 4, depending on how far away you are. He did get the 4-piece combo. He's going to slam down, so he is going to be able to pop that no problem. There we go. Now he's kneeling, and he's going to go to town.
Yeah, that shoulder eye is the most durable for sure.
It's also the hardest one to hit.
Yeah, he's moving around a lot. Like he's very kind of shruggy.
So the 4-piece combo is one of his hits that he does in phase 2, and he's actually bad. Oh, he actually got him before he went to go rip the panel off. That's okay. That's
yeah. He one cycled the enemy. Yeah,
nice. Yeah, there is a lot to cover with that boss in a very short amount of time. So as Lucy said, yep, 3 eyes, and then he goes down to kneel. That allows you to do a bunch of damage to him. If you don't do any damage to him when he kneels, he does an HP check where if he is above a certain HP threshold, it'll basically see, it's like, hey, do you have too much health? Yes. Okay, you've got this much health. Okay, we're going to reduce it by a percentage. I don't know if that was just a built-in feature to help prevent soft locking, because you know, like you said, you can take out G2 using just the crane. You can take out G3. I mean, you still need some weapons and equipment, but you don't need to have like an entire arsenal if you have this HP reduction, I guess, anti-soft lock in handy. Super Tyrant, we'll talk about him shortly. He's just based on a timer, so the game has some anti-frustration features, and that HP check happens on the second phase as well. But when he starts the second phase, he is a lot more aggressive. He will go for the jump, which we saw. If you get pounced and you don't have a defensive item, you're one hit. You're done. If you try to run away and you're not far enough away, you'll actually get hit by an AoE shock, which is really, really annoying because it's like, that didn't even touch me. Why did it do damage?
Yeah.
Or he will do what I call his prowl animation, where he raises his back claw up a little bit, because that tells me he is going to do a single overhand slam. That's the one that I bait out, because that allows me to get right to his leg and his back eye from behind him, and then I bait out his 4-piece combo to take out the shoulder eye. I try to avoid baiting out the jump to, I don't want to get pounced, I don't want to get shockwaved. I hate getting hit by that, so that's how I bait him into kind of doing what I want him to do. It is based on distance, but Apache took the knife route, where it's like, nope, I am staying nice and close to you.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it there. Like, you're probably going to see. We saw Apache get grabbed by an Ivy there.
That's what we got. That's what we got knives for.
But yeah, like you're probably going to see something similar with Tyrant, where we speedrunners call it the Tyrant Tango, where we just kind of stay hugging his shoulder.
Yep.
And we walk around him, and it looks like we're literally doing a tango.
Yep.
With Tyrant, and it's kind of bizarre looking. So.
Yep. I do know that one. I can't do it like at all. Like.
Yeah, it's a daunting one to do, but once you figure it out, it's like it's a cakewalk, literally. So there's a lot of mechanical kind of quirks to this game that are very interesting as well. Like if you just there's something in the game called shot boost as well, where if you let go of run as you're shooting a weapon, and then as your bullet is leaving your gun, you hit run again, it cancels out an animation of you trying to accelerate into the run animation again, and you will remain running at the same speed you were. And there's a lot of little quirks like that. There's something as well called what was it called? Not shot boost, but quick draw too, that I kind of didn't go into. But again, it's just a redundant kind of feature in a run like this. So see, he's actually kind of doing, Apache is doing the Tyrant Tango.
Yep.
Pretty effectively here. Right, you walk into Tyrant's left shoulder, and that's pretty much it. The only thing you got to be really worried about is where the rocks land. So there's going to be 2 rocks that land, and then a third kind of like 25% of the platform will be blocked off by a big kind of barricade of rocks. But he's in a good position here, because I don't think he's going to have trouble here with this, and Ada is going to drop down the rocket launcher, and you'll just have to shoot him twice with the rocket launcher. Interestingly enough, on standard you have to shoot him only once with the rocket launcher.
Yes.
But on hardcore you have to shoot him twice.
Yes. Now this fight I'm very familiar with. It is doing the tango here, like not staggering him, not making him flinch at all, means the timer is going to take 3.5 minutes. This is 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
It is a game of patience. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can do it.
How you bypass that is if you manage to stun him 3 times. That's what starts a timer that will make it go sooner. But obviously this is completely viable, and it's fine to just wait it out,
Oh, there's a guard grab, but he's got a defensive item. That might have been. That looked like that was planned.
The fact that Carsey didn't get hit at all in this run, he's probably feeling the nerves now, as you guys were saying earlier.
So much for the weed infestation.
Warning. You have dispersed.
Yeah, the super
kind of
fight.
Hypnotic.
Yeah, it's like
sorry.
Yeah, just like watching this, I'm just thinking like it could be over by now. Just grenades, just grenade. Like because every when you hit him with a hand grenade, well, provided he's not mid jump animation, then that'll stagger him and that'll start scooting the clock. But a flash grenade will interrupt his jump attack.
Yeah, true. And a flash grenade actually counts as a stun too. So if you do 3 of those, I mean, technically, yeah, 3 flashbangs could work. I've done it before in the no-knife runs. Oh, he got smacked. I don't know what happened there. That's a 3rd hit from Apache.
Looks like he looks like he got body blocked. He wasn't off to the side as much.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's dead. He died. No. Oh, unbelievable. And he was probably so close to the rocket launcher drop as well. God. Feel for him there.
Did he make... I think he made a safety save.
I hope he did. Yeah, damn. Yeah, he's looking for saves now. He's just looking to see where he can... or maybe he didn't make a save. He's probably he's blankly looking at it very pensively.
I know he did save right before G3.
Right, so he might... I mean, that would almost be perfect if he could do G3 because it would sync up with Carsey.
Yeah, we get to see G3. Get some more G action.
Yeah. Damn.
So there will be a G that Carsey will fight. There'll be 2 Gs that Carsey will fight that Apache will not. So there are 5 Gs. Well, I mean, it's actually 1 G. It's William Birkin. We just call him G, and then the number of his phase. G1 was the first one they fought. He is what I call Pipe Birkin. And then there's G2, the one with the crane. I call him Claw Birkin. G3, the one here in the labs, that's Forearm Birkin. G4 is, well, Dog Birkin in the original, but he's basically a dog in this one. That is exclusive to Claire. And then G5, which is Blob Birkin, is exclusive to second run. Each with their own setup, their own get-ups, their own... Actually, I do appreciate just how different all of those fights are.
Yeah, they are quite varied. There's a lot of... there's a lot of differences to them that are appreciated.
Oh,
it looks like so Apache is...
Carsey's at...
Apache's having his deja vu moment here with G3 as well. Carsey's moving in too.
And Carsey is going to be doing a strat that I also do. Well, very similar. He does a couple things different, and this is something that I really appreciate about no damage runs is you can watch 5 different no damage runners, and we can do things almost identical, but each with our own little spin on it, or we can do things totally different. As you know, we got the same goal.
Beauty, yeah.
We got the same goal. We want 100% health at the end of the fight. So, however we get to it, we get there.
Yeah.
Now, Carsey's going to open up with the SMG. Takes 8 SMG normally. Might vary by 1 or 2. Then he's going to go for the back eye. He's going to turn around. He's going to hard stun G3 with an acid round. The acid round will cancel out any animation that G3 is in. Then he's going to use the spark shot for the shoulder eye. I have used the spark shot on basically G3 and nothing else for like 99% of the time that I've run this game no damage. But so it is very effective against G3 and actually works out pretty well against G adults, but I don't really see it that much. And then when he goes to kneel down, just mag dump right into his open chest.
Yeah. It's quite impressive how methodical it is.
Oh, close.
What a
That was
dodge.
close.
That was extraordinarily close there.
Mm-hmm. I always do. I always save the shoulder eye for last, and then acid round, and then use the spark shot. That was a little close for comfort, but Carsey, keeps a healthy range, and got him before he got to the panel.
Yeah, you had to be dramatic there and give us some entertainment for sure.
Yeah,
my heart leapt there.
Mm-hmm. When G3 starts that animation where he is ripping that panel off of the wall, he cannot be killed. You can bring him you can bring him down to 1 HP. It doesn't matter. You cannot trigger the death cutscene until he is fully done ripping that panel off the wall.
Yeah, and as you can probably imagine, that is just a death sentence for a speedrun that's on pace for world record, because you're losing, I think it's a little over 10 seconds if that happens, and that's a eternity in a speedrun.
Yep, and there is no designated panel for him to go to. He will go to whichever one is closest.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you could bait him to a spot where it's like, yes, this is the furthest one away from the panel he would go to, that would guarantee I would get him before you'd get to the panel. But it doesn't work like that.
I guess there was a somewhat of a benefit of Apache doing his run faster than Carsey, because, he's synced up pretty well with Carsey now. It looks quite natural.
That's cool to see. I'm excited to see. G4 is actually my favorite fight.
Oh yeah, G4 is so good as a boss fight. Even in the speedrun, there's just so much nuance to it.
I'm curious to see which strat he did. He's going to use for it. That Carsey's going to use for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think grenades are probably paramount in that fight, because it pops all of the eyes all at once. So yeah,
the strat that I came up with is 8 grenades, and it's 40 seconds from the time the fight starts to the time he starts bleeding out. Or I'm sorry,
really?
It's 7 grenades. It's like, because it can't go any faster because the time it takes from the eyes from when they explode to when they regrow.
Right.
So it's like I don't know if it can get done any faster. Like, I keep trying. It's like, can I do this faster?
Yeah, there are. I know in the speedrun you have to use the minigun, then you throw a grenade, and then you use the knife at certain points. So you use the grenade to drop him off the wall, because he will climb the wall, and that's obviously a huge time loss. So you want to keep him on the ground with you. Yeah, we just alternate between the minigun, the grenade, and the knife. But I think on hardcore, we do use, I believe, 2 and sometimes 3 grenades, depending on just how niche the category is. Sometimes there's just weird stipulations, but yeah.
Yeah, I got the idea for just using grenades when I actually saw somebody. I don't know if it was a speed run or it might have been a no damage run, but they took the knife and they swiped him, and then he fell off the wall, and I'm like, you can do that?
Wow, yeah.
You can knife him.
Lucky.
You can knife him off the wall. What?
Yeah, you can actually shoot him off the wall with like even a pistol. Technically, I think there's some sort of crit going on if you because when he's almost doing like a kind of front crawl if you're in a swimming pool up the wall. So his body is jerking left and right. So if you get a slight glimpse of his eyes while he's on the wall, you can actually pop one with a weapon, and he'll fall. So you don't necessarily need a grenade technically, but yeah, it's a fascinating one. And when you see speedrunners do it as well, and no damage runners, like when you see it done properly, it is a work of art. G4, it really is.
9 minutes until.
Carsey here is he's doing it. I would say. You probably describe this as somewhat of an auto-scroller, but it is actually kind of a dangerous part where there's 2 Ivies that you have to deal with, where they fall on the ground, and depending on your knife durability and ammo, you have to be kind of on top of your game here to make sure you don't fall asleep.
Yep, don't get distracted.
Yeah, you could easily get complacent.
Sherry, you hanging in there? I'm right behind you. Atta girl. The
We're almost out of here.
It's such a great game too. Like it's making me really want to play it again myself. There's so much in it, and I think this game just really captured just the imaginations of a lot of people when it came out. It was just great when it came out. I can't believe it's 7 years old. This game is, and people are still talking about the details of it.
It's so good.
Would you guys believe me if I told you that not only have I never played Resident Evil 2 Remake, but I've actually never played a Resident Evil game at all?
We gotta change that.
No way.
I know. Isn't that wild?
Oh my God.
It's on my list. I'm going to get to them, I promise. But people always seem to be pretty surprised to learn that.
I would actually recommend this as a first Resident Evil. I think it encapsulates...
A lot of people have.
Yeah, I would. I would say this is a good one to start off with, oddly enough.
Okay. Yes, I do have a comment on that. I just had to check something really quick. Okay. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I just had to double check my work. It's 37 seconds and 8 grenades is as fast as I can get G4 from the start of the fight to the beginning of his bleed out animation.
Interesting.
And that does include knocking him off the wall with a grenade, which I love doing. But yes, Resident Evil 2, if you want to play a more modern Resident Evil game, Resident Evil 2 Remake is an excellent one. It is, I just think it's really fun in general, but it is very, it's one of the more consistent ones. Like, if you do the same things, you're more likely to get the same results. It's not an RNG fest like, Resident Evil 3, especially the OG, or something like really unforgiving or really long like, RE4 or RE4 Remake. I would agree that it is an excellent one to start with.
Yeah, for sure. And just to update you guys there, Apache has finished his run.
That was really speedy, no?
Nice. Hour
Very
17.
fast, yeah. An hour and 17 with a death.
On a laptop.
On a laptop, yeah, so GG.
That's right.
Oh, and then it looks like now that Carsey has done it.
Oh,
Carsey has killed G4.
That bleed out, when G4 starts crawling like that, you can damage him to make it go faster to get the cutscene trigger, but he is, for all intents and purposes, done. Just keep your distance, and you can just let him bleed out to save some ammo, because we are now on G5. He has a lot of hit points, but the cool thing about this one is G5, this big wall blob, you actually deal more damage to him the closer he gets to you. So if you are pressed for ammo, then this would suck in a speedrun, but you have to sit and wait several seconds for him to get close enough before you can start dealing out the damage.
Which is a really dramatic moment as well, because it comes to this ultimate point. And if you're on world record pace, it's, oh my God, everybody's in the chat right now. Is it going to be world record? Is it not? It can be a really cool moment. But now Carsey is firing the remainder of his bullets in the minigun. He seems to know the exact point of when you should be shooting. Like, look at how scary this is.
And he got it. GG.
GG. GG to both of them.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to be careful with it. If you wait too long to start firing with that minigun, he will get you. I have seen somebody get all the way to the end, and then they just get, because it's a one-shot. He doesn't do damage to you. It's just an instant kill.
Oh yeah, it's it's a one-shot.
I had a rough time, friends. I had a really rough time.
We saw.
GG's on both of y'all's runs. That was really great to watch.
I did so many events without taking damage that the game was like, all right, enough of you now. That's enough.
Oh no.
It's time to remember what it's like.
Said at some point in the chat, I said, you were too powerful and the game had to nerf you somehow.
What was
all the hits were my own fault. Like running out that door for the super
all
time
the hits
for Mr. X, I got so comfortable doing it that the game punished me for that. That was my fault. The hit on G3, I started reloading my gun, and then I was like, wait, how do I stop reloading? Because usually I hit the eye, hit the second eye, reload as you're running towards him, and I reloaded too early, so I was trapped in an animation. Completely my fault again. The Super Tyrant, I thought the fight ended because he flinches when the Super Tyrant fight ends. You both like flinch. I'm sure Lucy Liver knows what I mean. Like you both flinch at the same time when it ends, and I don't know. I guess I just tricked myself into believing that that's what had happened, and I thought the fight was over. And then the second time I did it, I got the game alt tapped me out twice, and I still managed to not get hit. So yeah. The less said, the better.
Difficulties of having a laptop as well. I only realised you're playing on a laptop.
I'm at Fan. All right, so here's some serious ADHD moment for you. I'm at FanFest, and so I'm at FanFest in Anaheim, and I only just realized like a week before. I'm like, wait, I'm doing Team Hitless, and so I told my missus, and she did everything to make it possible for me to still be able to do this. So all the credit to her.
Amazing!
Yes, this is her laptop. She's the one who brought all the equipment so I could do it. So it's all her.
Amazing! A fun anecdote. I was born in Anaheim.
Yeah, it's really nice here.
Fun fact: I have never been to Anaheim.
Me neither. Me neither. I've heard of it, but
when Carsey gets unmuted, I'm going to apologize to him for playing like trash.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get Carsey unmuted or if that's something that
it's
he's to himself, but a quick we're pretty much right on time, so we'll kind of go through the motions. Joseph, do you have any last comments, any shout outs, any?
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for GDQ and Team Hitless for putting this on and having me. There are a ton of fantastic Resident Evil runners in the community. We are friendly. We don't bite, unlike a lot of the enemies that you do encounter in the game. A few people that I want to shout out. I don't have time to shout out every single one. I just want to shout out a few people here. Matt Durock, Snooky Shogun, Arasurio, Aether, Living Disaster, Lightstream, Pit Skiller, Lady Venus, Gothic Neko-chan, Shiny Pockets. I've learned a lot about Resident Evil from them. I've worked with some of them on some Resident Evil stuff together. Of course, Carsey as well, obviously, him being here. I want to give him a shout out as well. I've been following him for 7 or 8 years now.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's been a lot of fun. I'm honored to be a part of the community. I've got a lot of runs in Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil overall, and I'm looking forward to the next one, and I appreciate y'all having me along for the ride.
Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, just a quick note on that. I like to do homework on you all before I could do a hosting gig. And Carsey, I looked at your YouTube and I was just like, wow, there's a lot of stuff on here. I saw that Cyberpunk run and I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah,
wild.
that was way before like the current iteration of the game. It was like back during the era when the game was just like full of glitches. I mean, honestly, I think it was more
the before times.
I think it was more fun that way, but I mean, I also haven't played like the overhaul yet, so but the overhaul seems really good, so I don't know.
And Lucy, do you have any final comments, any shout outs, any any final remarks?
Just GG's to Apache and Carsey for sure. I mean, I know how it is. I know how it feels doing these sort of these events. Your heart rate can go through the roof, and it's hard to perform sometimes. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me on. I think this is the second time I've been on GDQ. I did a HotFix run a few years ago with I believe Hazeblade. He did a no knife run of this game, and I was commentating with 7RayD. So. Yeah, I love doing these events and commentating. I'm currently retired from this game. I don't speedrun anymore, but once upon a time I was quite competitive, getting world records left and right, and going up against some big names like Orchlon and Ferretto. And but yeah, the community. If anybody wants to ever get into no damage runs with this game, or even speed runs, I'd really recommend that. I mean, even yourself, Kelp. Like you should play this game. The fact you never played it before or any Resident Evil game, I would recommend it for sure. This is a great Resident Evil to start off with. But
yeah, and
that's really it. Thank you.
Yeah, and feel free. Like I mentioned, friendly community. If you have any questions, Team Hitless Discord, be like, hey, I'm looking for some help. There are guides on the hit list. A lot of people, you can check out their pages so you can see how a bunch of people. I have taken bits and pieces from so many other people's, watching their runs, and it's like, I like this, I like that. Take him, or I made up my own. I mix in their stuff. Everyone, you can put your own flavor on it, put your own spin on it. Apache, extra big GGs.
Apache, yeah. Any shout outs, any remarks from you?
Shout out to my missus for everything, making it possible that I can play. And I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Cassie. I play like absolute trash. I'm so sorry.
Dude, it's okay. Am I actually unmuted on stream, or is it just on Discord?
Yeah, I think you're good now.
I think we're good now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. So like,
correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but
yeah.
Any final comments from you? Any shout outs?
Oh, well, shout out to my own significant other, the one I love and adore, the one and only amazing Lemon Chan. But beyond that, let's see. Yeah, like the run, God, earlier. Yeah, I messed up in RPD and like ended up getting the run around. So I didn't really show the route that I really wanted to show in RPD. But I mean, the rest of the run, I mean, there were some pretty goofy moments, but it was, smooth sailing otherwise. I mean, I don't really have much else to say. I mean, shout outs to the community, thanks for having me for this event. It was, it was fun. It's not very often that I like do an event where I just like, don't really say a word and I just play, I actually thought it was it actually kind of circles back around to what Styx said earlier about how basically no damage or like hitless running, you can kind of just like take your strats and like mix and match them. And there's like, I feel like compared to speedrunning, because it's like I did speedruns for like 10 years before I started working on no damage runs more seriously, and occasionally I dabble in speedrunning still, but like there's just a lot more opportunity for expression in no damage runs, I think. I don't know, like I could have a pretty consistent run one way, and then I bring back a game, maybe 2-3 years later and just like reroute it and have something fun and unique that was different otherwise but still achieves a similar effect, so it's just fun. If you want to get into it, I also want to mirror what Lucy Lover said here. This game is a great place to start. It's a fantastic place to start, but also RA1 Remake if you want to try like any of the if you want to try like the real classic Resident Evil experience, that is the quintessential game in my book for like challenge runs, speed runs, as far as old Resident Evil goes. So check that out. Oh, yep, breakfast is ready. She is in the chat. She is. So actually, I live in Japan, and it's like really hard to get like American bacon here. So we went to Costco and we got like 10 packs of bacon yesterday. So I'm gonna go eat breakfast.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Yeah, enjoy your breakfast. Just a huge GG's to you both, and thank you, Joseph and Lucy, for joining us for commentary. Y'all stick around. We have Elden Ring coming up next as our final Better Together event. So we're gonna take a quick break, and we will see you so soon for Elden Ring. Bye, everybody.
GG's, everyone.
Bye bye.
Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Games Done Hitless Better Together, a one-shot special featuring Team Hitless members showcasing some of their favorite co-op Hitless games. If you're just tuning in, Team Hitless is a global challenge running community with a focus on completing games without taking a single hit or taking any damage from an enemy. We just spent all day together watching some really fun Hitless runs, and I'm curious, we gave you some homework at the beginning of the stream if you remember it, but after watching any of these runs, or all of these runs, are any of you considering a first-time Hitless run? And if you are, you can use !Hitless in the chat to kind of learn how to get started. We have one run left in our Better Together event. Last, but certainly not least, our final run of the day is an Elden Ring any % seamless co-op run. This run is segmented, which means we do not have to watch the tedious Elden Ring setup that, this run is famous for. And our runners have actually already defeated Godric for the first Great Rune. So just a little bit of context, this run is going to start on their journey to Rykard for the second Great Rune. And we've got some awesome talent here today that I'm really excited to introduce you to. Joining me for commentary today is Kaylee Strawberry and Banjo the Uncle. Hello, you guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Why don't you take a moment, Kaylee? We'll start with you. Kaylee and I, just a little context, we are close personal friends. Kaylee, tell us a little bit about you and kind of what you're known for on Twitch and your challenge running.
Absolutely.
Career, I
Thank
guess.
you, Kelp. My name is Kaylee Strawberry. I primarily do Souls challenge runs on my Twitch channel. I've done a Rune level 1 run, which is no leveling up. In New Game Plus 7 all bosses, which is hardest difficulty scaling, and I'm actually starting my first ever Hitless run in Elden Ring right now.
Woo! Let's go.
Super exciting, super fun.
5, if I remember correctly.
Right, yeah. I did a baseline of 24 hits, and my second run, I got a PB of 5.
Very nice.
Amazing. And Banjo, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure.
Man who probably needs no introduction in this space, but we're happy to do it anyways.
That's very kind. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Banjo. I've been part of the Hitless community now for several years. It's primarily the content that I focus on. Hitless stuff, no damage, challenge runs within the soul space. I'm really happy to be here, excited to contribute to a fun cause, and I'm excited to see this run play out. You guys are in for a treat. They, Evac and Cheat are wonderful individuals, and I have no doubt they will smash it to oblivion. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, it will. And hello, Evac and Cheat. Cheat, quick question before we get started. Are you wearing a Kraken hat?
I am, yes.
Amazing. I live in the Pacific Northwest, so that's one of my teams. But I was, like I said, last showcase, actually, I was born in Anaheim, so the Ducks are actually my team.
Yes.
But yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about you, Cheat? It's good to see you back on GDQ.
Yes, thank you.
Actually, GDH, because Cheat was here for our very first Games Done Hitless.
Yes, I got the opportunity to participate in the Souls Relay Race, playing the Bloodborne portion. I've been doing no-hit for about 5 years now. Various of runs across DS3, mainly Bloodborne, and also Hollow Knight. So I'm happy to be back doing this crazy seamless run.
Yeah, good to see you. And Evac, welcome. It's so good to see you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about you and your challenge running, history and all that?
So I actually started challenge running right around the same time as Cheat. We got our Hitless Bloodborne run right around the same time. But I actually do a lot of variety gaming. I love playing new games. I was recently obsessed with Crimson Desert. But I've done just Bloodborne, Hitless, and a bunch of challenge runs in Elden Ring and DS3, Bloodborne, all the Souls games.
I have a special place in my heart for that because my challenge running career also started with Hitless Bloodborne. So I always have a little bit of a special connection to like the Bloodborne crew. We all have the joke that we all went to Bloodborne together.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
but not on,
I'm a little biased, but I think it's the best one to start with.
But not on PC. Sorry, sadly.
Someday.
Yeah, well, whenever you two are ready, you can go ahead and count us down, and when you're ready to get started.
All right. You ready?
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we're starting the fight off with a in-sync buff.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I just love how I love the synchronicity so much.
It's like a dance.
It is. It's really cool.
Going?
All right, so they're starting with Noble sleeped. And they're going to be taking turns getting those hits in as Noble wakes up. And we love another cheeky sleep pot.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice because they're having to, and it makes sense. They have to stagger their hits to get the proper stagger to. It has to be like a 1-for-1 because they're trying to time things and time the damage correctly. It's really cool. It's like it is like a dance. It's so like there's like a pattern. It's like a drum pattern.
That final sleep pot, that final sleep. They get to rebuff, get their buffs back in so that they can do enough damage to get Noble down before he wakes back up again.
Going.
Hey, let's go.
Super clean.
Easy.
Well
yeah. I guess it's worth noting too at this point as well with respect to Seamless. For those that are unaware, the way that Seamless works is that it has separate or different parameters from the base game because we have 2 players at the same time. The actual construction of the game is slightly altered. If it's maybe not as obvious, they have way more HP, the bosses and the enemies, and slightly different poise values as well. So all of this is timed, correctly, or has to be sort of set up in a way that they have to approach it with Seamless in mind, because it's not like the normal game where we can kind of just do our own thing. We have to work together, and that last word is going to be really important here in the next 10 minutes as we approach a certain bossy boss who loves to be together. We're gonna have a lot of fun here with him, I think. Oh, nice shortcut. We like the lava jumps. Very good.
So another thing with doing this co-op together is that enemies and bosses can actually split aggro. Sometimes they can be aggroed on evac, the other times on cheat. And even in just these running sections, you're going to see we're going to be throwing a kukri to distract an enemy that's going to approach here. And that is just to be extra safe to make sure that there's no seams in our Seamless.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
like
so that we don't have any surprises, any goofy, janky movements from the enemies.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, because part of what goes on with Hitless in general is you're trying to min-max your survivability. And so as you see here, there's kukris, sleep pots, they're watching each other's back, they're looking around, they know the enemy patterns and what's going on, but it's never a bad idea to make sure that things are in a good spot with respect to your items and your resources, and yeah, it's all worth it in the end, because as long as you don't get hit, that's the most important thing.
Right, and so these enemies going down these lines, right now they're just going to sit and wait for an enemy to get in a good spot so that they can safely move past. The goal obviously is to not get hit, and so we do that by distracting enemies, sleep potting them, etc., just to make sure that they don't spot you, start aggro, and potentially start attacking.
I was trying to see, can you guys do it at the same time? Can you guys synchronize it? Let's see.
We have a lot of practice in this.
Yeah, let's see. That's pretty good. That was actually pretty good. Yeah. Nice throw.
This is what the Better Together event is all about, guys.
That's right. Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like evac is actually watching the enemy that they've already slept, while cheat is sleeping the next one, just making sure that both of them will not aggro onto either of them.
Yeah, and the Whip Lad is a known goober. He likes to throw his lava around, so it's always a good idea to just, again, if you have the opportunity, you have the resources, it doesn't hurt. Put them to bed and move on, because it's a lot of these things. A lot of the danger is sometimes understated, because again, these guys have done a lot of practice and have done a lot of great job of figuring out the strats needed to get through, and it's really cool to see, because they're leveraging all of their tools at their disposal. And as Kaylee said earlier, more kukris, distracting all of these lads. Easy. Very nice.
So now they're going to go into Rykard's arena to grab the Serpent Hunter, which they will be using for Rykard's fight.
Yeah, it's a classic weapon. The two classics nowadays, the original classic was actually the Serpent Hunter, was thought to be the meta weapon at the time. But when the Iron Balls were discovered for their big damage and their big poise breaking, we all sort of jumped ship, if you will, to the balls. But it turns out, yeah, on this run, we're going to have them both as part of different strategies and tech that you guys will all see in due time.
So now they're kind of going back, following the similar route to what we just watched, to actually go into another section to get some upgrade materials. So we can have that Serpent Hunter nice and leveled up to do good damage when they get to fighting their second Great Rune boss, which will be Rykard.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, because in Elden Ring, like all the different Souls games, you do have to level up your weapons, you got to find your stones, and the different upgrade paths with respect to the smithing and the somber, and needing to make sure that they have the weapon levels to dish out the damage that they need is important. You can obviously do any of this stuff at lower damage, but again, it's all about min-maxing. If you have the chance, the opportunity to actually get that damage, you may as well, because it's only going to benefit you.
Right, exactly. If you can be doing more damage, then you can be killing the boss faster, which means less likely to get hit.
Exactly.
The interesting thing about this run is that they're using the Serpent Hunter for a couple of fights in this run, but they're also using Iron Balls. The Serpent Hunter is a somber weapon, whereas the Iron Balls are regular, and so they're not just getting one type of upgrade materials. They're getting both the somber smithing stones and the regular ones, so that they can keep their weapons nice and strong, upgraded depending on which fight they're doing. They'll be using different weapons for different parts of this run.
Yeah, as they're going through the back way of the Volcano Manor, the spooky gravity drops. Not too bad, just casually falling or walking off each part. Does get you down there. Again, more distraction with kukris. They're using the bow and arrow to line up where to throw the kukri. It's actually a pretty neat little idea because you can just have an easier time of where you want to throw it. Putting all the grandpas to bed. Two of them did not decide to... Okay, yeah, good to go. Nice and dandy. Again, those guys are pretty weird. Oh, I think that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's not fine. One of them is woken up, I think.
Right, we're throwing that kukri again to distract this enemy, and they're going to be grabbing a somber smithing stone, number 7.
Yes, the infamous Somber 7. That one was hot debate back in the day. There was many ways to jump off the bridge to get to it, to bypass the entirety of Volcano Manor. FromSoft decided to patch out all of the various ways to actually access it. And so, yeah, now you pretty much have to go the real way, which is really unfortunate. But understandable, because there's I think there's one Somber 7 like that. I mean, for the most part, available early on. I think Shadow of the Erdtree, the DLC, does something similar. The Somber 7 is in high demand, and yeah, we need that, as was pointed out by Kaylee, to get our weapons maximized. Nice plus 10.
So I think with the stones that they have right now, we're going to be getting to a... I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but a plus... 9.
Sorry, I thought it didn't touch it.
Another interesting thing with Seamless here is sitting at graces. Things can get a little wonky if you sit at a grace while someone else is going through dialogue with NPC.
Yeah, it turns out Evac was a little too happy to sit back down, but that's all right. That's what friendships are built on. Misunderstandings, and you got to get over those obstacles, right? These are two best friends. They can make it happen, even if they step on each other's toes. I believe in them.
And with that, I believe we are ready to fight Rykard. They've got a couple extra levels into strength. They've got their upgraded Serpent Hunters. And this will actually be quite interesting to watch. As you guys might be aware, when you're playing alone, the boss will only be aggroed on to you. However, now that we've got 2 players in the game, this aggro is going to split. And Rykard is going to switch between them depending on how he feels like reacting. Right now, they're bringing their health bar down to get a buff from one of their talismans. Banjo, do you want to explain how this talisman works?
Yeah, so basically, this is known in the game as the Red Feathered Branch Sword, but in reality, we like to call it RTSR as a carryover from the earlier Souls games. And essentially, long story short, when your health is really low, you get really big damage. And so, yeah, they're slow. All this. Oh, it's in sync. Oh, it was so good. When they get their health really low, yeah, they're going to have a lot more damage. You can see that red aura around them, indicating that the talisman has been activated. And so, and Hitless, to explain that a bit more for those that don't know, self-damage is allowed. They're allowed to do their own self-damage from fall damage or from activating their little Ash of War there, the Gambit. But yeah, damage from or staggers from enemies and bosses is disallowed. So this is a clean or a smart way, a clever way of setting up their talisman to give them that extra damage, because at the end of the day, well, it's kind of scary to have low health. It's a hitless run. You're not supposed to get hit. So we have low health, doesn't really matter.
All right, Cheat, I'm ready.
Go.
You ready? All right, and drinking.
All right, to start this fight off, Evac has gone to the opposite end of the arena to get set
Drinking
up.
again.
They're gonna do their buffs, and Cheat's gonna walk in through the fog wall.
Yeah, and Evac right now is doing a classic strat, which is pokey poking Rykard with the shield. It's pretty fast DPS in general. Currently,
Yeah,
Rykard is distracted. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Shield pokes are the highest damage per second you can have with this weapon. So an interesting move that most people never see is Rykard doing a tail swipe, where he kind of just spins around in a circle, does a little twirl. That's a consequence of there being a player behind him.
Yeah. And then Rykard decided, I'm going to go over here. Okay.
Poison?
I'm actually not sure I've ever even seen Rykard before.
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
What?
I thought, wait a minute, he's not, this is a seamless bug.
Yeah.
A very clean phase one that did not want to
We might have
finish,
to.
it seems.
This,
we might have to reset
we actually
it.
might, this has never happened before. Oh, wait.
Hey,
he's dead. Okay.
let's go.
There
I
we
don't
go.
know about. Okay.
I was about
What?
like that was.
He's not dead.
It was.
Wait, he's not actually dead.
Oh.
Okay.
Is it,
Yeah.
All right.
okay, it counts.
All right,
though.
I'm gonna kick you out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kick you out here.
Evac, you saw it too. That was so close.
Yeah, I know.
That was so close to like that was really impressive. That was really
All right. That's an example of what we have to deal with in this run.
That
is a new one.
Never seen
We've
that
done
before.
this run
Yeah.
hundreds of times, thousands maybe. All right.
So just for context, and just so because I'm in charge of counting hits behind the scene, we're not counting that because we had to mark out.
Yeah,
right? 'Cause
yeah.
The fight was done, and then just making sure.
that's a fair thing. Yeah, they officially got the fight done. He would have been into phase 2 before anything else happened. Yeah.
All right, I'm opening it back up.
So that's kind of like another interesting thing. Because there's 2 players, the bosses have more poise, they have more health. So the script actually really only works with both of the players being in the fight. And we're just gonna do our little Assassin's Gambit, bringing that health back down so we can get that big damage buff from being low health. And hopefully this time we will not get memed by the boss not dying when it should be.
Yeah, and one of the nice things, thankfully, it's one of the rare cases, sometimes it's not, but Rykard is special because in phase 1, or whenever you reset the fight, thankfully he goes back to his starting position. A lot of bosses in this game, when you activate them the first time, they do something completely different than every other time you enter into the arena or the encounter. And so it's important for this because part of the strategy is they're trying to divert his attention in different directions so that they don't have to both deal with the poison attack, the dreaded earthquake attack. And so having thankfully a nice reset here is good because they can redo it from the beginning.
All right, Cheat.
That's interesting that you mentioned that. I had no idea that this was the only fight that starts the same if you have to re-enter the fog wall. I've actually never paid attention to notice that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the only one, but it's rarer. It's yeah. There's a lot of weird ones that act in a dissimilar fashion.
All right, and drinking.
All right, we're getting those buffs in once again. Evac's going to be starting with some shield pokes behind Rykard here. Again, shield pokes are the highest damage per second you can get with this weapon. And Evac is using Vow of the Indomitable to iframe through that Earthquake attack. Very clean.
Yeah. Yeah, the Vow of the Indomitable is a very nice way of iframing outside of rolling. I think it has the most iframes in the game outside of maybe adding talismans that add the extra 2. I like when he just attacks the air. Like, Rykard, what are you doing?
All right, looks like things are working as intended this time. A very clean phase 1.
Together, Evac and Cheat.
Together.
We'll destroy as family.
You know, I'm a little sad they didn't let the cutscene play, but
That's all right. They're gaming.
but you guys did a really good job filling in the blanks. I think Chad got it.
That's 1.
All right, so they're going to be counting some specific attacks.
That's right.
If you'll notice, Rykard will do a swing, and there's going to be this nice pink cloud that comes up. We're going to be counting those attacks because once they do 3 or 4, Rykard will start doing this big, pretty scary attack. But that attack does leave a very good looping window to get Rykard stuck in a loop.
There we go.
We got a nice stagger, and that's the fight. Well
Let's go! Yeah! GG! Nice recovery. It's not easy to do, you know, when things go awry like that and you have to redo the whole thing. It can be kind of intimidating, but expertly handled, not a problem. Very well done. Back to the round table hole to reset. Are we talking to good old... Oh, yes, we are. Roger. We're picking up I believe, another potentially useful item through his weapon, obtaining the phalanx. Oh, and actually, I didn't know that. Oh, okay, so simultaneous. Oh, that's kind of cool. I did not actually know that. So you can, at both at the same time, I guess that makes sense. So Cheat went for the talisman, and Evac went for the weapon, and it simultaneously coincides. It's seamless, so that makes sense, but I never actually put that together in my head. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, when you're playing seamless and there's an item, a key item, a one-time thing, if one player picks it up, all players will receive it.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that's like a good splitting of time and teamworking, getting a talisman pouch and that weapon.
Teamwork makes the dream work, that's right.
So our next boss that we're going to be approaching will be Draconic Tree Sentinel, which is a boss that is blocking the way into Lanedell. They have their 2 great runes. As a reminder, during setup they got Godric as their first great rune, and we just watched them get the second one with Rykard. So now they've got everything they need to go to the capital and get the story moving forward.
They're like the cavalry. Look at them go. Because you can't normally have 2 torrents at the same time, but look at this.
True, yeah.
I love this. Good old torrent. Oh, we're going for
using Assassin's Gambit just to make it harder for the golems to see them. There's a couple of golems here. We might see Endor here. It's shooting their big arrows at I don't know exactly what they're aiming for, to be honest. It could be wildlife, it could be just a regular enemy. But that Assassin's Gambit just keeps it a lot simpler to run past to make sure that they don't attract aggro and get hit on the way to the next boss.
Yeah, it's a great point, because Assassin's Gambit basically acts like, for those that are familiar with the other Souls games, like Hidden Body. If you're familiar with Hidden Body, it's essentially the same thing. They don't make any noise, they can't be seen, and it's very low cost in terms of both mana and health, and so it's a little busted, and that's why we like it, because it's really, really good.
Talisman's ready?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so they're going to start with Assassin's Gambit. That's so that they can walk behind DTS without being spotted. And then they're able to complete the rest of their buffs.
They were so in sync when they did the first buffs. It was so good. Like, it was amazing.
And going?
This fight is pretty simple with the Serpent Hunter being as upgraded as it is. Basically can just wail on DTS with charged heavy attacks.
Oh!
And before he even gets a chance to attack, they got him.
Nicely done. Dude, the damage off that, oh, it's so good. That's why these games are so fun. It was just chunk, 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 and it's over. Very well done.
And now we get to enter the capital.
To Lendel. Yeah, as you see here, they're swapping between different, we talked about earlier, right? They have different weapons, different talismans. It's all really important because and you guys heard them call that out, checking their talismans before they went in, because even one missing talisman is enough to throw everything off, because bosses have different phases, they have different timings. It's really important to always be on the ball with that, and in terms of the seamless co-op, it's even doubly so, because they got each other's back. They have to make sure that they're all doing the same thing, they're working together, because when if something's going awry, it's going to be in a much more egregious fashion, because this is a higher caliber at this point when it comes to the enemies and the bosses. There's a lot going on, but they've been doing a great job of managing and keeping track of everything. It's great.
So this is another one of those long-ish running sections between bosses. It's fairly simple, though.
Yeah, and I think
Evac, Cheat, are you guys grabbing any items during this running section?
No items, I don't think.
Just like some runes on the way.
Some runes, yeah.
Well, we will do this split run.
Okay, so we're splitting, I see. Do you want to explain why you guys are taking turns here? Splitting it up?
Yeah, so it helps kind of... Right now that you can see the enemies are already aggroed. And they're going for evac mostly. And that guy bubbled himself. Just it keeps me from being seen until about right here. But it is a little chaotic when
we used to run it. We used to run it together, and we ended up losing a couple of runs this way. We tried to do the entire run together as much as possible, but some parts are it's just not worth it.
Well, I think even that's very interesting, and that's part of the teamwork, right? Well, maybe wanting to do everything at the same time could be one. It's cool in its own way. This is still really, really cool because you have an obstacle or a problem you have to overcome that is not normally introduced in normal gameplay, and so the fact that you have to trust each other in a different fashion, I think is pretty darn cool.
Yeah, it's interesting how having two players and having the enemies have the opportunity to split that aggro can cause a lot of hiccups, where they might do something unexpected.
Yeah,
simply
exactly.
Because they're aggroing onto the wrong person.
Yep. All right. I fell as usual, so you can just run it.
Okay, I'll go.
So
it happens.
So here, I'll just wait here until he gets the grace.
Exactly. Yeah. So Evac's just going to continue this next little bit of the running section, and then when he has a chance to grab the next grace, Cheat will teleport back to that grace, and then they can continue running together. Good item to grab here. It's a rune arc. They already have a great rune active, but it's always nice to have an extra one just in case anything hairy happens, scary even.
Yeah, We're utilizing the Assassin's Gambit the whole way through. Again, it's just really comfortable to have. I believe this guy... Yeah, so certain enemies, what's interesting about that lad around the corner, despite anything that goes on, there's just certain enemies that will still react or do things regardless of what you're doing. This happens a lot in the catacombs and the different dungeons, where the, like, imps and whatnot, despite having your Assassin's Gambit on or whatnot, they will still be scripted to do a jump attack or attack around the corner. That's what they're meant to do as part of, like, the tricks and the traps of the game. And so keeping that in mind, again, while you're playing as part of any sort of hitless run, seamless or otherwise, is really important. And that's why when we talk about this stuff, it's a lot of work. You know, there's a lot of work that goes into putting these runs together. A lot of practice, a lot of knowledge and understanding, a lot of meta play and testing and finding what you're comfortable with personally as you run. There's so much going on all at the same time. And even right now, like, it may not seem like a lot, but even something as simple as this, running behind the gargoyle lad here, is important because it doesn't aggro him. If you run in front of him, it has the potential to aggro him. And it's a really weird caveat or nuance, but it's those really tiny things that all add up to make what a hitless run ends up being.
So this fight coming up next is gold free. This is an interesting fight that can get a little messy with co-op, and so I believe... actually, I don't remember. Which one of you guys are kind of doing the brunt of the fight here?
I'll take most of the fight, and Cheat will be pelting with glint blade phalanx from the side.
Right, and those glint blades we got from the weapon that was picked up at Roundtable Hold.
Good old Roger helping out even in death. Oh, they're so in sync. Oh, do it again. Oh, and again. Oh. Okay, I'll stop because they have to do it like 7 more times. but they are in sync, which is good. Yeah, and it turns out, for better or for worse, this fight, as they explained, is very strange. Goldfrey is, for lack of a better term, erratic. He can turn on a dime. He can just kind of be a little bit. He's also a goober with how he behaves. So they have to play this pretty precisely. But we'll see how it goes.
Ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
Getting those buffs in, and then they're gonna walk in to spawn the boss fight. All right, evac. Let's do some magic. All right, so when they walk into the arena, I believe that attack is a guarantee at the start of the fight there. Evac's going to be holding aggro of the boss fight.
Nice dodges. Nice maneuvering. Keeping space. Phalanx going. Nice roll. Nice recovery.
Goldfrey has a pretty easy script. Save. Nice. Cheat coming in to get a little bit extra damage there. And he's done.
Well done, all. Oh my goodness gracious. I saw that.
That was an earlier stagger than normal.
Yeah. Well done. Let's go. Nice, y'all. That was sick.
All right, next little hurdle that they're about to walk up to is a Black Knife Assassin. If you guys don't know, all Black Knife Assassins in Elden Ring are women.
Yeah, the Knight of the Black Knives with Ronnie and Marika. The lore runs deep in this game. We do recommend, at least I recommend. I love the lore. I recommend checking it out. You know, there's a lot going on. Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. And a hitless run, it may not seem worthwhile, but you know, having more context for the game, it never hurts. It makes it more exciting or interesting to play.
So a strat that you can do for hitless with one player is you can actually crouch and try to walk behind the Black Knife. Ideal circumstance in that situation is you'll kind of be able to sneak behind her as she's standing up, and she'll just not know you're there. She'll look off to the side. You can grab that Grace and carry on. But because there are 2 players, it gets a little bit more complicated because there's 2 players that the enemy can spot and be looking at. And so what they're doing right now is waiting for that aggro to leave so that they can safely reach that Grace without getting hit.
Yep, this was the original strat when the game first came out. Nice hide and seek with the Black Knife Assassin. She's really interested, and then she's not. She's going home. She says, you know what? They're the champions of hide and seek. I'm done. I'm going back to bed. And there she goes.
All right, now we can grab that Grace. Looks like we're going to be leveling into strength with those runes that they have.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, because with respect to stats, again, in Hitless, again, it might be seeming like, oh, just get your health, get this, that, and the other. It's like, well, it's really, again, knowledge and specificity, right? We don't need health. We don't need arcane. We don't need, depending on the build, of course. In this case, because of the Serpent Hunter, of the Iron Balls, we're like, you know what? Give me strength, literally, figuratively, because the more strength stat we have, the more damage we're dealing. And so that's more damage means more good means less hits.
All right, Shackle and Pots.
Shackle and Pots.
All right, I mean Cerulean at the end of this buff set.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Good example of different fights having different strategies, different talismans, different weapons. I noticed we had a little tally swap on the way here, which again makes a big difference, having specific talismans equipped for various reasons.
Skipping.
Having the wrong one could could cause some unexpected things to happen in the fight.
Shackle.
So they're taking turns using that shackle to get Morgott down. Leaves a big free punish window.
Nice.
All very good so far. Throwing those sleep pots to put him to bed as he explodes. Watching the geysers. They are RNG. He's going to go to sleep. Very good. They wait for the mini stagger. Nicely done. Let's go. Oh, and the teabag on top. Okay. I see you. Okay.
No, that's a traditional celebratory dance in our culture. By our culture,
okay.
Hitless
Sorry.
running.
Yeah, true. Yeah, fair. That's a fair point.
Celebration for good RNG right there.
Fun fact, because Banjo mentioned the sleep stagger, sometimes in Seamless, he just decides not to do it.
Yep, he decides not to sleep.
And he starts attacking sooner, so we do appreciate that.
Well, hey, you guys are making it look easy peasy, so well done again on another great setup and great kill. Because and as we got to keep reiterating it, is that there is so much in this game. There are so many tools, so many resources. Kaylee kind of mentioned it with the talismans, the shackle, the tears you drink, the weapons, there's just so many options, and that's what makes this game super fun to run as a hitless game, because there are certain meta things, but you don't have to do that. You can do whatever you want with certain buffs or unbuffs. You can do other kinds of weapons. You can do an arcane build. You can do a dexterity build. It doesn't really matter. The beauty of Elden Ring is that it is so large and in charge. It's so open with its possibilities that there's just so many cool ways to approach the game, and we're seeing one of them in a, again, double fashion here with the Seamless. It's really, really neat stuff.
Right, so we're kind of following a similar path that we did previously, except this time they're going to a lift to go towards... you know what? I always forget what it's called, actually. That first section of... the
Forbidden Lands.
Before the mountaintops? That's the one, Forbidden Lands, yeah. Those
darn forbidden places. You gotta use the rolled medallion to get all up in there, and this is we got to evade the beginning torrenting and all that, and now this is often seen as the dreaded second torrenting sort of part, where it is a long walk and a long trek to get to our next adversary. There's no easy way around it. You gotta run and torrent all the way through the forbidden places and snowy mountains, as it were.
Yeah, this really is just a fairly long running section.
Yeah,
for the next boss.
This will take some time. But I get
Right, so
you know,
doing some fun little speed strats here.
Whoa,
you're those runes while they have to be on the elevator.
Oh my god, you're friends!
Of course.
Oh my god, no! We're supposed to be better together. What is going? It's like Woody and Buzz from Toy Story.
I actually had a learning
even
hit
Woody
to
and
this
Buzz fought.
section,
Oh yeah?
very recently. I didn't know there was an enemy on the right corner.
Yeah.
Just hiding, and I got hit. I was like, that's never happened before. I didn't know that guy existed.
And that's when you know you're a true hitless runner. What you just said is, that's never happened before. We've all said it. If you are not a true hitless runner, you go, that's never happened. I've done it 1,000 times. It's never happened. Well, you know what? That's good, because that means you're practicing, you're working hard, you're learning. That's awesome. Because I can empathize. I've had exactly similar experiences. Yeah.
All right, we're going to be approaching those forbidden lands. And I believe if it's not already morning, we're going to be making the time to morning, just so that we don't have a Knight's Cavalry spawn on the running section towards the mountaintops.
That's right. They're still fighting.
That would be suboptimal.
Guys, it's fine. You're both gonna get the accolades. It's okay.
All right, so we're grabbing this Grace here, and this is where we would change the time of day just to make sure that the run is smooth as can be.
Yeah, it's a good call out, as you mentioned, because as always, min-maxing survivability. You can leave the Knight's Cav there if you want, but it's like, why bother? You know, just make them go away.
Might add an extra layer of risk.
Yeah, I guess there are some style points if you really want to do that, but again, most people are like, yeah, I don't really want to deal with this lad. He's annoying.
So it looks like Evac and Cheat are keeping a much larger distance between each other as they're running through this section. And my assumption would be that that is just to help with that enemy aggro, so that nobody gets caught getting hit by an enemy that's aiming for the other player, which I absolutely had happen.
Yeah, I think that's 100%. Especially I imagine the largest obstacle are the lads that are doing the ground attack, digging through the ground and the spikes, because probably the nature of it going across the ground without realizing like the actual trajectory or the angle, it could be pretty risky.
Yeah, that's one of those things that that only really happen in a co-op run, of course.
Yeah.
You could be, I think even like in Nightreign, if you're doing trios, there could be an enemy aiming for one player and somebody else gets hit in the crossfire as collateral damage. So we're just kind of avoiding that by keeping greater distance between Cheat and Evac there. All right, so they got to keep their eye on the Blackblade Kindred here, because he can do ranged attacks, which would result in a hit. So it's good to turn that camera around just to keep an eye on enemies that could attack, just so that you can roll to dodge that, avoid that hit.
Yeah, FromSoft loves their roar attacks in this game. So many enemies and bosses roar. Horaloo has a roar attack, technically, for goodness gracious sake. And yeah, it turns out the gargoyles do as well. They scream at you and it shoots out a projectile. And so you got that's everything matters, everything counts. And so even just swiveling the camera like that to make sure nothing is happening is a very small detail, but it's really important to make everything consistent across the board.
All right, so they're going to be grabbing a bell bearing here. I think it's the Smithing Stone 3, the third bell bearing, which they'll be using to be able to buy some smithing stones to upgrade the iron balls.
Yeah, because unlike the Somber Path, which just requires the 10, just the one single stone per level, it turns out in FromSoft's infinite wisdom, they wanted to have a second system where the normal kind of weapons, they require many more stones and can go all the way up to like plus 25 instead. an interesting decision, but yeah, it requires more resources on top of that. But with the runes that they pick up, as well as again just their general knowledge of how they have to apply them, it's more straightforward than it seems. But you got to do your chores basically to get everything online.
Yeah, if you're going the full upgrade path with a regular weapon, you're going to need in total 12 of each level of smithing stone.
Yeah, that's, oh man. Maybe I will see. I get what they were going for because it makes it different between like the special weapons and the non-unique weapons. But yeah, it's we'll see how they adapt it for their next major game because I think that there's probably room for improvement there.
All right, we're approaching a bridge here. There's an enemy that they're going to walk past. A very neat strat that you can do. You can just hit the air behind him. Just to get him to turn around so he doesn't start throwing fire at you.
Yeah, because it's really interesting in this game. It's always been the case, even with Demon Souls, basically the very beginning of the Souls franchise, where enemies and whatnot are alerted to like sound and to like a detection radius, but it's even more apparent in this game that enemies really listen or really like pay attention to you, and it's actually part of the strats that go on is not just hiding or masking your own sound, but making noise or having some sort of cue for the bosses or the enemies especially to distract them entirely. And even again something small like that, when they turn around, that turn animation catches them just enough that you can ride by without any fault. It's really cool.
Don't forget to put.
All right, well done to the guys.
Oh yeah.
No arrows. Nobody got hit by an arrow on the bridge.
And I think, how long is it to Fire Giant from here? I think it's like an hour, right? Something like that. It's like another. I think it takes like.
Oh yeah, another hour.
About another hour. Okay, yeah. So it should be pretty quick. Yeah.
The nice thing about kind of reaching the end of the run is that it kind of just feels like a boss rush.
That is true. After Fire Giant, it's a kind of, and that's a fair way to describe it because it's the calm before the storm in a way. It gives you a chance to reflect on, the decisions made and everything that's gone on in the run up to this point. Because after Fire Giant, or starting with Fire Giant, it all just sort of cascades pretty quickly to the end.
All right, so we're going to be approaching a dragon here, which we're going to be avoiding.
Good old Borealis. Lovely lad. They're very strange. They have some pretty, the way they interact, because they actually spawn, like, near you with respect to where you are on the lake. So, like, no matter where you go, they'll pop up in, like, a certain position relative to your own position. And so it should normally be okay just to run on past. I think there's, like, maybe like 1 in a million that they shoot their breath at you and then somehow bounces, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
I've never
it's one of those
seen
things
that,
again. Yeah. It's one of those things where like, it's never happened before, but it's like, yeah, one of those weird game things. Elden Ring, all the games are like this where, there's everything should always be consistent, caveat or star, aka sometimes you'll just see that 1 in a million thing and you're like, okay, we have to correct for this or be aware of this for the future. But all good to go. Borealis, nice and dandy. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. It's still more torrenting. We got the average area. We got the garrison. We got a bridge. We have some hands.
That's true. There will be hands.
Lots of hands.
Will be thrown.
Yes. Lots and lots of hands. Nice jump. Good one, Cheat. I saw that. Very good. I think, is this a seamless this is a seamless co-op thing, right? What I'm about to say.
Yeah.
The blizzard effect has not subsided.
I was waiting for you to notice.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, you guys are really moving fast, I guess. Like, you're just whipping up a storm of your... Actually kind of cool, though. It is actually
It doesn't stop until you teleport.
Interesting, all right.
I mean, thankfully it's not reducing that visibility too much.
Yeah, true.
All right, so we're going to be kind of running a fairly precise line here. There are some pretty big, scary enemies on the way to the next grace. Some hands, some birds.
Those darn birds. Oh, oops.
Went a little bit too much to the left.
That's all right. You're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, good
I believe
catch.
we're also going to be picking up a smithing stone, right?
Right.
Which I believe will be a regular smithing stone for the iron balls. All right, so there's that grace, that little safety point. We're all touching grass
All
here.
right, nice. You made it. Torrenting over, basically. This doesn't count because then you're going for an item. Yeah, but you made it. That's good.
Yeah, so there's a little sneaky hidden upgrade material over here. I believe it's a max upgrade smithing stone.
The big one.
It's just hiding right here in this. What is that? A skull?
Yeah, it's one of the giant skulls. More lore. It's the escapades of Horalu, or I guess Godfrey and Marika, taking down the giants to assert dominance over the fire that would consume the big tree we're ultimately trying to get inside.
And now we're back at the round table hold, and we're gonna work on upgrading those iron balls. Optimizing our damage everywhere that we can.
Yeah, there's been a lot of subtle details throughout this entire thing too. They've been utilizing the beast torch potentially just for not only light but other random wildlife or enemies that can keep them away. We've talked about the Assassin's Gambit. They're utilizing Cragblade on the iron balls. Cragblade provides a little bit more damage, but more importantly, even more stagger potential, more poise breaking as part of their attacks. I can only emphasize it enough. It's all the tiny stuff adds up, right? The Golden Vow, the Radigan Sword Seal, the Flame Grant Me Strength for more damage. It's the differences between aura buffs and body buffs. It's a lot to get through and discuss as well. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Kayla would agree that we could all write, a thesis on all the stuff that goes in to this game. There's only so much time, but suffice it to say that there's so much to learn. And if for anyone that's watching, if you're interested in getting into these games, and not just with Team Hitless, but there's great communities out there that are always, the YouTube videos, forums, whatever, where you can learn so much about how to run the games your own way, or in certain ways, like with Team Hitless or whatnot. It's really, really cool stuff. I always encourage people to check out Elden Ring, because it's not only a great starting point for the Souls franchise, because it's just so massive, but there's just so much you get to do and have fun with.
Yeah, Elden Ring's a very great beginner-friendly Souls game.
Yeah, it's really good.
And if you're interested in Hitless in the Souls genre, Elden Ring is also a really good starting point, because a lot of the fights on an any percent run are very, very scripted. And so you're not really having to deal too much with a lot of attacks. Some of those fights in any percent you do want to learn fairly well. And even in fights where you're having to dodge attacks, you can bait out specific attacks, which kind of limits that moveset that they'll be using against you.
That's right.
Potentially also giving you some really good opening windows to get a nice punish. Get some good damage in.
All right, ready?
All right, so they're just checking their build.
I am ready.
Well, Cerulean at the end. All right, 3, 2, 1.
And again, we're starting with that beautifully in sync buff at the start of the fight here.
I love seeing that. I'm giggling to myself when I see them.
It's so satisfying just seeing those movements
really good.
like in sync.
That's really cool. Here we go.
All right, so Fire Giant starting with a very typical first attack. As we saw, the guys got off Torrent and rolled that, but you can also do a neutral dismount for some iframes through that as well on Torrent.
The
And we're just really aiming for the leg here.
Yeah, his weak spot is that leg, that broken shin. They put him to sleep.
Actually sleep Fire Giant, which they did to get another buff in mid-fight. And now we're in phase 2.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say he
didn't do it. Wow.
He didn't do the glitch. There's apparently a really weird glitch in Seamless where he instantly falls into the arena based off some weird loading that goes on. Oh, nice! They got the stagger. Very good. Dunking on his head. Yeah, let's go.
GG's.
What? GG. Well done. Woo! Let's go. That was awesome. Yeah, that sleep
And
strat.
now for the oh, go ahead for the sleep strat.
Oh, yeah, just that it's again really subtle stuff, but like staggering is different than sleeping. So the idea there is you maximize your damage potential by staggering him through breaking his little makeshift like helper on his shin, and then while he's down, then you sleep him or stagger sleep. He doesn't go fully to sleep, but he does that little sleep animation, and that all those adding up those animations to give you more time to dunk on them is really important. They did it expertly. It was really well done.
Really great timing, by the way, for Banjo to explain that, because I probably would have commentator cursed the guys up the chain. That chain is notorious for being a little scary.
Yeah, it is a known run killer. It is a known run ender where people have been hitless. Yep, there have been hitless runs.
I've never jumped off that chain ever.
And it again just goes to show it's the tiniest of things, right? Because you could be playing perfectly right up to that point, and then Torrent just wants to take a leap of faith right by accident, and then it's unfortunate, but that's part of what the mentality is around hitless sometimes, right? Stuff happens or things go wrong, but being able to either adjust for it or adapt or pick yourself up after the fact and really try to send it home the next time is part of the goings on. Because it can be a sad thing, but as we like to say, as long as you're learning and you learn for next time, that's a thing you can correct for it and make sure it doesn't happen again.
I'm a little late because I'm watching the stream live, but I would be remiss not to mention that Cheat did a callback just now to GDQ GDH 2024, where during a speed run, by the way, Cheat made the decision to do the poison strat on Mikolash, which, as you know, is not a speed run strat, takes a long time. So during this talking portion, Cheat did the same thing that he did back in 2024, where he sat back in his chair, put on his sunglasses, and just waited. Very good, Cheat.
I was asked
Loved
many
it.
times if that was going to happen.
I'm a huge fan of full circle
favorite.
narratives, so that's good. Going full circle, I love it.
All right, so we're just playing a little bit extra safe here. Again, if it's just one player, it's pretty easy to just kind of run past that guy if you stay to the left. But because there's two players, there's two opportunities to be spotted.
And Farm Azul is kind of an interesting place again, because I guess in hindsight, I never really thought about it, but there's quite a few scripted enemy things. What I mean by that is, there's the guy that walks out, there's the dragon that flies down, there's going to be quite a few elements of the running section, especially later with the other dragon lad firing down lightning strikes, and so it is got to keep everything in mind. It's never ending, or you can never really rest on your laurels in a hitless run, because there's always information, there's always events happening that you just need to ensure you're not forgetting about.
We saw they grabbed a Somber 9 smithing stone, so that'll be an upgrade material for the Serpent Hunter, which they will be using once again now for Malekith when that comes up.
I like this little path. I don't normally do this. That's interesting.
Yeah, I learned that I actually go a way that nobody really ever goes, and it's just because I got used to doing it when I was doing my Rune Level 1 run. I was playing on PlayStation, and so I actually went through every single new game cycle.
Oh, nice.
And would have to do every running section, go past these areas multiple times to get to New Game Plus 7.
Yeah, and that just goes to show, right? Whether it's with your runs or here with the seamless co-op, that again, depending on how you approach it, it's about comfortability, and then in my case, you're learning something new. I never realized that there was a different way to approach it, and oftentimes, that comes with either repetition of watching other people or learning from other people, and that's really cool because now I'm gonna look into that and test it. I think because that's a really neat path to take. I like that.
Yeah, I actually go up and stick to the right and go on the upper level.
Yeah.
Just because I got used to doing that when I was doing my rune level 1.
Yeah, that I think that's a smart play too. I think that's I think I normally, because some of the stuff I've done in the past myself was without Assassin's Gambit. So you have to take it. I think I usually distract one of the guys and go up and around to the left. And that room's really weird because you can go through the middle, left, or right. It's kind of cool.
One of those moments where it's just best to wait.
Yep. I like that it's classic maneuver, just hide around the corner. The lad thinks he's so smart, but alas.
And now we are jumping into the boss arena for Godskin Duo.
Ooh, infamous boss fight.
So again, we're taking that health down to get that extra damage buff with the talisman that I always forget what it's called.
Oh, the red feathered branch sword. Yeah, for RTSR.
That's the one.
Yep. A classic. It'll be a sad day when they remove it because it's just so good. It's such a good talisman. I should say remove it in future games because I always suspect that they want to prevent us from having too much fun.
Alright, so we're spawning in the boss fight, and we are going to throw some sleep pots.
Yeah, and what's interesting about sleep pots, it's maybe not obvious immediately, is that they also, as we said earlier, going full circle, if you will, they make sound. So not only do they put them to bed, when they land near them, they hear the sound, walk towards it, and conveniently then get put to sleep. And so now we get to do a bit of smashy smash here very soon.
Going?
Again, another situation where they are staggering their attacks.
Yep, the drum beat. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The important thing about this enemy as well, the way that some of these fights work across all the Souls games, even back in Dark Souls 1, is as you see, even though the boss is dead, they're still smacking him because his actual body or animation hitbox is still active. So smacking him as he's dying actually reduces the boss's damage, or sorry, his boss's health even more. So it's just min-maxing again.
All right, so it looks like he did not sleep for those first
yeah, there we go, yeah.
Well, we got it. Oh, as Noble spawns in. There we go.
Well done, okay. Oh my god, oh man, that was...
Alright,
I said that wasn't super scary.
There's actually an even scarier moment. I think it's been fixed, I don't know, but even...
It's been patched, yeah.
When you kill them, he can still spawn in after they're dead, and you're running around trying to get the Grace to rest so the other one dies officially.
Oh, I have seen that in recent history. I saw that when Porch was getting his successful hitless run. I don't think it's fully patched. It could still happen.
Yeah, that's a scary situation you don't want to be in. On a hitless run, especially.
Okay.
All right, so we're going through our next running section here, which can get a little scary. There's going to be some lightning upcoming here. Once they get a little bit closer to an ancient dragon on the path to our next boss here. So from my understanding with Seamless, the lightning might actually be in different spots for each player. And so it can look like from one POV that somebody should be getting hit by the lightning, but that player does not actually have lightning on the ground there.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate if the lightning layered between the two of them. That would be make it even more difficult. But thankfully, yeah, they get to just see their own map and their own stuff that's going on, because otherwise, oh man, I can only imagine how difficult that would be to get through.
All right, so coming across this section can be pretty scary. There are quite a few birds, I would say, along the path here. So we're going to be extra careful, extra sneaky. We've got Assassin's Gambit. We're going to be crouching here as well, I believe. And we're going to hug that wall there. So that bird that we can see on cheat screen does not start attacking.
Sorry, chat. I know you were looking forward to a possibility of a bird skip, but it does not appear we are getting bird skip.
They want bird skip? Okay, that's you know what?
They wanted bird skip, and it certainly wasn't me that sparked that rumor. No, of course not.
Well, you know what? I imagine that the next time we get to see Cheat and Evac kicking butt like this, we'll get a bird skip.
I mean, who doesn't love a good bird skip?
It is pretty wild that it's even possible. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Oh, it's a funny little strat. So it turns out that in order to make this dragon disappear,
we have a bird. We have a bird.
Oh, I don't have any.
No, I don't have aggro, but it was behind us. Sorry.
Good call.
Looks like things are all right. Yeah. So fun fact about that ancient dragon. It does not want to be cheesed. It does not want to be killed via range. And so if you throw, you shoot some arrows from afar, it'll actually just despawn entirely.
Yeah, sorry, I just shut myself up because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't interfering with
seems like we had a bird moment.
Yeah, I was like,
bird incident.
I blame bird skip comments.
Yeah. True, the commentator curse, the bird. Oh my.
Alright, so we got that ancient dragon somber smithing stone, which is our plus 10 or max upgrade stone that they need for the serpent hunter.
Yeah, we're gonna be locked and loaded on that too. It's nice.
So as I was watching you guys do this part, I'm actually quite surprised to see you guys just straight running through.
They said we're not scared.
Yeah, there's probably way better ways.
They're not.
I think the strat would be you want to sort of crouch across that sort of bridge platform because there's an enemy on the other side that has a ranged attack.
Yeah, and that ranged enemy has also, much like the chain leading to this area, ended many a run. He's just the word of the day for me is goober. He's just a goober. There's so many goobers in this run sometimes. They're just out to get you. But with this, technically speaking, Cheat and Evac have successfully completed. I guess there's one little bridge here, but we'll say successfully completed all of the running sections in the game. Basically, from here on out, it is gonna just be, assuming they don't pick up any other items, it's gonna just be a boss rush to the end.
Right, so we're taking a quick little break back to Roundtable Hold. This is our opportunity to upgrade stuff a little bit more for Malekith that is coming up next. Do you guys just sneak past the DTS on your run?
Yeah, we'll just gambit and crouch by.
Yeah.
So we should be getting a fully upgraded Serpent Hunter from all of this.
Yep, there go the balls there, and then the Serpent Hunter. Very nice.
Yeah, so they'll be using the Serpent Hunter, I believe, for the entirety of Malekith's fight here. Phase 1 especially, it's very easy to whiff with iron balls.
Oh, man.
There's a lot of opportunity for you to swing and miss.
Yep.
So using the Serpent Hunter, much better range on this weapon, way less likely to whiff a hit on the boss.
Yeah, it's a good call out because the iron balls are arguably the quote unquote best weapon in the game, just with in terms of their overall specs and how you can apply them. Their only, maybe I'd probably say their only downside is the range, and in almost all cases it still doesn't matter. But again, yeah, the Malekith and especially Gronk is notorious for having his hitbox is very accurate. It's just that he's very wily, he's very lean, and so sometimes when you try to hit him, you got to be pretty precise with it, and so it can be kind of annoying. So yeah, going with the Serpent Hunter for its greater range is a sound choice.
Yeah, another good thing, especially with opportunities where if you're swinging your weapon and could miss, it's actually really good to not lock onto the boss so that you can manually aim your swing.
Ready?
Yeah, that helps
Make
too.
sure
Yeah.
you actually hit the enemy and not the air between it.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, very in sync. Very nice. That was a clean buff right there.
That'll be the most impressive thing this whole run is they're truly the best of friends.
All right, so for this fight, Cheat is going to be the one who is holding the aggro for phase 1.
What was that on my screen?
Ooh, that was close.
Changed aggro. I don't know what he's doing.
That was weird.
All right, so Cheat's kind of aiming for the leg. It's a bit of an easier
Wrong
spot to hit there on this enemy, or this boss, I should say. Yeah, Grang's got like a really big pocket over his, I guess, stomach where it's just so easy to miss.
That's right. Yep.
When you
he kind of
swing.
leans forward. Yeah.
Right. Skipping.
All right, so phase 2, we're switching to the Serpent Hunter here, and we're just doing some charged heavy attack. Cheat's gonna take that riposte. They're gonna do one final swing.
Hey,
And that's
nice.
Good job, Cheat.
Well done.
Good job, man.
Yeah, it should be highlighted again. I should have said this before too. But yeah, good job on Evac for Goldfrey for maintaining the aggro and having to play around with the boss, and then this time, good job to Cheat for maintaining the aggro here with Gronk, because it's not easy, right? You gotta step up like that to make it happen, and trust in your friend here is part of the seamless, and you guys are doing a great job. It's awesome.
That intro, he just skated right by me. He didn't care.
He threw a rocket.
I know. He just ran straight by me.
Oh man, he turned around and we all had a heart attack.
Yeah,
he didn't care about little old me, so that's okay. It all worked out.
He remembered you guys from practice.
Next up, we have everybody's favorite boss.
Yeah, something like that. As we mentioned, this is it. That's Malekith to the end. Like there's nothing else. We take down one individual after another to take our spot upon the throne, because we're going to be the Elden Lords here very soon. Yeah, as Kaylee's mentioning, there is one particularly, I guess, evil lad, for lack of a better term. He is he's a wily one as well.
It's actually quite an interesting fight. It's very, player versus player coded. It feels, it mimics the PvP of this game quite well. But the interesting thing about this next boss, Gideon, is that depending on which, remembrances that you kill
That's
before
right.
you reach it, changes the moveset available to him.
Yeah. If you take down Melania, for instance, he'll get her Aeonia attack. If you take down Rykard, as they did here, we may... Well, I won't spoil it.
We
but
hopefully
you could
won't see anything.
you could see his Rancor attack. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And it's it is. I think the idea around the fight is really cool, as you said, because it's like he's gained the knowledge we've given him, right? We've, in a sort of passive way, we've taught Gideon all the cool stuff that we've learned through the game, and he tries to use it against us. Unfortunately, in a hitless context, he is so annoying. And so there's been lots of developments over the years on how to really ensure that he does not do anything, because he has, oh man, his triple ring attack. Oh lordy loo!
It can get very scary.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of ranged attacks as well.
He is ridiculous.
All right, ready?
Ready.
Cerulean after Vow. All right, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're going in again with our buffs, nice and synced together. A fun fact about Elden Ring, especially with co-op, like Golden Vow, typically you would only really need one player to do that. The buff can be shared, but just to make sure that nothing silly or goofy happens, they are both doing all of the buffs. And now we are bullying Gideon.
Oh my god, let's go. That was cool.
Nice.
Well done. That was so close.
Really, really good. Wow.
Oh my
I got scared when he pulled out that flask.
Oh my god. Yeah. It had to be a couple frames. It was like a couple frames. That was crazy.
So it's pretty standard. He will try to do something, but he always falls asleep. It's one of those, he's got to trust the game, which is also hard.
Oh, I understand. That's totally
but yeah.
That was
it's
awesome.
hard enough to trust vanilla Elden Ring, let alone Elden Ring seamless co-op.
Yeah, and literally just a boss rush. There's not even that Black Knife Assassin that was in the corner.
Yeah.
It's no longer here.
They have become the hide and seek champion. Yeah, and even that Gideon fight, again, where it's there's so much information to dissect, but all of the stuff they did there was really important. Waiting, like not attacking him right away. You have to wait for part of his monologue, otherwise he doesn't get the hyper armor that is required to smash into him. Throwing the sleep pot to sleep stagger him as part of the attacks, making sure they're timing their stuff as it goes on. There's so many things happening at any given time, and yeah, Chini and Evac are kicking butt, and yeah, we're approaching the end. We got. Maybe Nick Offerman. We're not sure yet who's gonna play Horaloo in the movie. We're gonna find out here soon.
Ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
So satisfying just seeing those buffs
every
together.
time. Every time. I don't want to call it every time because I was like I don't want to be I just get so giddy with it because I totally agree. I'm just like I love it.
Skipping.
All right, so starting with the standard opening attack that we get to expect the first time we walk through that fog wall. And this is one of those fights where you do actually see quite a bit of the moveset. And I think what we're probably working towards is managing that poise damage against the boss here, so that we can get a stagger in the most optimal time.
Nice work.
Okay.
Good phase one, very clean. All right, and there's our phase 2 stagger, which gives us a huge punish window.
Nicely done. Oh my god. You saw that? That was he was about to. Oh yep. Man, that's so.
I whiffed.
Yeah, it was one little whiff, and then he was. Oh man, that what I like is that you guys trust each other. Like that's such a key element of this run. The fact that y'all know what you're doing and you guys trust in each other's gameplay like that. That's really cool. Yeah, that was a expert showing. Very close there on the one swipe, but made it happen. Well done.
The gasp scared me a little bit. I was like, oh, I have to review the footage. Did I miss a hit? Trying to watch two POVs is kind of hard, so.
An interesting thing here, at least in my own any percent run that I've been learning and working on, you're mostly just leveling into strength. You want to do as much damage as possible. But for this fight that's coming up, having a little bit of extra stamina is actually really helpful. If everything goes well, we should be able to get a very clean 1 cycle of Elden Beast with that added stamina.
All right. Finish it out.
Finish it out.
Let's do it.
All right. After buffs, Cerulean, and pre-sprint for the fog wall. 3, 2, 1.
Flashbang warning for all the viewers at home.
Good call.
All right. Sprinting.
Oops. Sprinting.
And
That's a cool
the
little
dreaded Radagon flashbang. My eyes.
Skip me. Oh, I was shooting.
All right, we've got optimal RNG where Radagon did the stomp attack twice. That is optimal for this run. Very quick and easy, clean Radagon fight there.
I've never seen anything like that.
I don't think he can dual stomp in normal circumstances. I've never seen it personally. And then this is the part of the fight here where having that little bit of extra stamina really goes a long way.
Oh, left and right. I like that. Look at that. The parallels. Oh, I don't want to call it just yet, but I think these gamers have done something pretty incredible.
Let's go.
That is a
Oh my god.
Well done.
Well done.
That was actually our first successful all the way through from Noble. So
Wow.
That's all. Let's go, dude.
It was in
with all the
fact
pressure of it being live too.
Let's go. Hitless run achieve. Let's go.
Oh, wait.
Whoa.
Wait.
What?
Shameless goodness right here.
What in the...
It's still going. It's gonna do it.
Oh, there we go.
Tony Hawk would
one
be proud.
final seamless thing to show.
Yeah, one last seamless
We gotta
celebration.
celebrate the W.
Yeah.
So you win, and you get to just teleport
Yay!
here.
Oh yay!
Oh no, I got hit.
To celebrate your hitless run, the game is giving you a forced death.
We throw
Oh,
the run. Yeah, we throw the run. So
Wow, congratulations, y'all. That was really speedy.
That was awesome.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, you guys that
Hold
can't
my
be
breath.
understated. There was there's a lot of sometimes a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure, and the fact that you guys made it all happen from the very beginning with Noble, took the reset that was needed on Rykard to heart, and just redid it as you needed to and made it happen there, carrying all the way through those darn mountaintops, right? And then the boss rush at the end and closing out with that double stomp into the parallel Elden Beast. That was really cool. You should be very proud of yourself. That was awesome. Congratulations on a hitless run. Let's go. We love hitless. Let's go.
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Feels good.
It does.
Yeah, that was really interesting to see. I'm an Elden Ring hitless runner, although I'm taking a small break for Sekiro at the moment, but I have never really seen any of the strats for like a co-op hitless run. When you guys were like learning this route, what do you think was kind of like the biggest struggle that you faced? What was like the boss that felt the most different from just the meta Iron Balls any percent?
I mean, it's the fights we did solo. Well, kind of like mainly solo. Like Gold Free can get really awkward, and almost like he gets like a whole different move set. Sometimes he doesn't have any breaks in between what he's gonna do.
Yep, he can break his combos and switch targets just instantaneously, which is why we had to switch our strat completely.
And similar with
That sounds
Malekith. Yeah, he can just get awkward and just do crazy things. But other than that, we kind of just followed a normal any percent route and then had to just modify certain things for running sections and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. We had a lot of help from various hitless runners coming through the channel and telling us there are better ways to do things that we were doing.
Why are you doing this? Yeah, so shout out to all the Elden Ring people who gave us ideas or better strats. So we do appreciate that.
Yeah, incredible. I really liked I saw a lot of new stuff that I have never really seen before with Rykard specifically, because my first hitless run that I tackled Rykard was my All Great Runes run. So I didn't even know that in P1, like, he had a tail swipe move, because I've never been behind him before. So
no one ever runs behind him.
That was interesting to see.
No.
Yeah, amazing. Well, we came in like well under time. So I figured, you know, we could see if you guys had any save states of any like bosses that you practiced or anything like that. But if not, we can just kind of like do our thank yous and end like a little bit early. It's up to you guys completely.
We don't have anything super special, because the only bosses y'all can see are like Margit and Godric. We haven't dived in or dove into any of like having like a Melania.
We were too scared of Melania.
Yeah.
So next year we can expect you can just start here and finish the All Great Runes, is what you're saying.
Works for me.
Nice.
Don't tempt me with a
I
good.
absolutely
Just kidding.
love
It's not
to
a good
see it. Well, thank you to our wonderful runners and our cast today. Banjo, did you have any final remarks, any shout outs, any thank yous that you would like to wrap us up with?
Oh, sure, yeah. No like personal shout outs for me, but I just want to say thank you to Cheat and Evac for putting this run together and giving me the opportunity to commentate over it. It's always a pleasure to take part not just with GDQ and GDH, but Team Hitless in general. I love the community and the organization around this stuff. It's something that means a lot to me, so being able to step in and help out is always my pleasure. And of course, huge shout outs to Kaylee as well for co-commentating with me. It was a pleasure to hear your insight and bounce back off of you as part of this run, so thank you for giving me a great opportunity to work alongside you, and I hope we can do it again sometime. Thank you.
Yeah,
incredible. Kaylee, what about you?
I'm pretty new to the hitless scene, so this was actually very cool, just to kind of like see different approaches to things. You guys did an incredible job today, and it's pretty impressive, your first time getting hitless, and it was on GDH. Very cool. Yeah, you guys can find me at Kaylee Strawberry on Twitch. That's Kaley. Very common to misspell that. And I'm excited to be in my no-hit journey.
Yeah, just a reminder, Kaylee's at a PB5, so don't wait or you'll miss her getting the run. It's
Yeah, you're gonna get that easy peasy. We believe in you. That's awesome.
Evac, how about you? Any shout outs? Any final remarks from you?
Well, thank you to Banjo and Kaylee. I really appreciate it. It was great commentary. And it helped us. I think it helped me just focus on the run, and I think that's a big part of why we got it. And also, shout out to my community that has been supporting us and watching us do this run off and on for well over 2 years, if not 3 at this point. And just, I really appreciate everything that they've done and everything like that. Yeah. And Cheat, of course, for being a partner. Yeah.
Of course. And Cheat, how about you?
Yeah. I mean, thanks again for allowing me for Evac and I to be here, show you this pretty niche run. Obviously, Kaylee and Banjo, fantastic job. To the production crew, this is always really cool to be a part of. Like it makes it really seamless. Haha. Yeah, these are always super fun. Obviously, also shout out Evac. Like you said, we've been doing this run on and off for as long as maybe Banjo's been in the DLC.
Yeah, that was oh god. Don't tempt me with a good time again.
And shout out to my wife and kids who are watching this on the big screen in my living room.
Aww.
So, really cool to have them check that out. So thank you all to the runners as well who were here earlier. Make sure you all go check them all out. They're all incredible and very talented.
Yeah, shout out to Cheat's wife and kid, and hello. And I just want to say a quick thank you to GDQ for having us. This is our second installment of Games Done Hitless. And make sure to follow them and follow us on our socials to maybe see if there's any future collaborations in the mix. And before we wrap up, I just wanted to give everybody a quick reminder that Summer Games Done Quick 2026 will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th to July 11th. Visit gdq.gg to learn more or register for the event. Stay tuned for the schedule, which is coming out on May 1st. Thanks to everybody in chat. Thank you to all of our wonderful runners and all of our wonderful commentary for the day. And we will catch you at the next one.